Hello, everybody, and welcome to CRL Saturday. That's right. Oh, it sounds so good, and it's so good to be back, but it is CRL Warmup Saturday. Hello, everybody. I'm Andrew Guy, joined by Jackson Juicy J Wall, the biggest Clash Royale streamer in the United States. What's up, brother? How you doing, man? How excited are you to be back for CRL? I haven't seen you since Finland.
I mean, I'm so excited. We haven't seen competitive Clash Royale like this in quite a while. There's new meta, there's new evolutions, there's new cards. There's going to be so much fun content to see today.
My gosh, yeah, man, there is so much that has happened in just the last, it's already been almost 6 months, which is absolutely crazy. I'm excited. You're excited. We have so many great players here. We have money to give away. So let's get right into it. What are we doing? Well, it's been a month-long event, believe it or not. I know it feels like it's taken a while for CRL to get rolling, but here we are, a month already into it. We had our Phase 1 qualifier. We had our Phase 2 group stage, where we invited the 8 highest-ranked players from last year's CRL. So we have world finalists, world champions, we have world runner-ups, a lot of great players in the mix, and of course, a lot of players that you guys are also familiar with to get us all the way here today. Phase 3, the top 12, and I absolutely love the top 12. We're going to talk about that a little bit more when we get into our bracket, but this allows us to have a first round bye, which is absolutely awesome. And speaking of buying things juicy, we are CRL. We are giving away some cash today. Well, tomorrow.
Indeed. We do have a $15,000 prize pool. First place taking home $7,500. This is the Clash Royale League warm-up. Big prize pool, a lot on the line. There is no points though, just if you guys are tuning, if you are new to CRL, there's no points for the CRL finals or qualifications here, but we're just really wanting to see who is ready for this season's Clash Royale League.
That's right. So let's take a look here at our groups. As I said, in our group stage, we had players invited. We had our top 8 players from last year, other than LCOP, obviously, because he's on a different server. We had Adriel come in for him. As you can see, if you go back and you look at the top 8, not all 8 made it through our group stages. So the 3 players at the top of each group here, A, B, C, and D, are going to be the 12 players that you see competing today. And then if we go look at our bracket, you guys will be able to see that Bassoto, Asaf, Guriko, and Clown all have a first round bye. And as we talk about that bracket, we're going to be able to see, Juicy, that we're also going to get into our lower elimination. So we're going to be able to see 4 players go home today. Wow. And also, talking about format, what are we doing? How are we playing? Well, this is CRL. And if you guys are new to CRL, as Juicy said, this is a best of 3 duel format. So that means obviously we're not going to do in-game duels, so there will be a little break in between each one of our games so the players can go back, do a little bit of analysis, do a little bit of strategery, and then come back in with the best 8 cards and of course Tower Troop at hand. And Juicy, we actually have something really interesting with our finals, not just best of 3s this weekend.
Yeah, so for grand finals, the lower bracket finals and the upper finals, it's not going to be just best of 3s. It's going to be best of 5s with the out-of-game duels. That means if we go to game 5, for example, there's going to be 4 different sets of decks with a bunch of cards that neither player is allowed to use. I think we have a really cool graphic just to see like all the cards that you've used too, and maybe you and I, Andrew, can kind of work together to try and see what deck they're going to use next.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for us. It's going to be really tough for the analysts and the players, but it is something that we've tried in events before. You and I were just joking about how our memories are not what they used to be, mainly me talking about my memory not being what it used to be. But there was an event that we did last year where Ryley was able to show that you can go really, really deep even in duel mode and still make viable decks. Obviously, that was a very different meta than what we're in right now. And speaking of the meta, we are going to start with Ryley versus Yoru. I know we didn't actually talk about the bracket much when it was on screen, but those were the matches. As I said, we're going to get through our lower bracket first round, so we will be saying goodbye to 4 players today. We will be giving out $2,000 of that prize pool today. And Juicy, no surprise here when we look at our first poll of the day, which of course you guys can be following along on Twitch or on YouTube. 90% for Ryley, which, I mean, it makes sense. He just got world number 2 at CRL World Finals. He was absolutely astounding in Finland. You regularly call him the 2nd best player in the world. We got a little bit of time. The next game is coming up very soon, so obviously very happy you guys are here. Make sure you guys are following along and subscribed in all the channels and on Twitter so you can follow along with what's happening with CRL in 2025. Speaking of CRL in 2025, Juicy, what is the meta like right now?
Really interesting. There's like a lot of Royal Giant paired with Evo Witch, with Evo Hunter, 3 different champion tanks. There's a bit of minor poison with the boss bandit, as well as maybe even a little bit of hog earthquake. There's some lava to counter the Royal Giant. It's gonna be interesting. I think Royal Giant's very strong, and I think a lot of lightning could be used as well to counter that Evo Witch.
Yeah, it's really interesting when you talk about all those different kind of archetypes and metas, or archetypes that are working in this meta right now. You were able to go from quick cycle all the way to heavy beatdown, even up to the skies with lava. Talking about the Evos, talking about the champions, is there anything right now that feels a little bit more powerful than it should be? Not to, get on top of our balance team right away, but we always see cards abused in the competitive scene. Shockingly, I thought Witch was going to be a little bit more broken when she came into the game. I actually think she's kind of in a decent place. Boss Bandit, maybe like a 10% HP nerf. I'm not sure if that's just me being a noob. What are your thoughts on the condition of the meta right now?
I mean, I completely agree. I think that Evo Witch is a little bit strong, but it is fairly balanced, more balanced than I imagined. Boss Bandit, I do think we'll see a lot of it. I think it's really strong just to have kind of a really high HP 3-card cycle tank where you can just spam Hog Riders or spam minor poisons to your heart's content.
And what I think is really great about the Boss Bandit is while she does seem pretty strong right now, she is really expensive, right? The 6 elixir plus the 1 for the ability. You see people misuse that ability a lot, which is actually, with things like you want to be able to get that ability elixir back. With things like Boss Bandit, it's almost good that they're being punished. So here we go. We're hopping into the game a little bit late, and looks like technically we're still kind of this is the CRL warm-up, ladies and gentlemen, the warm-up. So Juice, bottom of your screen, we're seeing a lot more Golden Knight in the current meta, which makes sense because of his buff. Top of your screen, Elixir Pump to start things off.
Elixir Pump is wild. I have seen this deck or variations of this deck quite a bit. A lot of time we don't see Elixir Pump in Clash Royale League though, and that's, I mean, Ryley's showing why you don't as well. I mean, you have Lightning. He's got the Miner ready for the Elixir Pump. Every time he plays that, it's just going to give an opportunity for Ryley to attack at the bridge like he's doing right now.
And looks like we're all kind of caught up. And Yoru, someone that you and I were discussing also before the event today, it's always great to see new names. It's one of my favorite things about Clash Royale League. Hey, wasn't too long ago where guys named Ryley, Mohamed Light, Samuel Bassoto, names like that were people that you'd never heard of. So it's really cool to see Yoru working his way into the mix. He has gotten #2 on the leaderboard all the way back in December of 2023. He's won a global tournament. That was Sudden Death, which is actually my favorite version of the global tourney. And I love the change to the Golden Knight, Juice. I really enjoy now that his dash is just a little bit more effective, moving farther across the map, moving forward and backward. I actually think it was a really, really great change.
Yeah, Golden Knight's in the mix, Boss Bandit's in the mix, Skeleton King in this mix. I mean, a lot for the last like 2 or 3 years in CRL, we've seen evolutions kind of push champions out of the meta. Champions are back. I mean, everyone is using different champions, abusing the 3-card cycle, but even their abilities, I mean, they're providing value that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, it's interesting with that 3-card cycle and then like the heavier lightning spell with decks like this at the bottom of your screen. The Golden Knight, not the tankiest of all the champions, but you get him off on the back of the board and you're able to actually create a lot of pressure, get more lightnings out than you might feel, which is why I actually think we're starting to see more Mother Witches. We've seen so much lightning in the meta lately that Mother Witch has actually been pretty dominant, especially against these decks with like Bats and Goblin Gangs, which we're seeing a lot in these Mortar, Lightning, Boss Bandit decks, even though this is Golden Knight.
Triple Elixir just coming on the last second here, Andrew, allowing Ryley to defend. That push was looking scary. Golden Knight, the bridge here, plus the Law, going to clean up the Mother Witch. Other Golden Knight cleaning up the gang. Arrows drop down the Evil Bats, and the Mortar is not the right play. And the Mother Witch prediction on the Bats. Ryley's struggling to defend here.
Yeah, really, really great plays by Yoru. Got nothing there to slow down the battle ramp. Does get a log off in time. 777 to 1159. 29 seconds remaining. Ryley up against the back wall here. And again, that Mother Witch right up at the bridge, really making it, not getting a lot of damage is Yoru, but Ryley does get a mortar shot. That's huge, Juicy. Now within lightning range to take the lead.
Yeah, and the Evo Mortar is on the board. There's 13 seconds left on the clock. The Mortar is just applying a lot of pressure, and the Lightning does drop down, like you said. Yoru does not have a big spell. He has to do something, but he can't. It's over.
You know, it's really interesting. It feels like there was a bit of that experience now that Ryley has. So you guys can see in the bottom right-hand side, popped off in 2024, grabbing second place at World Finals. That's on the live stage. That's in front of everyone in the world. And, you know, Ryley was really, really impressive. He was a huge question mark going into the World Finals last year. And it felt like there at the end that Yoru and Ryley just kind of, you know, not panicking as you get into triple elixir, but it felt like it was just like spamming at the bridge. Yoru, it felt almost kind of got caught up in it, whereas Ryley was still kind of evolving and figuring out how he was going to win that game. I don't know if that's just experience. I don't know if it's just the first game of the day, the first game of CRL 2025, but I did feel like experience came through there for Ryley because it felt like he was on his back foot for a bit.
Yeah, he was on his back foot, but I mean, I think you're completely right. I think that he has a lot of experience in defending when he's low on elixir. He stayed calm, he stayed collected, and he made it happen. Triple elixir did come in and kind of save him, allowing him to have enough elixir to drop that mortar down, but he also was able to delay and defend as best as possible, waiting for that triple elixir to come in to really allow him to kind of make a reversal there on who's attacking.
So I really like that first game because we're seeing already how different the meta is from even what it was at World Finals, right? We're seeing Evo Battle Ram, we're seeing Witch, we're seeing Golden Knight on both sides. Elixir Pump is out. Lightning hasn't been super popular, but right now Lightning is absolutely everywhere. Juicy, is that just because of the Witch? What are the other reasons why Lightning is so popular in the meta at the moment?
Great question. I think another big reason why Lightning is really in the meta right now is because of the poison tower damage nerf, the rocket tower damage nerf that happened fairly recently. And I think that Lightning's just a really good card that does a lot of damage to towers, and it also has a huge radius, so it has a decent amount of versatility compared to the rocket.
Juicy, I know you were devastated when rocket got nerfed.
Yeah, it was a dark day. No, Andrew knows that Rocket is one of my, if not my least favorite card in Clash Royale. Speaking of more balance changes, I do think that we could use just like a overall tower damage nerf for maybe spells across the board. I don't know. I think it's just good to always see the pros try to break through with troops and with skill rather than focusing on defense mainly.
So here we go. Breaking through right now is Yoru, bringing that Tower of Ryley's all the way down to 1075 in a very similar look here. Monk is also showing up a lot more. A lot of reasons, you know, I mean, you guys can do the math on why Monk would be everywhere, talking about the meta that we're in, especially paired with Royal Giant. You can see how effective it was there. And yeah, like you said at the top of the show, Juicy, RG is also everywhere. And hey, I mean, this is your job, so I'm just going to keep asking you questions. Why now RG? What is the moment now? It does seem like it's kind of found its perfect meta once again. Seems to be really, really hard to stop. Seems to be always breaking through. A lot of options through double and triple elixir. What's the reason for this moment in Clash Royale?
So there's a couple reasons. I think number one, a lot of the buildings have gotten nerfed over time. We saw an Evo Tesla nerf. We saw just a regular Tesla nerf. We've now seen the Evo Cannon and the regular Cannon get a nerf recently. Bomb Tower and Inferno Tower don't really provide that much value. Really, buildings, you know, they're not great. And Royal Giant excels in a meta like that. I think another big reason is, I think like 2 or so years ago, when they started adding evolutions, I predicted that Monk would become more and more valuable. The more units, the more evolutions they add that are ranged, the more Monk has potential to deflect Evo units. So, and I do think Royal Giant is the card that synergizes best with Monk.
That is a great breakdown. That is an absolutely great breakdown. Love to hear that. 318 remaining on that bottom right-hand tower. Ryley was able to break through. This is the second time now on that top left-hand side. He's going to get another Evo shot in. Doesn't get the third. 1035, 318. Most likely a fireball in Yoru's last slot there. And no, it's a lightning instead. I was thinking it might be lightning because we hadn't seen it. Comes out, takes the tower, and we are all even, 1-1. Now that experience might go out the window. Yoru with a little bit of momentum behind him.
Yeah, I like what Yoru did there. He knew that Ryley used lightning in the first game, and he's immediately, okay, I'm using Evo Witch. The lightning's out. Lightning and Rocket are pretty much the only two cards that can really wipe the Evo Witch off the board before the skeletons are able to heal her. So it was a great play there, and he plays very aggressively in this mirror match. I've really struggled playing Roll Giant in a mirror matchup, but the more I see and the more I play it, I think that whoever's like more aggressive is going to end up being on top.
I was just going to say, it does feel like the aggression with RGs has been kind of the way of the word, right? I mean, ever since Evo RG came into the game, we started to see a change in RGs from the back to RGs that bridge in single elixir. And then, again, great points that you're making. You talk about how defensive buildings are just not quite as strong, not quite as popular. Yoru had the Tombstone. He had the Tombstone and the Log in that matchup. Those two cards alone, coupled with, or paired with, I should say, the E-Spirit is going to give you enough stuns, enough knockbacks to kind of control that RG a little bit more. Yoru, on the other side of it, looking at Ryley's defense, you know, he didn't have a knockback. He just had the Monk and the Fish Boy. And you saw how early on, like you said, aggression really paid off with Yoru taking, you know, that tower all the way down to basically 1,000 HP just in his opening set.
Yeah, and especially with that Monk, it's just so frustrating to go against a Monk that's 1 HP, using the ability and just deflecting the Fisherman, tanking everything. Even in some cases, I've seen the Monk push the Roller Giant further to the outside of the map to dodge the opponent's building. It's just such a strong offensive push.
Yeah, and honestly, that's a little bit of Nostradamus for you there. I don't know if you know what that means, Juicy, but looking into the future when you're talking about the Monk and what it's doing as the game evolves more, that's actually really interesting. It's almost like it's like he came out and he was really strong, and then he kind of like found himself in metas. But like you said, with more and more ranged units getting evos, getting champions, and all that, is really interesting to see. The Monk is just gonna be one of those cards that might be a must-have in every best of 3 in duel mode. Obviously, things change as metas evolve, but that's just something to kind of keep in your back pocket because, yeah, I have seen a lot more Monk lately, and as you said, couples very well with RG. Back to the matter at hand, Juicy. We're going to game number 3 here. Ryley takes game number 1. He goes Mortar, Lightning, Golden Knight. Then we get like a similar look RGs in game number 2. I'm not going to put it on you to say what are they going to play in game number 3. It's obviously still very early in the day. But based off of what we've seen so far, you know, Yoru was actually playing pretty dang well, right? It felt like he had Ryley kind of up against the ropes in game 1, but then we saw, you know, Triple Elixir came in, Ryley's experience came in. Game number 2, Yoru just kind of steamrolled him the whole time. So here we go, game number 3, Ryley starting with a Snowball. Snowball can mean Balloon, Snowball can mean Drill. Drill maybe now that we're seeing Fire Spirit. Evo Snowball plus Drill, really great combination. It cycles really quickly and you can clear everything off the board with that Evo Snowball. So we'll see how Yoru wants to prepare, which looks like he might be going to the skies, Juice.
Yeah, Skelly Drags in Bats, that's interesting. Maybe like a Lumberloon, maybe Lava, maybe even a Mortar deck. And Ryley, great call. He is using a Goblin Drill Evo Snowball here. I think it's a great combo, especially since he's used the Log already. Evo Snowball does a great job of providing a lot of value with the drill, because a lot of time you can push the defensive units backwards to the back of the tower and allow your Goblin guaranteed damage lock on tower.
Big shout out to our production team and Stats Royale here. Love seeing all the graphics on screen, and it's just nice to be able to talk about what we've already seen being played instead of having to, you know, do what we usually do, hopping back and forth between screens and trying to figure it out there. Obviously, champions out in every single game so far from Ryley. And top of your screen, Juicy, is there a champion in this deck? Is there maybe AQ in that last spot or something? Maybe just a spell, huh? Yeah,
probably going to be a spell. So Yoru not going to be able to compete when it comes to the cycle here. Ryley cycles really quickly, especially with the 3-card cycle from the Mighty Miner. And it looks like Ryley's second Evo is going to be the Cannon Evo here. I think Ryley's got a great matchup for himself.
Yeah.
Yes, Yoru does have the Valk for the drill, but once again, Ryley has the Evo Snowball and cycle. If he tries the Valkyrie, he's going to drop the Snowball on it and push it to the bottom.
And there we go. Exactly what you're talking about. Snowball comes in. Yoru ready with the bar barrel. So, you know, you kind of have to do that this early on in the game. I mean, you have to do it all throughout the game to track those cycles. Those skeleton dragons from Yoru, as you can see, cycling them both on the same side of the map, those are going to be a bit of an X factor here for Yoru. It'd be annoying for Ryley to take care of. Wow. Rocket comes out just on the Evo mortar, misses the skeleton dragons, but I guess the mortar was really more of the threatening play. And a pretty decent cleanup there from Ryley. I'd say medium. Juicy, rate that defense.
Yeah, I would give it a 5 out of 10. I mean, he does take out the Evo mortar, which is definitely the main threat, like you said, but there's a lot of damage coming through. Ryley still has a lot of work to do if he's going to come back and win this. And Yoru is continuing the pressure. He's got the miner, he's got the mortar, he's got the poison. Ryley needs to hit a pre-Evo snowball on one of these Valkyries in order to make it so that these goblins can hit. Just because that barbarian barrel is always going to come through if the drill gets low enough on HP.
Yeah, and then obviously Ryley doesn't have much of an option to kind of wait this game out and try to rocket cycle. Minor poison always frustrating to go up against in that sense. And again, these skeleton dragons being a bit of a nuisance here for Ryley. They're taking a lot of elixir from him, taking a lot of attention from him. That snowball is always going to want to be used on offense, and then on defense, you know, taking care of those skeleton dragons. It's really like an Evo cannon or a fire spirit plus, you know, just kind of sacrificing your guards. So curious to see how Ryley's going to continue to evolve. There we go, fire spirit and sacrificing of the guards. Has to snowball on defense left-hand side. Evo mortar not on the tower yet, but might. There it is.
Wait, it's going to lock on the bomber first? But now it's on the tower. I think the Mighty Miner was out of range. No way. The Mighty Miner's able to distract.
Ryley's dragons are going to get pushed back. One skeleton dragon connects. No, wow. Ryley playing some crazy defense right now, Juice.
He's staying alive. Now we're heading into triple elixir. Will triple elixir save him again? No, both the mortars locked. Yoru is already celebrating. Ryley is already shaking his head. He knows it's over. Double mortar with the poison. And Yoru with a massive upset, taking down our CRL World Finals runner-up from last year.
I mean, I don't know if you could have said that any better. And holy.
Yeah. Wow, that's a big celebration from Yoru coming in. I mean, I'm just so impressed with his gameplay. You'd think he might be a little bit nervous playing against Ryley in that situation, but he was locked in. He won the RG mirror matchup, and it looked on paper like it could be a difficult matchup going against the Evo Cannon, the Evo Snowball, and even that Rocket. But he just kept applying the pressure. He played in the opposite lane, and I mean, it just ended up working out for him. And I mean, I'm kind of speechless. I'm rambling. This is insane.
No. I mean, you're totally right, man. I mean, this is what we love about CRL. Anything can happen on a Saturday. Anything can happen on a Sunday. And as you just said, our world number 2 just taken down in game number 1. So we will see Ryley again today. He will be facing elimination, but that is going to be not for quite some time. So he's going to have to sit back and look at the competitive kind of meta evolve throughout this day. Juicy, talk to me a little bit about these matchups. I mean, I know you just said it a little bit. Game number 2, Yoru did a great job playing through that mirror matchup. Game number 1, Ryley kind of bounces back. Game number 3, you know, it felt like Ryley had a pretty good matchup, but the Valkyrie, the Bar Barrel, the Skeleton Dragons, and then the Relentless Miner Poison Pressure, was it just matchup? Was it just Yoru? What was it?
I mean, there's a lot going on here. I think that in the first game, Ryley's got some great defense. The Ice Wiz is unkillable. The Lightning, the Miner for Elixir Collectors. Second game, it's a little bit bugged, but Yoru did have a Lightning, not Poison.
Oh, I see, yep. And Tombstone instead of the double Fish Boy.
Yep, and I think that is kind of just what allowed him to win this. I've noticed a lot in these RG mirror matchups when you are going against a roll of giant deck and they end up having a building plus Fisherman. It gives you a slight advantage, but he also has the Lightning for the Witch. And then in that third game, once again, he just was able to apply so much pressure. And I really don't think the Rocket was the right pick for that deck. I think that the Rocket actually made it so it was really difficult to take out the Skelly Drags. And Yoru noticed that right away, and he abused the Skelly Drags the entire game.
Yeah, it's really, that is a really interesting point. I think we were both kind of shocked when that rocket came out. Fireball was used in game number 2 from Ryley, but I know Poison isn't as strong as it used to be, but I mean, why not Poison there? I mean, I know, again, Drill plus Fireball is kind of the way to go, but, Poison's just a little bit slower of a Fireball in that sense. Do you think that would have been better for him, or you think he still would have struggled?
I think if Ryley had Poison in that third match, he 100% would have won. The Skelly Drags are not an issue. He can play same lane, poison the mortar every time. I think that defense becomes a little bit easier. I'm not sure what matchup Ryley was looking for. I'm assuming he picked Rocket for a specific reason. Maybe expecting a Balloon deck or a Lava Loon deck.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But yeah, the Rocket just was not showing the value there.
And as you guys can see, we have our 5th match of the day set. Samuel Bassoto, excited to see him back going up against Yoru. And of course, yeah, just to talk about these guys, Ryley, Ruben, Light, Sosa, Grico, Asaf, Clown, Samuel, Bassoto. Those are all of our blue teams, our favorites. And of course, you can see there in our quarterfinals, those are all the guys, Guriko, Bassoto, Asaf, and Clown, that got the first round bye. They were the top of each of their groups. Yoru, Adriel, Pedro, and Tourist, of course, all their opponents. We're excited to go Ruben and Adriel next here. And of course, Samuel and Yoru, our 5th matchup of the day. Exciting stuff. Crazy things already to start. We love to see an upset. And of course, it wouldn't be CRL if we weren't back with the wonderful YouTube and Twitch chats. 2 fishermen walk into a bar. We love that. And of course, stop talking. We want to see Mo versus Pedro. It wouldn't be CRL if they didn't tell us to quit talking. So make sure you guys join into those chats. Yeah, exactly. Go watch on Twitch. Go watch on YouTube. And of course, follow along on Twitter, Esports Royale, EN, for all things English in the Clash Royale League world. Juicy, going into match number 2 of the day. Definitely excited about this one. I just talked about it. Adriel going up against Ruben, 2 guys that have really shown how dominant they can be. Ruben was in our World Finals back in 2023. Adriel just barely missed in 2024. I think a lot of us were really expecting him to be there, but that's just not the way the points fall sometimes. This should be a really, really exciting matchup. Ruben's kind of popped in and out of the competitive scene ever since winning that World Championship back in the day.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see different players find more success in different metas. I do think that we've seen Ruben succeed with maybe a slightly more expensive decks, and also with the Royal Giant, with Mortar Bait, stuff like that. And I think that's maybe going to give him an edge here. Adriel, though, one of the greatest players in this match. He's been in the competitive scene for almost just as long as Ruben, maybe just not old enough to play in the earlier leagues.
Hey, yeah, maybe not the best way to go about it, but you know what? That experience has definitely paid off down the log run, and we're excited that Adriel is now competing the way that he is supposed to be. And I gotta say, we didn't mention it in the first set of the day, Juicy. A little surprised that we didn't see Boss Bandit.
Yeah, I agree. I honestly, when you were asking me what deck I thought Ryley was going to play game 3, I was really expecting to see a Boss Bandit Miner Poison. I think that he's really good with that type of deck, similar to Mo even, just being able to really just lock down defense. And the Boss Bandit just does a great job of providing some DPS, but also that 3-card cycle like we're always talking about.
So looking like Skelly King Evo Witch plus RG here, maybe top of the screen. And then bottom of the screen, we've seen many versions of this deck. This is actually the version of the deck I think I was talking to you about in your chat the other day.
Right.
Instead of having the guards, it has the gang, should still have the spears and the lightning.
I see.
But it also could have arrows as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's interesting to see the Miner and Lightning mortar decks. It's just going to provide so much pressure. But yeah, it seems like the defense might be a little bit too expensive here. That is one of the Boss Bandit, fatal flaws that you mentioned at the beginning of the cast. Is yes, it is very strong, but it's bouncing away because of how expensive it is. Ruben playing the Boss Bandit there on defense, but he has to wait a long time before playing those arrows, and that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that is probably the great equalizer there with the Boss Bandit. Big shout out to Donald, who's been doing an incredible job. We were both lucky enough to meet him in Finland. Great guy, lot of experience, and I think a lot of success in balancing Clash Royale so far. This is a game that I would never want to have the task of balancing, and I think he's been doing a great job, especially with all the evos, all the towers, all the champions. So big shout out to him.
I absolutely agree. Okay, wait. This is a very important moment. He's got the Evo Roll Giant countering the Evo Mortar. Ruben needs to now use this opportunity to take out this Mortar and then counter push with these units. He might be able to get some damage back. Here comes the Miner, but the pre-Fisherman going to snag the Miner immediately in the E-Spear for the bats. This defense, he made it look easy.
Yeah, you know, and what's crazy is just because I'm so used to seeing this version of the Mortar deck with Cannoneer, I was thinking that Ruben was going to have to defend those skeletons, and I just realized it's Princess Tower instead.
Right.
So I don't know if that's going to end up... I mean, obviously in this matchup, I think it's going to be better in the sense of cleaning up all the Witch spam, the Skeleton King spam. Obviously less effective against the RG, but kind of pick your poison in this moment for Ruben, who is struggling to get on tower.
Yeah, he can't seem to get the Miner, the Mortar, or anything on tower, and Adriel kind of just getting a damage. Wait, I say that, but here's one, maybe two Mortar shots, but look at this defense.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be tough to make this happen.
But big push on that left-hand side. Mortar comes down last second by Ruben, doing a decent job defending. Boss Bandit on top of the RG and does clean it up. Second RG is going to be ready to go, but probably going to hold off for a second here. And yeah, Juicy, the version that I was thinking about doesn't have Miner, and it has Spear Goblins there instead.
I see.
And yeah, the whole Miner plus Lightning plus, because usually in this deck, I think one of the things that struggles is just getting damage on tower, right? Because you just have the Boss Bandit and the Mortar usually. Ruben trying to fix that with the Miner, but maybe losing some of the synergy.
Yeah, I agree. And here comes another Roll of Giant push. Boss Bandit going to dash, but there's not enough for the Mortar. He goes for the ability. The ice is a slow, but it doesn't matter. This Roll of Giant is locked and loaded. This Skelly King ability on the right-hand lane. There's just too much Swarm for Ruben to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, that was just so well picked and played by Adriel there. I mean, honestly, I don't even know what you do in that matchup. You know, Ruben's trying to go opposite lane. Minor damage isn't going to be able to keep up throughout the game. You're not going to be able to spell cycle in any sort of situation because of the pileup at the bridge. I mean, is there a way to play through that? I'm going to look at the actual matchup analytics here.
Yeah, no, it's very difficult, especially since he just has the arrows instead of the log. I think a log could do a lot better in this matchup versus the Skeleton King, the Tombstone, maybe, I mean, especially even the Roll of Giant. You talked about it earlier. Once again, like, log is such an important spell to have versus Roll of Giant because you can kind of stun it and make it so that it maybe just does a little bit less damage to either your building or your tower to give you a little bit more time to make that defense happen.
And of course, you guys playing at the highest level have the perfect timing on that log, you know, right before the shot goes off to give it that like half step or a couple of milliseconds longer of a stun. Completely agree. And yeah, when you talk about the synergy of that deck, looking online at Royale API, just because these are like a little bit, the version that Ruben ran isn't quite as popular. It's still a 70-30 matchup for Adriel, and I completely agree. There's just no way to keep up with that Swarm. You've only got two cards that can do that in the Ice Wiz, which you don't usually want to just drop on top of Swarm units. You usually want to keep him in the back, being one of the strongest defensive cards in the game. And then, as you said, Juicy, yeah, you're just not having that log. It just makes the deck a little bit heavier. And as I was talking about the synergy of this deck, it is a weird deck to usually only have the Boss Bandit and the Mortar as your win conditions, but the Miner just kind of, I don't know, just didn't really fit. The deck just didn't quite fit the way that it's supposed to. So Adriel does a great job in that opening game there, running RG. Like you said, Juicy, RG, really, really strong right now. It's
so strong. It's so difficult to defend, especially when, I mean, once again, we've seen it now paired with the Skeleton King. We've seen it paired with the Monk. You can even put just a Ghost as a tank in this deck. There's just so many different ways to play Roll Giant. You can play it as a kind of cycle deck, try and get multiple Roll Giants on the board. You can also play it as a beatdown deck, especially when paired with the Skeleton King. That's what we just saw. It's so difficult to stop a Skeleton King plus Roll Giant plus a support unit with the Skeleton King ability. If you're able to get that push going together, it's like, how are you going to make that happen? Unless you have like an Evo Valkyrie, it's going to be very difficult.
I know, and I was even thinking, like, what are the decks that match up well against it? You know, we are still seeing a lot of Royal Hogs AQ with Earthquake, but even there you see, because of the Fish Boy, the Tombstone, the Skeleton King, the Log, probably be tough to match up against. Even the Wish has splash damage there. What are the best matchups out in the world right now for that RG deck?
The interesting thing is that Mortar is supposed to match up well versus it, but apparently not versus the Skeleton King and Tombstone variation. I don't know. I mean, I think that a good like minor poison or maybe a good like hog earthquake could get it done. I think that roll hogs are also very strong in the meta, very underrated. The roll delivery does a great job, and plus the cannon does a great job of dealing with the roll giant plus a witch or whatever other support unit they might have.
Yeah, I was thinking Evo Cannon plus delivery, plus if you need a log or an earthquake at the bridge could really stop that pile up. Obviously, the quick cycle there to get another cannon down for the second RG. But that's just us theorizing about a good matchup while we are in another game here. In game number 2, we got Hog EQ, top of your screen. A little bit of a funky version with guards and fire spirit. And there's the Evo Firecracker. Bottom of your screen, we're seeing Ruben run drill with Evo Cannon and Evo Snowball. No surprise there, but...
Interesting. So we see a little Prince for a 3-card cycle from Ruben, and then we do see the Boss Bandit Hog EQ variation from Adriel. Interesting. I'm thinking about who might have the matchup here. I want to say that Adriel does, just because Ruben isn't going to have a big spell, and that Earthquake's going to do a great job of cleaning through that cannon. And the Boss Bandit is going to provide decent value, although Ruben does have the Knight and Guards to help defend.
Yeah, nice work there with Ruben having to use the guards, the knight, and the ice spirit to cover that boss bandit. But if you think about it, with the use of the abilities, that actually ends up being, I think, a +1 trade because Ruben did use the ability twice. So it is interesting when you think about how many cards are spent. But when you look at the elixir value actually spent, not a bad trade. Just feels like you're having to spend a lot of attention on one card.
Yeah, that's a good call out. The other thing I want to call out is I forgot that Adriel actually used log in his first match, so he actually has a roll delivery here instead of log. That might give Ruben an opportunity to make something happen with the drill Evo snowball combo. It does a great job of clearing out the supporting units or the defensive units from Adriel, and without the log, it might be able to allow those goblins to lock on tower.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point that you make. That's something that Adriel's going to have to keep track of, and then have to have that royal delivery kind of hovering, you know, for when that drill does come in. So here we go. Drill comes down. I think Evo Snowball's in cycle. There's the Evo Snowball. Grabs the delivery. Maybe not the perfect order, but does do a decent amount of cleanup, although Ruben does take the lead here for the first time in this matchup.
Yeah, and the Evo Snowball does a great job. It also took out that fire spirit there, and that's the thing about the Evo Snowball. It just has such a wide radius, and it just really pulls in almost everything, allowing for nice connections there. Wait, Little Prince gets taken out. Pre-Earthquake for a cannon. He goes for the drill on defense because the drill has more HP. But now the Evo Firecrackers on cycle, and this boss man is a menace to deal with. He is defending well, but another Hogger to inbound. Cannon on defense. Wow. Ruben doing a pretty good job, but look at the Earthquake at the Firecracker chip damage that's coming through.
Yeah, and that all started from Ruben kind of trying to catch the Hog Rider coming out early. He dropped preemptive guards, and I wasn't sure if I had lost something. I was like, am I gone? But apparently we are losing a little bit of our gameplay. We're going to try to hop back in as soon as possible, obviously. What I was going to talk about was Ruben kind of looking for that hog early, but now that the game is not on the screen anymore, it doesn't really matter. But let me see if I can try to pull up API here and at least follow along with who ended up winning that game. I don't have my phone next to me, so I can't.
While you're doing that, I'll just talk about one other interaction that really went down there. Ruben did have a nice anti-earthquake cannon placement at one point to take out the Firecracker, but he ended up missing an Ice Spirit to push the Hogrider over to the cannon, which allowed for some early damage for Adriel. So maybe a little bit of nerves coming in from Ruben here, or just a misplay, really costing a lot of damage. Well, once we figure it out, we'll see if that ended up costing him the game or not.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is a good call out that you had there, just kind of talking. It did seem like Ruben was playing with a little bit of nerves, and here we go. It looks like we're going to be able to kind of catch back up. It looks like we missed Adriel's a little bit more damage from him, but as you can see, tower down to 800. Ruben getting some good damage in on that left-hand side. Tower down to 720. So Ruben is in the lead with 7
Wow.
seconds remaining. A Hog Rider comes in, is caught, snowball in with the Earthquake.
Wow.
520 to 640. And Ruben ends up winning game number 2 by 121 HP. So it may
That's
not
a
be the
plot twist.
prettiest way to watch it, but we were able to get it back there, Juice.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I saw Ruben down 500 damage when we lagged out or whatever happened there. And I was like, there's no way. Adriel's definitely winning this game. But, I mean, we saw at the end there with a drill and a pre-snowball, ended up taking on the Fire Spirit, and it ended up being enough damage. Huge shout out to Ruben, really staying calm and collected despite a couple of mistakes, locking in and clutching up the win there. GG's.
Yeah, he did a really good job when he was under fire with that hog push on the right-hand side, the double firecrackers there. The Evo firecracker comes down as soon as Ruben uses all of his spell value, but he did a good job of keeping units just far enough away from the fire, from his tower so it wasn't splashing on. And then, yeah, you see a perfectly executed snowball plus drill there. Gets us to another game number 3. And yeah, so thanks for sticking with us, everybody.
Yep. So game number 3, we have Hog Earthquake out, Drill out. Boss Bandit was used by Adriel. I don't know if we've actually seen a Roll Giant from Ruben yet. So maybe we'll see some Roll Giant. Maybe we'll see some Minor Poison. I would say those are probably the 2 decks that are going to succeed most in this competitive format.
Yeah. I think if you're Adriel, you really have to think about Royal Giant. Ruben has proven to be one of the best RG players in the game. You know, it's obviously been a little bit of time, a little bit of change in meta since that was the case. But once an RG player, always an RG player. And it really does fit Ruben's style of play. You know, calm, collected, analytical. And then you look for that moment where your opponent has used all the correct answers. And then, you know, you always see it. It's a perfect log with a perfect E-Spirit, and then the Fisherman comes down just in time. Spell value goes out on the building, whatever it is. We all hate playing against it, but love watching it. So we'll see if Ruben does come out with that in game number 3. I think that's a really good call, Juicy. It does make sense. It is a favored archetype of his, and then maybe that'll actually get us to answer the question that we were asking earlier, which is what is the best way to maybe match up against it, and what a better person to do it than someone like Adriel going up against Ruben. So here we go.
This might be the replay from the last game to catch us up on what we missed.
Yes, thank you. So here we go, Juicy. Why don't you break this down?
Yeah, I mean, this cannon here at the last second, stopping this Hog Rider, allowed him to somehow stay in the game. He's still down 300 HP at this point, but the Goblins are getting a couple hits through. Earthquake cycle from Adriel. Drill coming in, but he's defending pretty well. He's got the delivery. He's got the Fire Spirit.
Yeah.
And another Hog. Okay, not enough elixir for the cannon. That might actually end up saving him because he waits until the last second to play it, preventing that Hog hit. But the fire gets chipped. I can't believe that Adriel ends up winning this game with only Ruben ends up winning this game with only 20 seconds.
Wow, look at that value from the Evo cannon. Cleans up the units on the left-hand side, takes out the Evo firecracker, cleans up the units on the bridge on the right-hand side. I mean, pushes back the Hog and puts damage on it. I mean, yeah, wow. Snowball comes in.
Oh my gosh. And then the last second Goblin hit after predicting the Fire Spear with the snowball. I mean, that absolute cinema. I mean, I cannot believe that Ruben won that. That's insane.
Yeah, shout out to our production team for being able to get that back for all of us to watch. You know, it took us a second, but we were able to get there. And again, sorry for the technical difficulties, but this is the CRL warm-up. We should have all this ironed out just as soon as CRL rolls around. And Ruben, world champion, able to bounce back there. I mean, it really did feel like it was just going to be a 2-game sweep. Adriel doing all the things correctly, but Ruben never saying die, just like back in 2020. There was a lot of times when it felt like Queso was kind of out of it or down, and Ruben was always able to bring them back. I mean, obviously why he won the MVP that year. So I don't think we got a poll for this one. I'm really curious to see what that would have looked like, because I actually don't know who the underdog is in this matchup, Juicy. I mean, you would think you would just say Adriel because Ruben's a world champion. But maybe over the last couple of years, it's been 2 years since it's been 2 years for both of them. I don't know. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
Yeah, I would give Adriel a little bit of an edge. Just because, I mean, I've been very impressed with his gameplay watching last few years. It seems like Ruben, I mean, he's definitely still got it, as we've just seen. But it seems like, I don't know. I see a little bit of less of Mohamed Light in Ruben. I see a little bit more of Mohamed Light in Adriel, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I feel like Adriel still has the hunger a little bit more, and it makes sense, again, when you talk about already being a world champion. And, of course, back in 2023, they both ended up in that 5th, 6th, $50,000 spot, so it makes sense why it's very, very tough to pick maybe who the underdog and who the favored player is. I think I'm going to have to agree with you, but you know what? Just to play devil's advocate, I'll say Ruben because he's a former world champion. Here we go. Piggy's out in game number 3 for Ruben. Top of your screen, looks like an interesting version of bait. Golden Knight, Dart Gob, Inferno Tower.
Yeah, this is gonna be a fascinating matchup. Adriel really gonna struggle versus the Royal Hogs. He's actually already struggling versus the Royal Hogs because that Inferno Tower just isn't what you really want. A nice Goblin Gang in the middle, though, gonna help counter both the Valkyrie and the Royal Hogs, and that's the most emotion we'll see from Adriel all day today with a little eyebrow raise after that defense.
Yeah, I bet he was like, okay, all right, that Goblin Gang was perfect, and that was a little stressful, so here we go.
I forgot to mention about the new meta, but we almost have a new card here in the Goblin Hut. A complete rework, making it actually one of the best buildings in the game at the moment. But that's another reason why Royal Giant's so dominant. If Goblin Hut is being used as one of the main buildings, I mean, it doesn't have that utility to actually get damage, the amount of damage you need versus the RGs.
Yeah, what a crazy, out of nowhere rework for a card that has been so dead for so long. Again, shout out to Donald, because I do think it is a really interesting change. It's also really interesting to see how it's changed the way people play the card. You'll see people play it almost not aggressively, but like a little higher on the board, so it triggers those goblins to come out in stressful situations. It's not always advised, but it is just a really interesting rework of the card. Yeah, absolutely crazy there.
Okay, here comes another snowball onto the Goblins. Barbarian Barrel trying to clean up, but another Goblin spawns in. That's another reason why Snowball synergizes so well with the drill. If you're able to get the Snowball down, a lot of the time it slows down the tower enough to allow for one extra Goblin spawn on that Gob drill.
25-16, 21-37. Adriel making the Inferno Tower work, but obviously having to spend an arm and a leg every single time to avoid any damage. Still gets a little piggy nuzzle there on the tower. 1904 to 2466, excuse me, is the lower tower on Ruben's side.
Snowball once again coming through, but the Goblins, wait, what? Well, look at this Gold Knight. This Gold Knight hits everything. Wait.
Wow. Did it not hit the tower?
I don't know if it did.
Run out?
I think there's enough. I think it hit enough targets where it actually did not hit tower. Ruben playing the Goblins last second there to soak everything up. But that Fire Spirit taking out the entire Gob Gang. There's so much happening right now, but Ruben's up a solid 600 HP.
Yeah, what a wild interaction of like 20 seconds that was. Adriel's trying to play defense with the Dark Gob on the right-hand side. The Golden Knight's dashing right. Yeah, there's another bit of emotion there as Adriel raises his eyebrows again after the huge Golden Knight connection. I mean, that's the biggest play that's happened so far in the game for him, and that's all we get out of him. 13-16, 14-73, 1 minute remaining in play. Royal Hog cycled in the back for Ruben.
Evo Valk on defense, and I really like this play from Adriel. He knows that he's trying to outside the Inferno Tower, so he decides to defend without the Inferno, and it's very close. Another Royal Hogs in the back, another drill, pre-snowball. Fire Spirit does jump, though. Evo Snowball is going to be in cycle. That might be the difference maker in these last 30 seconds.
A lot of good damage on the left-hand side. Adriel actually didn't get as much out of that Golden Knight dash as he could have. I think he wasn't expecting it to do as much damage as it did. Doesn't pull the dash in time. Now we see Ruben switching lanes to the right-hand side after this big pile-up. 11:57 to 11:01. 15 seconds remaining. 2 nail biters back-to-back. 10 seconds remain. Ruben down, goes in with the Royal Hogs on the left-hand side as Adriel comes down on the right.
Royal Hogs they do get to the tower. Barbarian Bro coming through. Wait, the Goblin locks on.
Oh!
And Ruben wins by just 12 HP. Are you kidding me?
My goodness, the Fire Spirit does just enough. 12 HP for our former world champion, and this wonderful back and forth between Adriel and Ruben continues on. Absolutely great stuff.
I mean, in my book, we've seen 2 upsets so far today. I mean, this is why I was excited to cast this CRL warm-up. Not only is there a $15,000 prize pool, but we have not seen these players play in a competitive scene for so long. Here is where we see who's been grinding in the offseason, who's been practicing, who's been putting in the work, and who is ready for the Clash Royale League season this year.
Yeah, I mean, incredible gameplay there. Games 2 and Games 3. I know Game 2 we had a little bit of a hiccup, but we're able to go back and watch. Also an absolute nail biter. Adriel takes game number 1. Ruben somehow survives in game number 2, and then again in game number 3 by 12 HP with 2 absolutely wild decks here, Juicy. I mean, neither of these were on my bingo card for the day.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I love about this duels formatting. I have not seen Drill Snowball played in like Hop Ladder or in any sort of like competitive game mode in game recently, but I always thought that would work with the Evo Snowball buff. But now we get to see the pros play a lot of Drill Evo Snowball in this duels formatting, and it seems to be working so far for both players here. But Ruben just barely able to clutch the win. I mean, I also really like the fact that he almost predicted what his opponent might play. I mean, the Roll Hogs, great matchup versus the Inferno. He has the Fire Spirit, the Witch, the Goblins, the Barbell, and the Valkyrie to help out versus the Drill. But I mean, the crazy thing is after all that, because of the Evo Snowball, that game was so close.
Yeah, and then, you know, the other side of that is all these units, the Hut, the Witch, the Goblins, all that, they leave a little bit of, even the Royal Hogs, there's a little bit of a trail for that Golden Knight to connect, as we saw happen for Adriel. Right. So a really, really fun one. And also, you know, you talk about some of the cards that we're seeing, that Goblin Hut, it was legitimate. It worked. You know, it is a building in the game that is viable. And I have not been able to say that about the Goblin Hut in my this is my 9th year. Which is absolutely incredible of casting CRL. It's my 9th year, and never has the Goblin Hut felt like it was a viable card. So pretty cool to see it being used here in our warm-up in 2025. Wow, Juicy, we are only 2 matches into the day. We are already an hour into our broadcast. We've had 2 great back-to-back best-of-3s. Obviously, Ryley falling in our very first matchup. There we go, production team right on time. So now we have our first 6 matches of the day set up. We have match 11 and 12 getting ready, as they're going to be waiting for the losers of the other matches at hand. So here we go. Ryley falls to Yoru. Yoru moves on to play Samuel Bassoto. Ruben able to take out Adriel, edge him out just by, I mean, combined less than 200 HP over those 2 games. Grico will be going up against Ruben. Light, Pedro next. That is going to be absolutely incredible as Asaf waits to play the winner of that matchup. Sosa, Tourist, 2 of our, honestly, 2 of the biggest names in the game right now. They've really kind of shown how good they are over the last couple years. Excited to see both of them back in the mix, and of course going up against Clown, who I'm a big fan of. And like I said, Ryley and Adriel down at the bottom of our screen, waiting to see. They will be playing once again today, so if you're fans of Ryley or Adriel, make sure you stick around to the very end of our day, because they are facing elimination. $500 or an opportunity to keep playing for that $15,000 prize. Here we go. Mohamed Light going up against Pedro. This is a good
exciting
one.
Yeah, this is the powerhouse matchup of the first round. Mohamed Light, you know, obviously best player in the world, but we saw Pedro last year not really, you know, play as expected. You know, we did see, I believe in 2023, Pedro end up getting to number 2 in the world at the World Finals on his kind of debut live event. And last year we didn't see the same Pedro, but I have been seeing Pedro absolutely grinding, playing a lot of Clash Royale recently. And I think this year we're going to see Pedro back in form.
Yeah, you know, not everyone can have that repeat of getting second place, you know, at the CRL World Finals. Pedro did an incredible job, and honestly, that was one of those where we went to the upper bracket, or the Grand Finals reset, where Mugi was able to take it from him. Maybe if Pedro had as much stage experience as Mugi had at that moment, maybe we'd be talking about how Pedro is also a world champion.
Yep.
But on the other side of it, he is going up against the two-time undisputed GOAT of Clash Royale, the two-time world champion, undisputed GOAT of Clash Royale in Mohamed Light. Juicy, you and I were doing just a little bit of work this morning before the show talking about Mo Light at World Finals last year. In case you guys don't remember, Mohamed Light lost 1 game last year at CRL World Finals.
Yeah,
just
that's ridiculous.
1 game, and that was to a former world champion in LCOP in the very first match of the tournament. Other than that, it was Mo Light 2-0 over Lucas, Mo Light 2-0 over Ryley, and then Mo Light 2-0 over Ryley again in our grand finals. So Mohamed Light still just really locking in why he is the greatest player in the game, and we'll see how much work he's been putting in this downtime. I mean, we're still seeing him grind. We're still seeing him get to that number 1, number 2, number 3 spot on the leaderboard. I mean, this is Mohamed Light we're talking about, so here we go. This is an exciting best of 3. Game number 1, RG, bottom of your screen, no surprise there. Evo Hunter, I believe, first appearance of the day. Top of your screen, Juicy, talk to me a little bit about those 4 cards when they're all paired together.
Yeah, we might see a little bit of splash yard from Pedro here. The splash yard, like, I don't know, the splash yard meta is in a really weird spot. After the tornado nerf, I've even seen a lot of splash yard variations that don't even use tornado. We might be seeing an Ice Wiz plus Evo Witch no tornado matchup here. And the question here is, how does this deck pair versus RG? I would say in general, it can be difficult to defend the RG, as you're seeing right here, just because once again, you know, the Tombstone isn't getting the job done. The Gob Huts don't get the job done. You need a cannon, you need a Berry Tower, you need an Inferno Tower, something like that. But on the other hand, Mohamed Light doesn't have a big spell. A lot of the time, Splasher can struggle because a Fireball can take out your Ice Wiz, or a Lightning can take out your Witch. No big spell here maybe gives Pedro a solid chance once we're in double elixir.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe trying to hold that Lightning or other big spell for later on in this best of 3. He decides to go with the small spell of the Rage plus the small spell of the Log there. And there you go, Rage dropping in on that Ice Wiz, Log coming out on that Tombstone.
Fisherman gonna pull the Witch here. Mo, but he's just playing patient here. He's up damage, and he's just gonna try and hold on to that. But here's the difficult part for Mo. Though Evo Witch is in cycle, no Lightning in this deck to deal with it. He's gonna have to make some Mo Light plays in order to defend this Evo Witch.
Yeah, and as you were saying, just him playing slow and steady, getting 2 Rages out on that Ice Wiz for a little bit of tower chip damage. 1981 to 2874 here, as we're seeing a bit of a pile up at the bridge, which is to be expected.
And we see another Witch dropping down instead of the Graveyard. He wants to keep spawning in lots of skeletons here, but the Fisherman does clutch. It pulls the Evo Witch to the middle map, and he's able to take it out. That's insane. Pedro just lost all his momentum in this match.
What a snipe there from the Fish Boy. Minute 45 remains here in overtime, and 1981 is the lead for Mo Light as he cycles an RG in the opposite lane of the damage that is done, maybe trying to focus the attention of Pedro to the other side, because that is the weaker tower of Mo on the left-hand side. And as you said, Juice, he's got a massive lead, and there's not a way for Pedro to catch up other than having a great graveyard come through. So Mo just making him play out of sorts and in his pace, making Pedro play at Mo's pace.
Here comes the Graveyard Barber on the left-hand side. Guards, last card, going to do a great job of defending here. And the Monk on the right, just cleaning up the Baby Dragon, cleaning up almost everything. We do see Pedro get some nice damage through, but there's only 60 seconds left in this game, Andrew.
Skellies from the graveyard keep that witch alive. That evil witch has been alive for, I don't know, 30 seconds on the right-hand side of the board. Doesn't seem to be much of a threat, though, at the moment for Mo Light, keeping her at bay. And there you go, Fishboy going to take care of her as the battle resumes on the left-hand side of the board. Monk kind of holding everything at the line. Mo goes RG at the bridge, right-hand side.
Law gonna come through. Baby Drag Graveyard is a big threat, but he decides to spend Elixir on defense, and that's why Mo plays this RG. He knows that he's gonna force him to defend, and he's playing another one, forcing him to defend even further, trying to make it so Pedro can't go for that graveyard.
Right, you know Pedro wants to graveyard right now on the right-hand side. Yep. He's got a great push put together, but that Monk doing a great job against the Ice Wiz Witch combo. RG's coming out. Sometimes the best defense is offense, and that's what we're seeing here from Mohamed Light. Get those RGs out so that my opponent cannot stack Elixir up. And there you go. Good defense, although a lot of damage in. Mo
and the Witch on the tower? But it's not enough. Mohamed Light making the impossible possible, winning versus the Evo Witch without a big spell in game number 1. This is insane.
Yeah, you know, the ability that he has to just play confidently and calm, doing things like cycling rages to get that little bit of chip damage early on just because he's got such a good track of the elixir, the great plays of the aggressive RGs late game, the switching lanes when he didn't even need to. You know, the very first lane switch I thought was really, really brilliant because there wasn't really any reason for it other than I have a damage lead. My left-hand tower is the weaker of the two towers. As this game goes on, I don't want to give him poison value. I don't want to keep having this battle at the bridge on the left-hand side, and then that's the only thing I'm going to do because he's going to overwhelm me eventually. So great job. Switches lanes. That Monk on the right-hand lane kept doing... Because what he would do is Mo would switch lanes, go to the right-hand side. That would pull the elixir out of Pedro. But then Mohamed could kind of like equal out that elixir spent just with that Monk. It would always take out the Ice Wiz and would always take out the support units, and then the Witch just by herself isn't going to do enough. What else was so great about that match, Juice?
I mean, I think you called it. The Monk was definitely the MVP. It was deflecting everything. I think maybe actually more than that, the Fisherman. I think that without the big spell, Mohamed Light realized that there is only one way he's going to take the Evo Witch off the board, as she's just constantly healing herself with those skeletons. Is he needs the Fisherman to lock onto that Witch and pull it in, allowing his towers and everything to lock directly onto her instead of the skeletons. And he did a great job of clearing away those skeletons with the log, the rage, to allow those Fishermen to really lock on that Witch and make the defense possible.
You know, I've seen this a lot on your streams, in Clash Royale in general. You know, when you see the players at the highest level and they know that they're going up against a big, beefy beatdown deck, that the idea of that deck is to get a big push on one side of the board, you always see them go hyper aggressive opposite lane to make sure that can't happen. I hear you talk about it on your streams because obviously, you know, we get all those people in mid ladder that are always struggling against Mega Knight. And you know, the best players in the world, a Mega Knight comes down, they pressure opposite lane, and then they usually kite that Mega Knight to King Tower with like 3 elixir, right? This is that very basic idea brought out to the highest level of gameplay. If you're going up against this deck that you know is going to start to succeed more in double elixir, you know that that pileup is going to happen, you know they have the poison value, and you know the only reason that they're going to be able to beat you is with that Knight plus Witch plus Baby Dragon and then the graveyard. You've got to make them spend elixir elsewhere, and that was perfect from our 2-time world champion.
I love what Mo's doing here. He's like, you know what? I'm going to show you how to play this deck, Pedro. And he literally just straight up copies here. He's on the Evo Witch splash yard here. We're not going to see a tornado, which once again is so strange to me.
It's wild.
Rip Tornado 2025. But yeah, we'll see. And it looks like he's going against Pedro using a mortar bait deck. I would say that the Mo probably has a pretty good matchup here, but that's pretty contingent on the spell situation from Pedro. If Pedro does have that lightning for the Evo Witch, it could be difficult to get value from that card.
Yeah, those spears going to also get a lot of value against the graveyard for Pedro there, at least something to think about. And yeah, it's wild, man. It's talking about spears, talking about tornado. Every single time that NATO comes off and doesn't take my spear goblins or other like squishy troops off the board that it used to, I'm always like, is that under level? No, this is it's still, even now, it still throws me off.
And there is the lightning from Pedro. going to clean off the Evo Witch immediately. But the other, like, probably the biggest thing to think about in this matchup, though, is the fact that Pedro is using the Cannoneer version. This is maybe the only time, or one of the only times, we'll actually see a different tower troop other than Princess used. And it just makes it so Mohamed Light can do this. He's going to go for the Graveyard. He doesn't need a tank. He's the Cannoneer, only shoots once every, like, you know, 1.5 to 2 seconds, allowing those skeletons to provide a lot of pressure and value.
As someone that plays Mortar a lot, everyone knows that, but, you know, now with Cannoneer, Mortar Cannoneer is kind of a must. Graveyard is always very frustrating to play against because there is that thing that you just talked about, Juicy, where you can use that Graveyard just so much more liberally. You don't need a tank. You don't need to find an opening. You don't need to have a huge elixir advantage. You can just make them overspend. So we'll see if the greatest in the world can abuse that here against Pedro, who's doing a pretty good job so far. 2270 top right-hand side against 2497. Here we go. Ice Wiz getting tanked for. NATO's back. He does have the NATO. NATO is going to get that Golden Knight just close enough to tower for the Ice Wiz to splash. 2073 with a decent counter push as Pedro goes counter push right-hand side, Mortar left.
Yeah, I mean, Pedro, we know he is probably the best Mortar player in the game. I mean,
whoa, Juicy, whoa. I'm right here.
Okay. Second best Mortar player in the game. Andrew's going to take the cake on that. My bad, Pedro. I mean, the facts are the facts. But he's applying a lot of pressure here. He's making it work. And he's trying to do everything in his power to force Mo to defend, similar to what we saw last matchup, to make it so that the Graveyard isn't going to come down as often on those Cannoneers. But here comes the Graveyard nonetheless.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, that Mortar in the opposite lane is just so much easier to keep controlled than an RG push to the opposite lane. And Pedro definitely feeling that right now as he goes Mortar again. Tombstone, great distraction there. Gets the Tombstone out early, so it's on those skeletons. Skeleton's going to distract. 1295 to 2154 as an Evo Witch has to come out from Mo Light to take care of that Mortar.
And notice the placements that Mohamed Light uses in this match. He's always playing the Witch up high to make it so that the lightning value isn't there. And because of that, Pedro wants to find other ways to defend against the Evil Witch other than lightning it. But that just makes it so it provides even more value. And the Graveyard on the right-hand side just absolutely slaying out here. Wow. And we see Mohamed Light emoting on everyone. This is insane.
Look at him. Look at this. This is the Mo that we want. This is it. He's entered his villain era. He's got the BM out. He's got the Princess Shush in game and in real life. The world champ, the two-time world champ, the greatest of all time, picks up right where he left off, going a quick 2-0 over Pedro.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Mo. I mean, we talk about it so often, but in this off season, you know, once again, this warm-up, we're here to see who is practicing the off season, who is ready for Clash Royale League this season. And without a second thought, I already know that Mohamed Light has been grinding. I think most players would get complacent after being the two-time world champion, but Mo, he's been practicing, he's been working hard in the off season, and he's ready to show it. Here it is.
I mean, we know Mo, we know his family, we know his training style, we know him very, very well. Every year, just because it's kind of an interesting conversation to be like, does Mo still have it? It's just wild because year after year after year, he comes back stronger than ever. He comes back adapted to the meta. He comes back playing like he doesn't. There's times when you see great players and they're playing decks or they're playing in styles where you're like, man, it looks like they're kind of caught back at when they were at their prime. It looks like they're playing 2023 Clash Royale, but because they're so good, like Igor is a great example of someone like that. I love Igor, and he's a guy that I really want to get back at the very top level. But sometimes when I watch him, I'm like, it just feels like he's not playing this current version of what you need to be at the absolute 1%, 0.001%. And Mo Light has done that time and time again, year after year now for almost half a decade.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing so well. I mean, we saw, looking at the decks here, we saw Mohamed Light, you know, just abusing the Monk, is somehow getting the Fisherman's to lock on to the Evo Witch. I really do think that Pedro can and should win this matchup. I mean, even without the tornado for the RG, if you can stack up a big enough push, you can win. But Mo somehow just applying pressure at the perfect moments, somehow allowing the Fisherman to lock on the Witch, he makes it happen anyways. And then second game, we saw Mo use Splash Yard, Evo Witch with the tornado here. And I mean, I kind of talked about it a bit, but I just want to shout out someone in my chat really had a great point. He said that Mo went with the Graver to the right side while the Evo Witch was on the left side, making it so the Evo Witch was healing herself when the Graveyard Skeletons were dying, making a dual lane pressure that was simply unstoppable. And Mo ended up just taking the tower with the Graver in the right-hand lane.
Shout out to Juicy's chat, and shout out to Igor. That was not, hopefully, you feeling like you're catching strays. I love you, man. I want you back. I want you back at the highest level. I want the Mortar God back in CRL. So here we go. Mohamed Light takes out Pedro. Our first 2-0 of the day. Asaf has the tall order of taking down the goated one. In Mo, we're going to go to Sosa and Tourist here for our fourth match of the day. Finally getting through almost the first round of our upper bracket. And then, of course, as you look at the bottom of our screen, Ryley, Adriel, and Pedro, which is a crazy 1, 2, and 3 to be in our lower bracket, Juicy. I mean, we've got number 2 in the world, and then Adriel, who's been playing CRL since 2005. So it's really, really exciting to see that those 3 guys are at the bottom of our bracket. But that just goes to speak about, I mean, the thing that we haven't even talked about yet today is the 4 guys that have buys, right? And how well Asaf, Bassoto, Grico, and who was the last one? And Clown have played in those qualifying groups. So I'm so excited once we get into the second round of our upper bracket. So that is where we are now. Sosa and Tourist. This is a really interesting one, right?
Yeah, it is.
Again, I keep saying this because, you know, top of the show, you and I, we love to geek out about Clash Royale, and it's been a while since we've been able to geek out about it in this way. 2 guys that have really kind of proven over the last few years that they've got the mettle to be at the highest level of CRL.
Yeah, I mean, they're both great players. Tourist, obviously one of the best Bridgeman players in the world. Evo Pekka did get a buff recently, but still, I think that Boss Bandit kind of taking the cake as a better like high elixir tank for bridge spam decks. So, I mean, this is always entering the conversation when we talk about players that are really, really good at one deck. Do we see Tourist using a bridge spam deck in game number 1 or game number 2? Or is it about the mind games of making Sosa always have to be ready for the bridge spam, but then never using it?
Sosa, of course, was part of that CRL where we said goodbye to all the German players on day 1 back in 2023. A shocking one where we lost Not Afraid, who was one of the Chinese players, and then we lost Morten, Sosa, and Faust, all on day 1 back in 2023. So very excited to see Sosa back in the mix. And as you said, Tourist kind of coming into the fray, even though he has been a name in the community for quite some time.
Yeah, Sosa coming out with the most popular deck in Clash Royale currently, the Evo Witch Royal Giant, sorry. But it's interesting, he has the Monk version instead of Skeleton. We see Tourist with RG as well. This is a lot of pressure. Does this Fisherman lock? No, it locks on the other Fisherman. But he should be able to...
Fish boy to fish boy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a bad defense. But this is kind of a tough start for Sosa here.
Yeah, big defense Sosa there. Looks like is what his name stands for, bottom of the screen. Not able to defend that push too well. 2006 to 3052 as the Goblin Hut comes back out. I'm still thrown off by the sound of the Goblin Hut. You know, like, you know most all the sounds in the game, and this is one that I'm still getting used to, so... And the rework of the graphic. I'm just a fan. I'm just a fan that they made it happen somehow. So
it really is just a new card. Okay, so
yeah, truly.
Here we see a Monk ability, but wow, Sosa's actually smart here. He's actually waiting to play his Monk ability. Will it stay alive long enough? Yes, it does. It does take out all the Spear Gobs. But this Fisherman, I mean, another reason why Royal Giant's so strong is just because Fisherman is a great counter versus Evo Witch. One of the only ways you can actually stop her from continually healing, and Fisherman does synergize best with Royal Giant.
Perfect log there from Tourist. The Fireball comes in as well. That is great predictive plays. Evo RG on the tower, gonna get at least one more shot, and there it is, 778 26-53. Sosa sitting there trying to, it's kind of one of those like smiling through pain, probably trying to just act like it wasn't that big of a deal as he tries to get back on offense right now. Monk doing a decent job kind of clearing that Goblin Hut off the board, but the cross-court fisherman from Tourist, and right now it just feels like Sosa's getting a bit outplayed.
Yeah, and here comes another roll of Giant with the Fisherman. Barbarian Barrel going to try to take that out, but it will survive. So he has to play another Fisherman to pull off the opposing Fisherman, allowing the Monk to stay alive and knock back the RG. It almost gets a shot despite that. But as we're heading into overtime, Sosa has so much damage needed for this comeback. It's seemingly impossible.
Yeah, and I mean, that Evo Hunter is not going to help either. Evo Hunter doing some great work on that Evo RG. Now the Monk in to push it back. Evo Hunter still on the board, and that is, I think, going to pretty much sew up game number one. I mean, obviously anything can happen. This is Clash Royale, but right now Sosa is just having a very difficult time breaking through at all.
Wait a second.
Another RG comes down. This could be a moment.
Wait a second. Evo Witch ends up surviving here. Fireball number 2 does come down, though, and Evo Witch was not able to heal up enough. And Tour's very happy with the second Fireball clearing off the board. That was the only chance Sosa really has. Maybe he can run it back. Maybe he can get one more Evo Witch push to maybe make something happen here in Triple Elixir.
Yeah, that was actually the moment where you're like, oh wow, is the caster curse going to come in right now? And all of a sudden, Sosa's going to break through. Nice fireball there, as you said. Tourist with a big smile on his face, probably letting us and his team know that, wow, okay, felt the pressure there for a bit. Fishman pulls in the RG of Tourist, but I think the Larry's is going to do enough there. Sosa gets some decent damage on the right-hand side, but still 1989 to 390 HP. Tourist firmly in control, and it looks like now finally Sosa might be throwing in the towel.
Yeah, Log's gonna come through. RG gets a hit, and Tourist taking game number 1 in this best of 3. I really liked his gameplay overall there. I mean, he did a great job of using his Monk. He did a great job of cycling to the Evo Hunter and absolutely abusing it, and he actually controlled the Evo Witch quite well.
Yeah, Tourist, the guy that's gotten number 1 on ladder back in December 2022. He's made the top 16, top 24, top 32 of CRL over the last 3 years, which is, again, why he's a name that we've talked about a lot. Global tournaments, he's gotten number 1, number 2, number 3, it looks like. Maybe just number 1 and number 3. So he's clearly a guy that has put in a ton of work over the last few years. And it's interesting. We've talked about this a bunch in the past, and I feel like it's really hard to say on day 1 of the CRL warmup, is it just rust or is it just the fact that this point always happens, which is when you have nothing to lose and you're someone like Yoru. And even in a matchup like Tourist versus Sosa, Sosa's been to World Finals. You know, I think that once you've been to World Finals, it does put you in a different tier of competitor, just having to experience what that's like. But that being said, Yoru and someone like Tourist, people that are the underdog by a lot. I mean, we saw 90 and 10% of Ryley and Yoru at the top of the day. When you have nothing to lose, you get to do crazy plays, crazy aggressive plays like that. The pre-log on the tombstone with the pre-fireball to hit the fisherman and whatever else could come down is something that felt insanely hyper aggressive super early in that matchup. But when you got nothing to lose and you know how well you can play, Juice, sometimes that's all it takes.
You're so right. And the other thing about that play is that, I mean, I'm so glad you called that out, because the pre-fireball hitting the Monk away from the Evo RG just made it so that the Evo RG was continually knocking back the Monk, preventing the Monk from knocking away the Royal Giant. And then once again, it's just so interesting, but a lot of the time in the mirror matchups, it is whoever's more aggressive. And I think that Tourist knows that, and he really was able to apply a lot of pressure. Sosa seemingly just on the back foot defending most of that last match.
Suspicious Bush making its way to CRL 2025. You love to see it. Actually, one of my least favorite cards to play against, but one of my favorite cards to be in the game. It's just annoying enough to where I'm always like, man, do I really want to spend the elixir on it? But the damage that those two guys will do is just enough to make you have to spend it. So I'm very excited and curious to see what this deck actually is at the top of our screen.
Yeah, Tourist with some interesting variations of deck so far. I'm liking it. And Sosa here with what seemingly a maybe just a solid 3-card cycle with the Little Prince. with the maybe a minor poison, maybe a minor rocket. I would assume a poison here though.
Tesla doesn't pop to really do much of anything there, as this boss bandit is going to get on tower right-hand side. Sosa misses the Valk, but it kind of helps with the Skarmy? Question mark? Wow, no, it doesn't. 702, 1988. I was trying to make some lemonade out of lemons there, Juicy, but that was just horrible.
Oh man, yeah, this is not looking good. Sosa's trying to make a comeback here with the minor guards out of the lane, but that's just going to give the Evil Witch even more value. Wait a second, Little Prince somehow winning the 1v1, but I mean, let's be real. Sosa, he's down a lot of damage. He is up a little bit of elixir. The problem is this kind of minor control type of deck, it's not good at making comebacks even if you are up elixir. It's more focused on perfect defense and controlling the match and chipping away throughout. And unfortunately for Sosa, we have not seen a perfect defense so far.
So just to like give a little bit of context of the Light DMing of Pedro, just because I see people talking about it in the chat still. Apparently Pedro made a video a couple weeks ago. It shows him, Lucas, and Wallace holding Mohamed Light, who is a baby.
What?
in the thumbnail. Maybe they're saying that I don't actually know the translation of the video title, but maybe that's why we saw a little bit of DM between the two friends there.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
Amazing stuff. Thank you for the lore, chat.
Shout out to the chat. The chat knows all. And honestly, I don't know. I just got okay. It is Rocket. Interesting.
Wow.
Maybe there's a way that, I mean, I feel like I was kind of counting Sosa out and kind of just waiting for the game to end here. But maybe there is a way for this comeback to happen. You know, Tourist does not have a big spell. There's a lot of defense to be done and a lot of minor rocks is to happen on the offense. But, you know, anything can happen in triple elixir with minor rocket.
I mean, yeah, this could happen. He's got no big spell to break through. The Little Prince can put in some work. Those Teslas being pre-cycled early. Now the Suspicious Bush. We saw Tourist try to work it in behind the Witch on the right-hand side, but it didn't work. Now this is a big push on the left. Never mind.
Giving up.
All that just being said for nothing. And
I don't know.
Man, you know, yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say I do not think that we have seen the last of Sosa this year. I think that he's coming out today. He obviously played well enough in the group stage to qualify for this stage. I think that the nerves got to him. He definitely did not play as well as I've seen him play before. This is a world finalist here. I mean, huge shout out to Tourist though. He takes advantage of Sosa's mistakes. He plays very well in both games, and he is going to be the victor here.
Sosa going to try to walk that one off, it looks like, and Tourist there showing up. One of the first times I've seen that Tourist graphic there, so congrats to him. And yeah, it didn't just, I mean, you know what, let's just, like you said, I don't think that's the last we've seen of Sosa. It did feel like that was a lot of cobwebs, more cobwebs than I've seen today. Especially, it's a great point that you make. He did play through that month-long group stage and qualifier event, so you know it maybe just wasn't his day. Which, Juicy, maybe you can speak to this. Maybe sometimes that just happens when you're.
It happens,
right?
Absolutely.
You're a professional player. You're not going to be able to show up every single time.
Yeah, one of those days for Sosa. Tourist, though, you know, great plays. Looking at the decks here, the Goblin Hut I do think provided a little bit more value than Tombstone in the RG mirror matchup. I also think the Evo Hunter is just much stronger in the mirror match as well. Maybe there's a world that Sosa does win this first match using that Evo Witch like we talked about. And then looking at the second game here, I mean, I generally do think that Sosa actually has the matchup here. I mean, he didn't make it look like it just because there was just a lot of nerves, I think. There's a lot of misplays. But, I mean, I think that the Evo Valk is really valuable. I think the Evo Ice Spirit is very strong as well. It's just that boss bandit got that early connection, that early damage lead, and Sosa wasn't really able to come back. Or maybe he didn't believe he could make the comeback in that game number one.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if that Valk just pulls the Boss Bandit, I think we have a
Right.
very, very different game number 2, and maybe brings it to that game number 3, and then maybe
Right.
Sosa gets his confidence back, right? So I think you made some really solid points. Sosa is not done. Sosa, Pedro, Adriel, and Ryley are going to be our 4 matches to close out the day. They'll be awaiting the losers of the next 4 matches between Bassoto, Yoru, Guriko, Ruben, Asaf, Light, Clown, and Tourist. Really exciting stuff here. Now we're going to get into the second round of stuff, and we're going to be able to see these guys that were really, really dominant in that group stage, starting with Samuel Bassoto going up against Yoru. This is really, really exciting, right? Samuel, one of the most explosive, exciting players in Clash Royale, but he's also one of the most hot and cold players in Clash Royale. You know, he's proven over time that he can not practice at all and be literally right there with the best few in the world. And then there's other times when Samuel's just right in the thick of it, and he's just not able to put it together. Juicy, I don't know. Have you talked to Sam at all? Have you been watching any of his gameplay? Or is he kind of a question mark at this moment coming into 2025, other than the fact that he got a first-round bye at our warm-up?
Yeah, for me, he's a question mark. I haven't seen if he's been practicing recently or not. And then the other question is Yoru. I mean, we saw him beat the runner-up in the first round. 2 big question marks here. We have a kind of a new face in the scene, making a really strong start. And then we have Samuel. Obviously, like you said, he does have a bye, so he must have performed quite well in the first and second phase of this tournament.
Yeah, and Samuel, of course, our 3rd place competitor back when Light won his first world championship back in 2022. Light number 1, Morton number 2. Shout out to Morton. Definitely hoping to see more of him this year. Samuel number 3, and then, of course, Mugi number 4 before Mugi came back and won it himself the following year, and then Mo in 2024. So Samuel has always been in the top of that conversation. I mean, not always, but for a very, very, very long time. He's been one of the best Brazilians for a very long time. So I'm just excited. I'm excited to see what they can do. And then now that Yoru has kind of gotten that, I'm going up against number 2 in the world. I'm the 90% underdog. Now I'm kind of in the thick of what CRL really is, which is I won 1 match, but can I do what the best do? And can I carry this through to the finals? And we're going to see right now if he can stack up against one of the best in Samuel Bassoto, who looks like he's coming out with some RG to start this fray into his CRL 2025 journey.
We see a log miner and bats, and there is the mortar from Yoru. I actually like this matchup for Yoru once again. We have seen mortar lose versus RG so far today, but I think that Samuel is not going to have that Skelly King Tombstone spam version of RG, and I think that's going to allow the Cannoneer to get some good value on defense, and he's going to have the miner as well as a overwhelming swarm for offense going for Yoru here as well.
Yeah, since we see the miner out early from Yoru, I'm curious what exactly the version is that he's running. And yeah, maybe as you said before, since mortar does stack up well against RG at times, a lot of times, honestly, we'll see if Yoru can do that against Samuel, who is also one of the best RG players out there.
Monk in the back. We see a Golden-Eye coming out for Yoru here. Golden-Eye does struggle quite a bit versus the Monk. The Monk just has more HP, and he does a little bit more damage. Golden-Eye's definitely not going to get much value in this matchup.
Yeah, this version has been a little bit more popular. There was that version that we were talking about with the guards, Ice Wiz, Boss Bandit, that was super popular for a few days, and then now it seems like this newer version with, this version, it's like changed a little bit. There's a few of them out there, some with Spears and Gob Gang, and Lightning, so we'll see exactly which version Yoru is running, as we are still experiencing just a little bit of lag. Okay. And yeah, this is what we're talking about with that Goblin HUD. It's fascinating when it's played closer to units or in different spots. You can see it just pops out those goblins at a rapid rate. Lightning comes in to clean up that mortar. 1749, 2008. Yoru does have the lead by a bit.
Yep. Yeah, I think that Samuel, his goal here is to try to mitigate damage. He wants to play same lane. He wants to get Lightnings out on offense, but Yoru actually has the Lightning as well. That's a big game changer here. That's going to make it so all the things I just said is not possible because the lightning is going to be constantly coming out onto the hunters, getting a lot of chip damage. And Yoru, I mean, now, yeah, he's just setting up for the mortar on defense, and he's going to try and get the minor lightnings down on offense to try and close this game.
So here we go. Monk ability comes in to help out against the Ice Wiz, the mortar, the goblins. Second mortar comes down. Evo RG trying to get some damage in. 1550 to 1142 as a mortar shot goes in on that hut. And the miner in to tank for those Evo bats. And there's the other lightning coming in. Samuel feeling like he's out of options right now.
Yeah, he's really just 2 lightnings away from winning this game. Samuel, knowing that there's not much time left, going for the monk, not all the way in the back, but slightly forward because he needs to make the push right now. Here comes the Evo Hunter. Going to drop down, and we will see a monk ability as well, deflecting the cannoneer, deflecting the Ice Wiz, but I won't be able to deflect the mortar shot. And a lightning does come on offense, but it is not able to hit the Ice Wiz. RG does get a shot, but now it's Yoru's time to attack.
Yeah, Yoru gonna have to pour it on here, but he doesn't have a ton of elixir to do so. E-Spirit gonna clean up all those bats. 437, 689, and Yoru right now doing a bunch of math in his head. How can I get 2 lightnings out on the board? How can I make this game end?
And he tries to make it end with the Golden Knight the Bridge plus ability, but it is not able to work. Samuel might have a chance to break through, but the RG does not get a shot. Monk ability does deflect. Wait, one lightning will win the game now, and Samuel catches the miner. Lightning on offense, miner gets a hit, and Yoru takes the victory before Samuel can get another lightning on the tower.
What a photo finish there. Samuel looking like he was going to be able to steal it in those final moments. Evo bats come in. Miner goes in with the lightning, does take off the unit to catch, right? That's what it's all about. He lightnings right on top of the tower. Even though he catches the miner, miner stays alive. But one more shovel hit in, and that is a win for Yoru, who is now 3-1 on the day against Ryley and Samuel Bassoto. We'll see if he can close this out in 2, or if Samuel's going to even things up in our next game. Juicy, what do we think about that matchup, man? I mean, hey, it was close, but it did kind of go what you were saying earlier, where Mortar does usually match up well against RG. What are your thoughts?
I mean, it was such an interesting game. I thought that Yoru had it locked down, but you know, Sam was able to make some plays. Like you said, he's a great Royal Giant player. He was able to make some plays on offense with the Monk to tank for the RG. The lightning's out on the offense. And really, I thought that Sam was going to end up somehow clutching that win, but I never thought about the synergy between a miner and a lightning before. I mean, a lot of the time we see a lot of miner rocket with like pre-rockets coming in, or just going miner then rocketing the unit that's counter pushing to try and get lots of damage. But the lightning dropping down, clearing the way immediately so the miner can get damage on tower to clutch a win, like that's something that I don't know I've seen before in Clash Royale League.
Yeah, I was just going to say the immediacy, the instantaneous effect of that lightning coming in, allowing the miner to immediately get on top of tower and making it so that your opponent doesn't have time to respond, right? We always see that when, oh, the poison's in, or oh, the rocket's coming in. Let's make sure that we have that next unit ready to go to catch that miner. With the lightning, it's basically impossible. You have to like double drop or drop units with shields. So really, really great stuff there. Yoru steals it, and now we see Yoru. I'm going to go back through the decks that he's played so far today. He started off with a Battle Ram Barbs Evo with Mother Witch and Elixir Pump.
Right.
Then he goes to RG with Monk. Then he goes Mortar Miter Poison with Valk. Then he goes to Mortar Miner Golden Knight with Lightning. So he does seem to like Mortar in the meta at the moment. Looks like he might be going Drill now. Like, it seems like he's favoring faster cycle in these next couple, or in his most recent couple games. But in general, he's kind of been all over the meta, which I love to see, as Samuel gets an early Mortar connection.
Bean drops down, stops the Mortar to one shot. It's counter pushing here. He does not go for a Goblin Drill on the counter push. He's waiting to play the Queen ability to get as much value, taking out the entire Skelly King.
Drill comes in, Fire Spirit to clean up the spears, Snowball to clean up everything else.
Interesting. Which tries to defend the drill, but the skeletons aren't spawned quick enough. We see a lot of early damage for Yoru here. I'm sure he's very happy with that. And now he just needs to set up defense. He decides to go for the queen here. Samuel, if he has a lighting, decides not to use it in this situation. But looks like he actually used a miner in the previous game. Shout out to Stats Royale for the help on that. So Samuel not going to have the lightning version. But since he has log, it makes me think he does have another spell. Probably going to be a fireball.
Cannon up high to defend. 2056 is the lowest tower on the board against 2470, but you take into account the tower starting at lower HP, and then actually pretty much an even game here as the rocket comes out for Yoru to take out that mortar. Obviously a -2 trade, so Samuel's going to take the 10, see how he wants to start. Evo Witch in the back.
Evo Witch going to get decent value in this matchup. Even though Yoru does have the rocket for it, if he's able to force the rocket out onto the witch every time, it's going to be difficult for him to get damage. And that Valkyrie for the last card for Yoru.
Yeah, wow.
And do a great job of just really clutching defense versus the witch or versus the Skelly King. That's a power play.
Oh, and that's a great snowball to come in. Log comes out, and AQ does get her ability off last second. So Samuel has to overspend there. And this is a version of more that I've actually seen popping up more and more over the last couple days. I personally haven't tried it yet, though. I do love the synergy of the Skeleton King with this, with all the spammy cards, and of course the Skeleton King in conjunction with the Evo Witch. Obviously his skeleton is going to keep her alive as well. So I like the idea of it, although right now not quite, at least not demanding the lead, if we will, because this game is still very, very close. 21-27 to 18-96.
Mortar at the bridge, applying pressure. He locks in the cannon first, and then we'll go to the Valk after. Cannon to try and take it out. We see a lot of damage coming through here with this Goblin Drill. Log is going to clean up most of the Goblins, though. And then we do see a counter push here, but the rocket immediately. I like that play. Look at that.
That's a really good rocket from Yoru, because that was a really great exchange there for Samuel to keep that Evo Witch alive, to take out the Drill and the Archer Queen, and to get down his Skeleton King just in time. So it was a scary push. Yoru had just 7 elixir. Great way to deal with it. So right now, these two guys are trying to figure out how to break on through. Evo Snowball comes in early on. That's going to allow a decent amount of damage to get in, 15-24. Fireball goes in on top of the Goblins to catch that Miner, 1498, and separated by just about 30 HP. Rocket coming in. So now we're going to go to Rocket Cycle, it looks like, here for Yoru.
Yep.
Rocket comes in for Yoru, 1127 to 1498. Mortar on the right-hand side does connect, but not really doing anything there, Juices. That Miner comes back in on the left.
Wow,
very, very
close.
even here. 1095, 1047, as a Miner goes back in with Fireball, which is Miner Fireball spam going up against Rocket spam.
Rocket chuck at the bridge. There comes the Goblin Drill. Gob Gang predicted and helps to cycle the Miner. Miner Fireball does hit Goblins. Log does clean the gang. The Miner's getting a lot of chip, and another Miner in cycle already, even if the Rocket is there in time.
Cycle.
Yeah, Samuel going to be taking game number 2.
And that was a really, that was a very interesting, slow developing game here from Samuel. Just playing it patient, making sure that he's just enough, just staying close enough to where that rocket cycle doesn't become a huge threat. A lot of great Miner pressure there. And yeah, interesting because that Skeleton King Witch synergy didn't actually really work out much for Samuel in that matchup, but I do like the idea of it, and I'm curious to see if that deck actually does stay in the meta.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's such an interesting deck. Interesting that we just see Miner Fireball instead of Miner Poison as well. Fireball does do more Crown Tower damage now instead of Poison, so it does make sense. And interesting to see how much Rocket we've seen today. Usually you don't see much Rocket cycle in CRL, but it looks like it's not really working out. Ryley tried to make it work in our I think it was our first or second match of the day, and now just not really working much for Yoru here either.
Yeah, it really does feel like lightning is kind of just the way to go when you talk about a big spell these days. If you're going to go that big, like the really expensive big spells, it just feels like lightning is probably the way to go. We've seen very little poison. We saw it with Graveyard. You know, we've seen a little bit more fireball, so obviously a little bit more popular. That pushback is something that's been really utilized today. And as we go to game number 3 here, I don't actually think gameplay was a huge problem there with Yoru. I think it was just a great game of Clash Royale that Samuel came out on top of. Was there anything there that stood out to you gameplay-wise from either of these guys? I mean, it was a very slow developing, even matchup.
Yeah, I think that it's not exactly gameplay, but one other thing to really mention there, especially when it gets to the very end, is the 3-card cycle, right? The Skeleton King, even though it didn't provide much value versus the Valkyrie, the fact that you had the 3-card cycle to get more miners, more poisons versus those drill rockets, which were really coming towards his tower a lot less frequently, it really just gave him a solid advantage there in the last 30 seconds, minute of the game.
Yeah, and you know, with the miner plus the fireball, you're guaranteed damage every single time, and you're basically guaranteed for that miner to get on top of the tower, because there's no other way for Yoru to stop it, right? And I think that's one thing that Samuel did a really great job of analyzing is, look, the only thing is pretty much the Valkyrie, but if he fireballs right in time, the Valk gets pushed off. Otherwise, it's always going to be a great trade. We saw it against the Goblins, we saw it against the Fire Spirit, so that was a good recognition by Samuel to just go, okay, I know that I'm going to get damage every single time. Whereas against the Drill, even with the Evo Snowball, Sam had so many options. He could play the gang first or the King first, and then he could log, or he could log first or play the Witch offset. So a lot more options, I guess, for Sam to get on top of tower, which honestly over the years has been a reason why, as much as I enjoy playing Drill, I do find myself getting kind of frustrated with it sometimes late game, especially if my opponent has a lot of answers.
All right, so we are into game number 3. Samuel starting with an Ice Spirit. Yoru starting Ice Spirit. Samuel does have the Evo Ice Spirit, though. And now we see a leak from both players. Waiting for the next play. And guards from Samuel Bassoto.
And I believe the loser of this match will go on to play against Sosa. I think that it populates from the bottom up so that there isn't a chance for Yoru to have to play Ryley again. But obviously we'll figure that out when we get there. Boss Bandit plus Exy. Haven't seen the Evo Exy yet today, so excited to see that big guy come out. We'll see if he's very effective. One thing that is not effective is the Boss Bandit straight up against Piggies. So Samuel eats a lot of damage there, but the missed Tesla, and now the Boss Bandit does go to King. Oh no, it doesn't go to King Tower. Those skeletons actually ended up being a problem there for Yoru. So 1965 to 1720, Samuel up by a couple elixir, but an Evo Witch on the board. So kind of even. Yoru, I guess, kind of came out on top.
Yeah, I guess so. This is so wild to see the Boss Bandit dashing everywhere, the Roll Hogs inbound, the Witch spawning skeletons. There's just so many wild and wacky interactions that happen with these new champions. And here's another one. Evo actually going to drop down. It does double damage when anything is close enough to him. And he also has a knockback when things are close as well. And Samuel wants to try to abuse the Even Executioner even more. Going for the Boss Man. The Bridge, it one-shots the Ice Spirit. The Boss Man is dashing into the roll delivery. The Tesla drops down. Bad ability. Really bad ability, in my opinion. If you didn't play the ability in that situation, you would have dashed directly to the tower, and Evo Exy would have stayed alive. So that's going to keep Yoru just barely in the game.
Yep, and he probably would have been able to get the second dash off still, would Samuel have. So 1545 and 1464. I mean, shockingly, because of how bad that first interaction went with the Boss Bandit against the Royal Hogs, Yoru is still kind of in it, but as you can see now, and you can even see on Yoru's expression, it is heavily tipping towards Samuel's favor, as these Boss Bandits plus Exy combos have been trouble for him to take care of.
Tesla up high to prevent the Boss Bandit from dashing once again, but the Ram Rider now is a big threat since the other lane tower is not helping on the defense. And Yoru has to play the second roll delivery of the defense, putting him down a bit of damage, or sorry, a bit of elixir here.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy because Yoru's actually technically in the lead, but every single time he plays defense, it feels like he's wildly overspending and misses the boss bandit there. So now the Ram Rider has a free shot on that tower. Second Tesla does come down.
Wow. And once again, he's just holding on for dear life. He is overspending, but he is somehow staying in this, up by only 5 HP now, though. It seems like every push Samuel does, he gets closer and closer to taking that damage lead.
Yeah, and like you said, even though he is overspending, he does somehow continue to defend, and we've seen that 7 elixir in the tank for Sam and only 3 or 4 elixir in the tank for Yoru after those defenses, but it actually hasn't swung heavily in his favor yet. But as you said, chipping away every single time he breaks through is Samwell.
Bossman takes out the Tesla, and he tries to the ability.
There we go, bad ability again.
Yeah, I agree. I think if he didn't hit the ability there, the animation for the attack would actually take out this witch. Executioner does get the job done, but I mean, that's what Clash Royale is all about. It's all about min-maxing every single elixir spent to try to get the elixir lead, to try to get the damage on the tower.
An aggressive RG plus XE at the bridge as a Ram Rider is cycled in the back right-hand side for Samwell. Piggy's come across 1084 to 1314 now as Yoru has taken the lead. This is game number 3. One of these guys will be sent to the lower bracket.
Witch, barely staying alive, is going to clutch the defense versus the first Ram Rider, but here comes another. Executioner misses the Witch once again. This Witch is literally on 1 HP, finally going down. But the defense is successful, and here comes the counterattack. Samuel is predicting the pigs. He might be able to defend this and get one more counter push, Andrew.
Yeah, and he needs a big counter push because that Earthquake comes in right now, as you can see, bringing that tower down to 788. Here's the Ram Rider. You know Tesla's going to come out. Boss Bandit gets on top of the Tesla, and that isn't going to do it in time. 11:28 stands for Yoru as he takes down the world number 2 and the former world number 3 in his first ever CRL showing, as Samwell's first round bye gets thrown to the wind and he is sent down to the elimination bracket.
Who is this guy, Andrew? Yoru taking out. He's taking out Ryley. Now he's taking out Samuel. A new face in the scene, and I mean, he obviously has what it takes. He's absolutely demolishing every opponent in his path.
And yeah, I mean, good game to the Rook. He's calm. He's able to play through tough spots. Yep. He's got these great decks, interesting deck variability. He's playing with different archetypes. It's exciting to see a new name in the mix. Juicy, talk to me about these matchups and how somehow Yoru took out Samuel Bassoto.
Okay, let's just start from game number 1. We do see the Mortarverse, the more standard role giant deck. You asked me earlier, what does counter RG? And I think this is pretty much your best bet. He's got the Mortar, he's got the Cannoneer versus the DPS. He even has the Lightning for the Evil Hunter. Game number 2, this was an interesting match. I think that, once again, the Rocket is just not it. These Rocket decks, they're not able to keep up with the current meta. Samuel took it. And then in this third and final match, Rollhogs Earthquake. I mean, this is one of the best decks in Clash Royale right now. It's just so strong at always applying pressure, always getting the chip damage, and then his defense ended up being good enough. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but I think that with a couple mistakes from Samuel with the Boss Bandit, he wasn't able to break through for just as much a damage that he needed to in order to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, we really didn't see a great way for Ryley to stop those piggies over and over. Even though we were seeing big overspends from Yoru, that deck, because we have so many cheap cards and we don't have a champion in there, I don't know, somehow it didn't really seem to matter. We saw a couple, maybe 2 to 3 bad abilities from Samuel Bassoto, which is something that we've talked about with Boss Bandit. One of the reasons why it feels a little bit more balanced than it might look on paper. And I do think a couple of those ended up hurting Sam, right? We would have seen maybe more damage on that left-hand tower. We would have maybe seen the Evo Xe stay alive, maybe having just a little bit more elixir in the tank to deal with defenses. So here we go. We've got our very first matchup set in our lower bracket. Samuel Bassoto going up against Sosa in our night match of the day. We'll see there who gets the $500 and is eliminated and who will be back tomorrow. That's right, we'll be back here tomorrow, same time, same place, to close out our entire bracket. Obviously, we'll see the upper finals, lower finals, and of course the grand finals there. But now we go to Guriko, Ruben, then Asaf, Mohamed Light, then Clown versus Tourist, as Pedro, Adriel, and Ryley all wait to see who will they be going up against. And now we get to Grico and Ruben, which is a really interesting matchup. Yeah, it's a very good one. We got two of the best players in the game, obviously. We have Ruben, who was, without a doubt, the best player back in 2020. He carried Queso to that world championship. Guriko has been a guy that, like Ruben over the last few years, who's kind of been up and down. I would probably still give the edge to Ruben, even though we've seen Grico, I think, a little bit more regularly. I don't know. How do you feel about that statement? I'm
going to take the other side so we can see who wins this battle here. I think you're right, though. It is very close. Grico does have some ups and downs, but it's crazy to say 2020 was 5 years ago. I can't believe how fast the time is flying. But yeah, I think Grico has a little bit more of that young blood, more of that oomph. But we'll see. I mean, once again, this is the CRL warm-up. This is all about who's ready for the Clash Royale League this season. Obviously, we've seen Ruben is ready, making some crazy comebacks in his first match. And, you know, Grico, he must have done great in the first and second phase. He does have a bye here. But part of me has to wonder, like, is this bye? I don't know. I feel like this bye can be a good thing. It can also be a bad thing. You know, Ruben's kind of already warmed up. He already has that first match. He already has that confidence. Grico, I mean, what do you think about that, Andrew?
Yeah, it's actually really interesting. I was thinking about it during that last matchup, because you do get the first round bye, but then you kind of lose that second life to give situation if you lose in this next matchup, right? So it's kind of a double-edged sword in which you don't have to play in round one, which anything can happen in round one, as we saw. So there's still the edge there to where no matter what, you get to make it to that second round of matches. But that being said, like, you know, Ruben is warmed up. Ruben did play really well. He did play a very good best of three against a very good player. So it's really tough to say, Juicy. I don't know the answer to that question. Because it's new, and I do love that about this format. Grico and Ta last year, we talked about kind of the you know, countries failing on a specific day of a tournament. You know, the Germans in 2022. It was the Japanese in 2024, where last year we saw Grico and Ta both get eliminated on day one. A little bit of a surprise there, just because I think both of them had played really, really well throughout the year. But it was Grico who fell to Lucas 2-1 and then fell to Elsiop 2-0. Ta on the other side of it wasn't able to pick up a win at all last year in World Finals, going 0-2 against Ryley and then 0-2 against Pedro, which is, you know, the two world number twos back-to-back is pretty tough there. So we'll see if Grico can kind of right the ship after having a successful 2024, but maybe not at World Finals. And of course, Ruben kind of a down 2024.
Okay, so we have what looks to be... I mean, I know it's RG from Grico here. I'm a little confused about Ruben's deck. It's probably going to be a Ram Rider. It's probably going to be a Ram Rider, Boss Bandit, Bridge Spam with the guards in the deck just for solid defense. I really like that Barbarian Barrel there. Hiding the Monk backwards, allowing the RG to go in front. The RG still getting some solid damage, though.
Yeah, Ruben having some really nice predictive plays already. Like you said, that bar barrel was really nice. He snowballed the Skellies that were going to come out to stop his Boss Bandit from charging. Then we get a nice other prediction right there. So Ruben kind of vibing right now, and that could be part of exactly what you were just mentioning, Juicy. He's warmed up. He's ready to go. His brain is in that mode.
Grico taking a second to get some elixir, hands on the head. He's confident that Ruben's not going to play anything either. And Monk in the back, Eggsy from Ruben, try and get the Evo in cycle. I think that's one of the biggest things in the matchup for Ruben is that Evo snowball. If you can use the Evo snowball to kind of mix and match this push that's happening in the bridge currently, he'll be able to have a little bit easier time defending. But that's why he's seeing early monk ability from Grico, trying to predict that Evo snowball. But Ruben, he knows that's a possibility as well. He's patient, and he gets it down late, allowing for a solid defense.
Ruben misses the fisherman, or excuse me, Grico misses the fisherman there to not pull the Ram Rider on the right-hand side. Maybe just needed to play it one tile up.
Gosh.
A fireball deflection. We love a monk deflection always in Clash Royale League, and just like that, a well-played game from Ruben just goes out the window. Grico, 2498 is his weakest tower. Ruben, take away 2,000 HP from that. Only 473 remains as he's going to boss bandit plus Ram Rider to defend, and that is a fast game number 1 for Grico, who had a first-round bye.
Yeah, and we see a smile and a little bit of a sigh from Grico. I think that he's got the nerves away now, and he's ready to go. He's locked in. I think that Ruben might be in a little bit of trouble here. Wild stuff. I think that the early monk ability from Grico there really kind of won him the game. Not only to prevent the Evo snowball from coming out when Ruben wanted to use it, but it also made it so he's able to cycle back to another one really quickly. And wow, that fireball deflection just really was the final nail in the coffin there.
Yeah, you know, it really felt like Grico did a great job. I mean, again, as a Royal Giant player, you have to be slow play and very analytical. And I think what Grico did was he recognized Ruben's playing not hyper aggressive, but he's playing hyper aggressive with his predictions, right?
Right.
Spells are coming out really, really early on. That bar barrel is out before even the thought of the monk crossing the bridge, right? He was doing the right things, but when you play at one pace for the entire 5 minutes or however long that game lasted, Grico was able to go, okay, so I bet you're going to fireball immediately on top of this push, because that's what the best play is, and you're an incredible player. So Grico may be starting to kind of slow his pace to keep up with Ruben's predictions, or maybe speed up his pace, and he catches him looking a couple times. So great adjustment there from Guriko. And Ruben now getting a little bit of like, okay, wow, a little bit of humble juice there. A great first match of the day against Adriel, but now here we are in round number 2, and that was one of the more dominant wins we've seen today.
Yeah, I think that if I did see like a big mistake from Ruben in that match, it was just the execution of the back in the other lane. I think that really put him in a tough spot, because it kind of made it so he's down 5 elixir, because the executioner didn't end up doing anything, because the fisherman just does a great job of just pulling that from the right lane into the left lane. And then that's when he really got that big counter push with the RG, the monk, and he even got 2 fishermen on the board at one point.
So a second suspicious bush comes out. Not mad about it.
Very interesting. I wonder what other win condition we'll see to pair with that.
And Ruben looking like he could be going to Graveyard or RG. And there it is. Going to be RG.
Grico with the Mega Knight. Interesting. Evo Mega Knight does a pretty good job versus Royal Giant if you can make sure the fisherman isn't able to lock onto it. That's a big if, a big caveat here. I'm sure we'll see either some guards or some goblin gang in Grico's deck, though, to maybe be able to make that happen.
We saw kind of like parts of this look earlier from Tourist, where it's like Mega Knight coupled with spam cards, coupled with Evo Witch and Suspicious Bush. My Clash Royale strategist brain hasn't quite figured out why these cards are all paired together, but you know what? It worked out for Tourist, and so far it's working out okay for Grico. Juice, do you have any thoughts? Is it just like the overwhelming spam, and then the Suspicious Bush just pulls elixir when you don't want it? What is the synergy here that I'm maybe missing?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting idea. I think a lot of the time what Grico's going to be trying to do is he's going to be trying to make big pushes, block the right-hand lane on the right side, and just always have a Suspicious Bush on the left, just to like force out a lot of elixir. Look, we see a Witch and a Monk on the left-hand side for the Suspicious Bush.
Wow.
And the Mega Knight does jump on the tower.
Yeah.
This counter push on the left-hand side is nothing to scoff about, though. This Witch is pretty difficult to deal with right now with all these skeletons coming through.
Wow, yeah, you're right there,
gosh.
Juice. Now a witch comes out for Grico very late, and that one witch has completely changed the tide of this game. Another witch right at the bridge, hyper aggressive, goes gang, hoping those skellies fall down, and that's it. That's gonna do it. The witch at the bridge. Dominant plays here from Ruben. So we had game number 1 heavily swing in favor of Guriko. Game number 2, it looked like this deck might work out for a second, but then Ruben just completely steamrolls him at the end.
Andrew, these are some weird games we are witnessing today. I mean, I can't even believe what I've just witnessed. I think that's what it really comes down to, is that he just didn't save the Evo Mega Knight for value. Instead, he played it at the bridge. The lightning dropped down on the witch. The fisherman ended up pulling the Mega Knight. He did get a jump in the tower, but I think you really do need to save that Evo Mega Knight on defense for the witch and for the monk. Another thing that kind of happened there is I think that Grico was underestimating the power of a regular witch. He didn't go for the lightning onto it, and he just thought he could defend. Boy, was he wrong.
Yeah, it is really interesting, right? We think about the witch a lot and just the evolved form of her, but you know, witch in general, just getting that slight buff, she is just a little bit more viable, and it's good, because I think when you have a card that has an evolution but is completely unviable in its non-evolved form, it really isn't that enticing to play. But the witch is just good enough, I think, in her regular form. And then we saw the dominance of the Evo Witch there at the end, and I love the Evo Witch at the bridge. You know, the Evo Witch at the bridge with the E-Spirit behind was basically Ruben just going, I know exactly what you have in cycle, I know how you're going to want to deal with this, and that Goblin Gang, whether it's up high or down low, is not going to be enough. And you know, we also saw again the weakness of the Boss Bandit on that left-hand side.
It's a great call.
A lot of elixir, a lot of damage, a lot of health, but just not a great way to deal with those swarm units. So, I mean, that's what Ruben does. He kind of looked at what was out of play for his opponent, as you said, Juice, that Mega Knight not being available, and goes, well, what's the worst way, or what's the best way, I should say, to punish Grico. So great stuff there from Ruben, who, you know, what, like we said, one of the best RG players in the game, but actually gets it done with all the support cards, which does happen
which is
sometimes.
Just crazy. Yeah, I cannot believe that. Like, he literally just won with an RG deck without playing the RG, just by abusing the swarm. And yeah, that's just a great call. The Boss Bandit really just didn't get any value there versus all those skeletons. And the monk ability just showing its prowess once again, just tanking, deflecting any sort of range units. Great match overall. I mean, I think that he just did a great job of really, what would be the word? He just took advantage of the mistake.
Yeah, and that's, again, as an RG player, that is what you have to do. It has been really nice today to see kind of how Boss Bandit does stack up in the competitive meta. Just not quite as powerful. That extra, like, you know, at the top of the show, I was saying, like, maybe it needs a 10% HP nerf. I don't know. It's feeling a little bit more even as the day has kind of gone on. Just how expensive it is, and the lack of oh, there you go. There's a nice Ice Spirit. The lack of ability to clean up swarm units is just really, really interesting. So a card that is still ever evolving because it is new in the game. We'll see kind of how it continues on throughout the weekend. As here we go, game number 3 in our second round of the upper bracket. Hog Bandit, Firecracker, top of your screen. Hog Bandit paired together. Juice, any thoughts there?
Honestly, Andrew, this is some weird stuff. I've never seen this before. Hog Bandit, I was gonna say maybe he's got a Mega Knight. I've seen that before, Hog Bandit Mega Knight, but after seeing the Dark Prince, I don't see why you would use a Mega Knight in this deck. So we'll just have to see more and more of what Ruben has in store for us here.
And there has been a couple times in the past where Ruben has run decks that just don't make 100% sense to me.
Right.
He's not one of the guys that has done it like time and time again. Like, again, I'm going to go back to Igor. He's going to hate me, but there's been moments where you've seen Igor play something that have worked, and most of the time have not worked, when you're like, what on earth is this? So we'll see right now what Ruben's idea is here with this deck, as another Hog comes out and meets a Tesla here. Firecracker will get a shot.
Yeah, get some damage on the right side, but also kind of chip at the left here. And Earthquake coming out from Grico. This is what this deck's really good at. It's just solid defense, Earthquake cycle, big chip damage inbound. I think it's really going to depend on Ruben's last couple cards. He does have the Earthquake. That's pretty helpful versus the Tesla. And then, I don't know. I think that it's going to be pretty difficult for Ruben to win this, though, just because he's getting outcycled. And, I don't know. It depends on this last card, though. We'll see.
Yeah, he's getting outcycled, and he doesn't have the ability to make his cycle any faster. Right. And that's something that we've seen a couple times today where I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, but it feels like in general, it's just been better to have a champion in your deck. I think we saw one where a championless deck beat a champion deck, but for the most part, especially with what you're talking about, Juicy, and as we see more and more cards of this evolve, I mean, you were just talking about how you would be surprised that the Mega Knight's in there with the Dark Prince. So now we have a couple things. This deck is really heavy. It's got a few cards that kind of cover the same bases, and it doesn't have a champion. So we'll see about this for Ruben.
The nice thing is Ruben does have great Royal Hog's defense. He has Dark Prince. He has Mega Knight. The problem is that Grico's already got a bunch of damage through. So now it's on Ruben to find ways to break through rather than just rely on his solid defense.
Yeah, I'm curious if this type of push is the idea, right? The Mega Knight, Hog behind, Firecracker way far behind. But honestly, I feel like that's usually like a mid-ladder combination. And here it is. Ruben knows it's over. What just happened?
I don't know. These are some crazy games. I mean, to be fair, Grico's deck is missing a solid tank. You have delivery instead of a tank. So the Mega Knight and the Bandit become very difficult to defend. He has the Earthquake to deal with the Tesla, making that fairly useless on the defense. And he just swarms. He just breaks through. I think there was a couple mistakes from Grico at the end there. Roll delivery, maybe not getting the value he needed. The Ice Spirit ended up getting taken out and it did not jump, which just really kind of just threw away the defense. And honestly, that's what I hate most about this Royal Hog Piggy deck. Whenever I play it, I always call it flimsy. And that's what kind of happened there. He made one mistake, or maybe two, with the Ice Spirit not jumping and maybe like a bad Goblin placement or a bad Tesla placement. And then all of a sudden, it was no longer possible to defend at that point.
Yeah, wow. And kind of playing it almost like he plays RG, which was really interesting because he, like you just talked about, Juicy, it was like Ruben recognized that there was no tank. The only tank that was there was the delivery and the barb barrel. Yeah. So he went Mega Knight with the Hog behind, and then he dropped a Bandit down or up high, I guess you could say, on his side of the map. So the second that delivery or barb barrel came in, there was a Bandit dash and a Mega Knight hit on top of it. And now there's no tanks on the board at all. There's no barb barrel. There's no delivery. Goblins can't tank it. And by the end of that, there was two Bandits on the board. The MK was still alive, and the Hog had just finished everything off. So that was really, really well done by Ruben, recognizing, okay, I don't need to win with my win condition, but my win condition can be like a part of this equation that makes my opponent either spend or play in a specific way. And Ruben just completely picked apart Guriko's defense there. That was really, really nice stuff. And I saw someone in the chat say caster curse, oh my, and it wouldn't be CRL and it wouldn't be a new year without a caster curse coming in. So great stuff there from our former world champion. And yeah, I don't know, Juice, those last two decks from Guriko, I feel like left a lot to be wanted, They were kind of heavy in game number 2 with not a lot of offensive prowess. It was just kind of the bush, if you consider that a win condition, like the only tower-seeking troop. And then in game number 3, as you pointed out masterfully, and then Ruben picked apart, was no tank. So here we go. Yoru and Ruben is going to be not how we start our day tomorrow, but it will be near the beginning of our day. We're going to start in our lower bracket round number 2. But as you can see, we're halfway through our day. Asaf, Mohamed Light up next, Clown and Tourist. So Asaf and Clown, the last two players of the day who've got to have a lot of nerves at this point, a lot of anticipation. And the lower bracket is getting filled out. Sosa, Bassoto, Pedro, Guriko. Now Adriel will play the loser of Asaf and Mohamed Light, as Ryley waits for Clown or Tourist. So really, really good stuff here so far. A lot of big names down in that lower bracket.
Yeah, it's pretty stacked.
Juicy, how just to kind of switch minds mentally, how is it when you have to wait this long? I mean, we are 2 hours into this broadcast. You are a player in Asaf who is kind of known as a one trick, but has shown over the years that he's got a little bit more than just the drill. He obviously did well enough to get a first round bye, but now you've been waiting 2 hours and you're going to go up against a warmed up best player in the world. What was that like for you when you had to just wait forever for competition? Did it make it worse? Did it make it better? Was it kind of like a non-factor? What are your thoughts on that?
You know, it's a great question. I mean, if I'm thinking back to it, I mean, it definitely happened like a decent amount in the teams format because, you know, obviously some players are just going to play before you. I think that it really depends on the person. I think that for me, you know, it's kind of nice just to like look, you know, see what decks people are playing, see what you might be able to play. I mean, that's just a great point just right there. Like you do get a little bit of insight on what you might be playing up against. Yeah. Seeing as Mo did have to, you know, kind of reveal some decks in that first round, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. And then you kind of look at the competitive meta as it's evolved. You know, we always talk about, I don't really know why it is, but true. No matter what's on the leaderboard, what's in the grand challenges, whatever, during a specific weekend of competition, there is always a specific kind of meta that evolves during that weekend of play. And, you know, it's a little bit wider, I would say, because the meta is in such a, I mean, I think it's in a pretty good place. You know, the only things we haven't seen a lot of today is kind of like bait. You know, bait has been really one of the only things that I feel like is really missing. Bait and then like really heavy beatdown, which, you know, they've both had their moments. You as a competitor, you've been sitting back for a couple hours, Juicy. What are the biggest things that you've taken note of other than RG seems to be maybe the favorite of the day?
I think RG is definitely the favorite. I think we're seeing a lot of Mortar try to counter that RG. And then we are seeing some Royal Hogs get a lot of success so far, but you know, Ruben at the end there kind of, I think he's just kind of predicting the Royal Hogs. So maybe Mega Knight just kind of as a snipe versus the Royal Hogs. What I would like to see in general is maybe some more Evo Mega Knight versus RG. I think that if there is something that can do well versus the Royal Giant, it is the Evo Mega Knight. But once again, just as a big caveat, you have to make sure that the Fisherman doesn't lock on, or else your defense is going away real quick.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting. I actually didn't think. I mean, I don't know why I didn't think about it. Just because maybe Evo Mega Knight is not something that we see played a lot at the highest competitive level. But that is a really, really good point. It is super strong. I think it's a card that for a while was kind of like a joke at the highest level, other than in like one or two decks. But now we're seeing more and more viability with it, with that Evo. So that's really interesting. Like you said, very expensive though, so easy to maybe take off the board or take out of contention with that Fisherman. So we'll see if things kind of evolve over the next half of the day. We're about halfway through our day right now, guys, and like I said, we are going to be back again tomorrow for, of course, the resolution of the CRL warm-up. $15,000 up for grabs. We're giving away $2,000 today, $500 to each of our eliminated players. But we'll be back same time, same place tomorrow. So make sure you guys are subscribed to the channel, following along on Twitch, and of course, following along on X as well at Esports Royale EN. I still don't love saying X, but that's maybe because I'm a boomer. So here we go. We are almost through the top half of our day. Asaf is up next. Juicy.
Yep.
Asaf is a guy that I felt like I was kind of more versed in maybe 2 years ago, when it felt like he was like, oh, he's like the next hot up and comer. And then, like I said, he kind of got, I don't want to say picked apart, but maybe just he met that level of competition where you got to have more options up your sleeve. What do you know about Asaf right now? Have you been playing against him? Have you been seeing him play? Do you run into him, on the leaderboard? Thoughts on kind of how he's evolved over the last couple of years?
I haven't seen too much of him, but just based on like his play style, it kind of does make sense to see him succeed in this meta. Asaf is really good at using spam cards and bait cards, or even bridge spam cards to apply lots of dual lane pressure. He does a great job of keeping track of what his opponents have in hand and knowing exactly when to drop Skeleton King, Skeleton Army of the bridge, for example. So it makes sense because there's a lot of spam in this meta. We have a lot of even recruits. The Skeleton King is really strong paired with the Witch or a Tombstone. And I even think that I do kind of think that Bridge Spam kind of goes with Roll Giant. I think there are some like skills that can translate there to apply pressure, but looks like Asaf is using what he's known for, drill wall breakers.
Yeah. You know, and I'm actually a little surprised at this, and I don't know if I love it, because right now I'm looking back at Asaf's battle log, and I'm scrolling for a while now. I'm scrolling back to maybe 30 plus matches ago, and he has run Evo wall breakers, drill, Valkyrie, with cannon. So he's got Tesla here instead of cannon. So that's one change. So maybe he's trying to hold cannon for farther down the line. But I guess in terms of predictability, you've got the guy that's known as being a drill one trick running the one drill deck that he's been practicing with relentlessly. So not sure if that was the best way to go.
I can't help but read the chat here. Someone said Asaf playing with one hand is crazy, and a dude thinks he's gonna win already anyways, guys, or lose already. Guys, I trust me, Asaf, you know, he might not look like he's taking this seriously, but he's locked in. He's going against the world champ, and he's gonna try and take this win.
Yeah, Asaf with one hand is better than a lot of people with three hands. So, you know, let's at least give the guys some credit. And there he goes. He gets that second hand up. So he's ready to go.
Okay, big RG push though. Tesla dropped down low. He's literally so low in elixir. I'm not gonna lie, this might be game over already.
Oh man, the wall breakers defense against the Evo RG, it hurts to see, but honestly, Juicy, it could have been a lot worse. I mean, he's down 3 elixir, he's down 500 and some change, but I honestly thought we were gonna see that tower at like 20%.
Yeah, I mean, Soft, once again, he's just really good at being aggressive, but Mo is really good at defending. So Mo's going to defend, he's going to counter push. And we even see a pre-monk ability by Mo trying to predict a fireball. Good try. Soft not going to fall for it right now, and the fireball all coming out now to deal with the Evil Hunter. Well played, good patience there.
Honestly, though, the Evo wall breakers actually did a little bit of damage to the RG because it was Evo and it cleaned up the Hunter. So while it was a super weird play, I think that was one of the reasons why we didn't see quite as much damage come in, as now we see Asaf using that Evo'd Valkyrie to do a much more efficient job cleaning up.
Wallbreaker going to connect left side. Never mind. Rage dropping down. Mo very precise in the defense. And somehow being able to get this World Giant to get a connection left side too. He's just extending his damage lead even further.
Yeah, Asaf was looking for the log for that E-Spirit there, thinking Mo might go log plus E-Spirit with the tank in front, but he instead decides to go the sure route and get damage in. As Asaf gets a little bit on that right-hand side, 1338 now to 1989. Guards trying to take out that Monk. And now an Evo or a Drill has to come out on defense as well. Log going to come in for Mo, and that's trouble.
Wow. And the RG takes out all the goblins as well, so it does get another hit despite the log from Asaf. And we only have 1 minute and 25 seconds left in overtime, and Mo's just continuing to apply massive pressure.
Yeah, I don't know. I've always been a person that's been like this, and you know, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing about me, but I really don't love playing your most predictable deck.
Right. Not
just archetype wise, but also in terms of battle log wise, because I feel like that's just two routes of just like, if your opponent's doing their job at all, they've got to have options in game number 1, and Mo does. He's got 2 small spells and an E-Spirit that is going to make it impossible for wall breakers to ever break through. He's got guards for the drill. He's got tanks on the ground, all the options. So, you know, he's still in it. 1472 to 852 as Mo has 2 RGs on the board. Evo Valkyrie doing a great job cleaning up, but does get pulled.
Yeah, I was helping out versus both sides. Asaf trying his best to defend here. He goes to the Valk on the right side to prevent the Hunter, and that means very little elixir for the Evo RG that's raised up in the left. RG rage, boom, boom, and that's another shot, and it's over. It is over. Oh, Mo taking game number 1.
Yeah, that was a really well-played game by Mo there. Kind of felt like he was in control the whole time. What was really interesting about it was every single time I would look at the top right-hand side of the board, and I would see Asaf was really not that far out of the mix, but it never really felt like he was competing for the game. Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense. You know, he tried to make the defenses happen. I think if anything, the only like big mistake I saw was a lot of the time he was trying to use his Evo drill to help defend against the RG. A lot of the time you want to try and make it so the drill tanks, so the test can stay alive longer. Other than that, you know, I think he played the best he could. But Mo, I mean, he's just going back to apparently his new bread and butter. He did really good in his first set here with the Evo RG with a double small spell. And I don't know, it's just interesting to watch him play this deck. It's like a beatdown and a cycle deck at the same time with the amount of pressure you can apply, but also how quick it goes.
Yeah, and like the ability to kind of pair the log with the rage with the e-spirit if necessary is a really unique way to kind of create a big spell. You know, it's kind of fascinating there. So Mohamed Light still kind of teaching us some stuff in his long tenure here at CRL. And with Asaf, on the other hand, you know, I'm not going to harp on playing the predictable deck too much. I will say that with that deck, he did some really, really impressive defensive stuff. Like, you know, I felt like there was many moments where that game felt like it was already completely out of hand, and Asaf proved me wrong time and time again with some good defenses, some good uses of Ice Spirits, good use of the Evo Valk. I mean, Evo Valk still to this day, I think, is one of the craziest broken defensive cards, but it's not so powerful that you want it to get nerfed that much, because then I think she's just useless. But the defense that she can bring in just one push is absolutely insane. The other thing about this is that, you know, Asaf ran that deck, as I said, at least 30 times in a row in his battle log, but he had Cannon instead of Tesla. So maybe that Evoed Cannon was being missed there at the bridge pileups. I do think it's important, though, for players that are drill players at home to recognize what you said, Juice, which is you want to get that drill to tank so that the defensive building can get the damage in, not the opposite. And so that's maybe something that Asaf could have kind of tightened up throughout that game. But he was also just trying to create offense because his wall breakers were useless, right? There was always either a log plus rage or one of those plus the E-Spirit to clean up the wall breakers. So he just didn't have a good way to break through.
Yeah, I mean, you made a lot of great points there. I mean, it's just interested to see what Asaf is going to use in game number 2 here. We're hopping straight into it. And we'll see what Mo brings as well. I don't know. The thing that we always say when we're playing against Mo is, like, I feel like you do need to get a pretty good matchup, right? Because he's the best player. But it always seems like Mo always just has some really consistent deck picks as well.
Yeah, we've said that for years, talking about Mo and his analysts. So here we go, game number 2. After a one-sided game number 1, even though Asaf did feel like he was in the mix. So he's going to go Bar Barrel plus Golden Knight, Miner and Goblin Gang.
Okay, Lightning going to drop down the Queen and then immediate dash to try to apply pressure. Roll Hog's going to be used to defend here and attack at the same time. And Asaf, once again, a little bit low in Elixir, playing the gang as soon as he can. Mo Light, I don't believe has roll delivery cycle, but he does have the Barbarian Barrel. Going to clean this up fairly well.
And Evo Cage already in cycle. Going to deal with that Golden Knight. Goblin gets taken off as well.
Interesting that he's using the Evo Cage here. I think that he was probably predicting maybe a roll of Giant from Asaf. Evo Cage really strong versus the RG. But yeah, I mean, it's what? Go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, is this still a mortar deck?
I think so. Yeah.
Right.
I think so. Yeah. No arrows, no log, but he has the Barb Barrel, and yeah, if it's not mortar, I don't know what it is. The problem for that is that Mo has the Earthquake. He has the Earthquake. He has the roll delivery. This is a great matchup for Mo. It's gonna be tough for Asaf to make something happen.
Yeah, it's interesting because those Skeleton Dragons are actually going to be really, really great for Asaf, but only defensively, right? Sometimes those Skeleton Dragons can be a problem on the offensive side of the board too, but with the AQ, with the delivery, with the Spirit, they're going to be a lot less of a threat, whereas on Asaf's side of the board, Mo has absolutely no way to get to them. So something that Asaf is going to have to abuse as this matchup goes on is figuring out how those Skelly Drags can be great on defense.
Lightning dropping down, Mortar on defense, but the Earthquake hits that already once again. The Evo Icy are doing a pretty good job of cleaning the Evo Bats as well. Mo's continuing his prerogative of applying pressure, getting chip damage, and having perfect defense. I'm going to give myself a question here. Like, what does Asaf need to do to break through and win this game? And I think it's going to come down to this Golden Knight. Like, he needs to make something crazy happen with a Miner plus Golden Knight combo, get the Golden Knight to the tower. I think that's his only chance here.
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of trying to think of the same thing, and I also think like defensively, he's got to use his Skeleton Dragons and Bar Barrel combo more, and then that way he can use his Mortar offensively. And so that's what he's doing right now, which is really good. But I don't know if it's too little, too late, especially because, you know, in this situation, you kind of want to be able to go opposite lane with your Mortar because of exactly what we're seeing right there, the Earthquake coming down, but it's really hard to do, and it's really easy to get that Mortar distracted. So Asaf just in a really, really tough spot.
Going the back, activating the 3-card cycle. Queen up high and a Mortar here with a Lightning to try and sneak damage, but Mo's ready. He drops the cage immediately. And once again, I think this is just going to be some more Earthquake value, like you mentioned. It's going to be even more chip damage. And this Miner not really doing much either with the Brawler ready to rumble.
But that Evo Ice Spirit gets taken out, so these Evo Bats are a little bit more of a threat. There's the delivery back in cycle, though. It was 3 cards away, but Mo was like, all right, I see the problem now, and immediately gets back to it and takes care of the problem. Lightning at the bridge from Asaf. These feel like necessary yet desperate lightnings at the same time. Like, you need to take care of the queen, but you're getting that -1 trade every time, and now you never have that lightning anywhere else. Now he goes opposite lane, but it's too late, Juice.
The Lightning does allow the Mortar to connect. I think you're right. I think it is too late, but I like the never give up mentality. He's getting the Mortar connection, but the Gob Gang gets taken out with the Earthquake. Evo Mortars in cycle. There's still 25 seconds left. Maybe there's a miracle here if Mohamed Light lags out. I don't know.
I was gonna say, what else is happening in that miracle? And it's not the miracle of the breakthrough. It's the miracle of the internet breaking down over.
Cool Golden Knight connection. It gets closer than everyone thought it was going to be. Queen's connecting. Mo stood up already and walked away before the game's even done. What is happening? And he sits back down, smiles as the tower drops.
I was like, is this about to be the wildest caster curse of all time? I couldn't even process how all that damage was coming in. Asaf, though, ends up taking the 2 L's back-to-back. You know, it's interesting because Mohamed Light does a great job. Obviously, he's 4-0 on the day, but Asaf really made that game number 2 a lot closer than I thought.
Yep. I mean, I called it. I said the only way he's winning this was with a good Golden Knight dash. It went from the cage to something like an Ice Spear, then to the barbell, to the tower. He dropped the Lightning to clear the way. He got the Golden Knight locked. But he spent so much elixir on offense to make that play happen. The Queen ability was just melting the left side tower. Good on Asaf for trying to make it happen. But, I mean, looking at these matchups as well, it's just, you know, it's tough. I mean, the Earthquake for the Mortar, the Royal Delivery, the Bar Barrel for the Bats, for the Gang. There's not much Golden Knight value here in that second deck either. In the first game, Mo, I mean, you talked about it. The E-Spirit or Rage plus Log or Log plus Rage, you name it. It's going to take out those wall breakers. He has guards. He has Log. He has pretty much anything he might need versus the Drill. And then on offense, I mean, Mo with his deck on offense is tough to defend. Asaf did his best, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, you know, Royal Giant has been one of those archetypes for years where I've watched people play it, and it's just not my vibe. I wish it was. I wish I could slow play it and then have that wonderful moment of everything coming together where I pick apart their defense. But this definitely seems like if I were to try Royal Giant, this seems like a really fun one. It's really high skill cap, as we talked about, with how fast cycle it can be with those spells and being able to turn all those spells into a big spell. Also because, like what we talked about with how popular Evo Witch is right now, being able to get that snipe with the Fish Boy when you don't have a big spell. So Obviously a very high skill cap version of RG, but a very, very viable one, as Mo Light has shown today. And then, yeah, Asaf, you know, he goes with I actually kind of like his deck number 2. I think it was a really, really tough matchup when you talk about there's no way for him to get on top of the units that are catching the minor. He's had to use that lightning on top of the AQ over and over and over again. And then, of course, that EQ on top of the mortar just makes it really tough to go same lane. So here we are, Clown, or Kickash, as we know him and have known him over the years, who has been very, very good over the last couple of years, specifically going up against Tourist, who gave us a nice run in our 4th matchup of the day. And of course, that'll put us about 2/3 of the way through our day. Yoru versus Ruben, our first matchup in semifinals. And now Mohamed Light awaits the winner of Clown versus Tourist, as Ryley awaits the loser of this matchup. As I just saw someone in the chat asking, when are we going to see Ryley? Well, Ryley started our day and he's going to end our day. So match number 1 and match number 12 for the 2nd place in the world American. Juicy, going with Clown and Tourist, you know, Tourist did some really, really great stuff against Sosa. Sosa did look the most out of sorts of anyone today. It just looked like he was a little bit, just like not quite warmed up or something on the day. I don't know if it's late there. I don't know if it was just kind of that moment. Tourist looked pretty good. Kickash has been a pretty dominant force for the last couple years.
Yeah, I've heard like a lot of rumors that Kickash is going to do really well. Even last year, I think he almost qualified for World Finals. And then this year, I mean, he obviously did great. He has a 1st round bye. We'll see what he's going to bring out. I know he's very known for playing Mortar Rocket Control. So I'm assuming he's going to really rely on those hyper defensive decks with the spell cycle that is pretty prevalent in this current meta.
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy that has shown us over the years. Sorry, I'm trying to pull up his profile here because he's got all these different names. He's a guy that has shown us over the years that he's really good. Obviously, getting in 2024 Season 4, he was number 4 in CRL. 2023 Season 2, he was number 3. So, yeah, I mean, and that kind of speaks to what we were talking about, because he has been up and down over the years. 2024, he had his best, or his 2nd best finish in CRL, but he just hasn't been able to get to that next level, right? It did feel like he was going to be a guy at the beginning of last year, during the warm-up especially. He got 4th place. We were talking about, oh, wow, I think we're going to see him at World Finals at the end of the year, but then he kind of lost some steam. So I'm really curious to see how he's evolved with the meta. And as we've talked about time and time again, like, have you been practicing in the off season? You know, and do you have the tape against Tourist, because he is such a kind of a new commodity at this level?
You asked me a lot about these players. Kickash, aka Clown, is one that wait. Okay, I'll finish my sentence first, but I've seen Clown practicing a lot.
Is he in the car?
Yeah, I think he's in the car. But he's
in the car,
so I'm sure he'll be fine. I see him practicing every day.
This is incredible. Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it.
Man, I hope he has like a good internet provider or mobile provider, because a lag out here would be just truly sad.
Juice, I gotta swap my headphones.
Alrighty, so we see a miner coming through on the right hand side, and we do see a deck, you know, pretty much the deck that he's known for. Miner Rocket is what Clown is using, and we got Tourist with Splash Art, no Tornado, variation with the Baby Drag, Ice Whiz, and all that. This matchup overall, it's interesting. We'll see. I think that Clown can win this, but it's definitely not easy to defend these graveyards. We'll see.
I love chat. Bro is in a literal moving car. It's so good. We've seen Samuel play at a wedding. We're seeing Clown play in a car.
We've seen Faust play in an airport.
Skydiving. Yeah, that's right. In the airport, skydiving in 2025 or 2026. It can happen. It can happen.
This is peak mobile esports, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't matter where you play from. All that matters is you show up and you play your best.
What I want to know is, where is he going? That is so important that he couldn't have either been there already or gone there afterwards. But I digress. Let's get to the matchup here, Juicy. Minor Rocket Cycle, your favorite thing to play against.
Yeah,
going up against GY.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, I think that Clown will win this matchup if he's able to mitigate these Graveyards well using his guards, his log, his delivery. But it's definitely not easy to defend the Graveyard Poison. But this is the deck that Clown's known for. I mean, if anyone can make it happen, it's him.
Yeah, I mean, he's already cycling rockets here. We're not even into overtime yet. 2 rockets out already. 1100 HP remains on that tower as he defends with an Evo cannon. Knight up high, delivery down low. And yeah, Juicy, this is really interesting because you're not going to win that race unless you get damage in. And there we go. Almost gets the baby dragon there. Luckily, Clown wasn't going through a tunnel and was able to get the Ice Spirit down in time.
Yeah, I think another thing to mention here in this matchup is the baby dragon. Clown really doesn't have any air defense, so he's really gonna have to rely on his towers to deal with the baby dragon. He does have the roll delivery, and I do like the block of the bridge here to allow his tower to defend the Graveyard skeletons.
Good block. Poison comes out nonetheless. Baby Dragon needs attention. There's the Knight coming down. Rocket goes in for Clown, 729 to 1183, and things are definitely getting close here as that miner sneaks in just in time to get on top of tower. Larry there to help, though. 533 to 1183. High cannon here to stop at the bridge, get damage out early on. That is a decent amount of pile up at the bridge, though. Baby Dragon's still very healthy. Witch still very healthy.
Wow.
And now that Baby Dragon's on tower, that's it.
That is it. Poison on it. Wait, Poison doesn't do enough. It did get a crown tower damage nerf. I feel like they're
back around.
The Witch doesn't splash tower. He needs to get one more poison on the tower. Miner coming through. It is triple elixir, but here comes the Graveyard. I don't know if he can defend this.
Graveyard in, log goes out, and there you go. He looks out the window. Something we've never been able to say in Clash Royale is a loss and then a look out the window at the world going by. Wonderful stuff.
I mean, that was like straight out of a movie. I mean, he was so close. He just did not have quite enough elixir to get the Knight down in time to stop the baby drag from hitting the tower. I mean, he was so close. He just needed one more rocket to finish the game, but I don't know what to say. I mean, we just saw this man lose barely in a car. What is going on?
In the highest level of gameplay. I absolutely love it.
$15,000 tourney. I mean,
yeah, I mean, okay, so my question is, there's another minute left to play, right? My question is, where is he going? There's another minute left to play. Obviously, Graveyard gets a lot stronger and stronger as the game goes on.
Right.
So does Rocket Cycle.
Right.
Would it have been better to wait to get those rockets out a step later than, I was saying it's like, oh, he's already got 2 rockets out before we get into overtime? Or do you end up losing that battle even worse because Graveyard, is Graveyard stronger deeper in triple, or is Rocket Cycle stronger deeper in triple? I guess is what the root of the question is.
It's a good question. I would give it in this specific matchup to the Graveyard, not even because of the Graveyard, but once again just because of that baby dragon. If Clown had a Tesla, I think it'd be a different story, or maybe even a Mega Minion or something. But I mean, you called it out during the match. There was a huge stack up, baby drag plus Evo Witch. He kind of made a small mistake. The Evo cannon wasn't able to hit the baby dragon. And there was just a little bit of a mishap on defense, and everything just went downhill from there.
Yeah, and then also in that moment, I think Clown had just sent a rocket, which is why there was able for that pile up at the bridge, because then obviously I think he would have been like, all right, this is too much. Let me rocket on defense here.
Right.
Not the case. Well played, patient stuff. And yeah, okay. So Clown drops game number 1 in the car. We're going to be hopping into game number 2 here in just a moment. But that being said, Tourist coming out, playing strong, doing really, really well here against a guy that has been great throughout the years. And now, again, to talk about Tourist, he's done it with a lot of different archetypes. We have not seen him run Graveyard yet today. I imagine he might go back to Royal Giant now that he's got a win in his pocket. He's been the strongest with Royal Giant. But all that being said, Tourist is definitely a force to be reckoned with, Juice.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing very well. I think he's doing a great job with the Royal Giant gameplay. Interesting to see him play Graveyard. I haven't seen him do well with that, but great match. And the other thing to always watch out with Tourists is those Bridge Spam decks. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Boss Bandit, Ram Rider, Evo Snowball deck that's been so meta these last few days, this last week or so.
Yeah, I know. It is interesting that we have seen only a little bit of bridge spam today, and it's all been in the form of Ram Rider, right? Or yes, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think mainly Ram Rider is the main bridge spam. I've seen some like on ladder, maybe a little bit like P.E.K.K.A, Evo Battle Ram, Evo Zap type of thing, but I really don't think that deck has what it takes at the highest level here.
Speaking of decks that I wondered if they had what it takes at the highest level, Recruits, pretty popular right now in the meta, but we have not seen them at all today until now. And wow, Clown is going through some turbulence, it looks like.
This is a brutal, like I honestly feel bad for him. This is insane.
The car ride or the matchup or both?
I was talking about the car ride. Like maybe that's why he used the Recruits in game 2. Like, he's playing with Miner, it's a very technical deck, but Recruits, you kind of just got to play the cards, right? There's not too many different ways you can play Recruits, so hopefully the car bumps won't matter too much.
Yeah, I mean, someone mentioned getting car sick, and he's definitely going through it right now, so hopefully he's not a person that gets car sick, because he's got a rocky ride and kind of a drop and wait deck here at the bottom of our screen. As Evo Recruits come out, Tourists did go to RG, so at least I've got a little bit left in the tank in terms of calling matchups, and we'll see what this deck can do. I mean, this is a decent push coming across the bridge right now. Monk ability will not be able to get off in time as it doesn't have enough HP, and pretty nice cleanup there.
Nice. I really like the Barbarian build there to make sure the Evil Hunter doesn't snare the Gold Knight before he's able to dash. That was very important.
And he does get a dash, so nice damage in from Clown early on. 1476 to essentially 2 untouched towers. 2971 is the lowest for Clown on the opposite side of the board.
I really like the deck pick for Clown here. The Zappies, when you're not going, when Tourist doesn't have a big spell, and also the Cage versus the RG mean a solid matchup here. The only question is the Evo Hunter right now and that Monk. The Monk can give value versus the Flying Machine, and he ends up having the Lightning version, actually. That could change things.
Wow. Lightning plus the Rage here. Those piggies should be able to get on through the tower pretty easily here for Clown.
Yep, Evo Hunter drops down, but the Roll Hogs are locked and loaded. They're doing mad damage, and that's pretty much tower down. One arrow is going to take it.
Wow.
With 10 seconds left, and Clown's tower's at full HP, it's GG's just like that.
There we go. First game won in a car in CRL, at least as far as I know, and an emphatic victory at that, as Tourist has to now really think about what went wrong there in game number 2. Yeah, Juicy, really interesting, right? I mean, it feels like the Lightning plus the Rage combo is maybe just a little too expensive, or maybe it was just a matchup thing, because you think about, like, I mean, Fireball is the other option we've seen with Royal Giant a lot today. Neither of them are going to be great against the Royal Recruits, but obviously Fireball would have been great against the Piggies. Was this just a matchup situation?
I think so. I mean, the Lightning doesn't get much value versus Flying Machine or versus Zappies. And didn't really seem like he had a good Roll Hogs defense either. He didn't have the Ghost version. He didn't have a Log to knock back. He didn't have a Fireball to take out the Roll Hogs. And, I mean, Roll Hogs, once again, if you don't have a decent counter to them, they're just so consistent in getting damage. They're so quick. And since there's just 4 different units in the push, like single target stuff like Monk just doesn't really do much.
Yeah. Yeah, and it is actually really interesting about how Piggies have kind of, I mean, they're never really out of the meta. It feels like they're pretty much, there's always that AQ Earthquake version. But it is interesting as this meta has been evolving more. We're seeing, like you said, less defensive building. Cards like Boss Bandit that have really high single target damage, less Fireball, more Lightning. All those things just make it so that it makes sense why Piggies have been a pretty dominant force. As the day has gone on, it does feel like Piggies is definitely a deck you want to bring out in game 2 or in game 3 once you've seen some of these options go out the window, whereas before maybe just busting it out in game 1 would have worked all right.
Yeah, I think it's a good call. I think that the other thing is that there's just so many different like options, right? You can play Recruits Pigs, have some spam. You can also play, there's Recruit Cycle. You know, obviously all the players at this level are so good at playing really solid control decks. Great defense, great chip damage, and I think the Evo Ice Spirit and the Evo Cannon make those decks even stronger. Just make it even more difficult to be able to break through.
And we are waiting on our competitors right now as we're trying to figure out exactly what they want to run back in this final game here. And just a reminder that we'll be back same time, same place tomorrow to wrap things up. And we still got 4 players to be eliminated here today in our lower bracket. This is the final matchup in the upper bracket. Our last player coming through. Just a little bit more history on Clown, or Kickash, as you guys may have known him in the past. Did some good stuff in the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series. Remember commentating on those a couple of years ago. Did some really good stuff all the way back in 2022. That was one of the first times that it felt like he had kind of popped onto the scene, at least for me in that sense, at the CRL level and at competitive play. Ladder wise, he's never been a guy that's finished too high. His highest finish is 6th place back in early 2024.
That's pretty high.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I know. That's a good point. It's a good point. You know, we talk about all these guys that have numerous number 1s and number 2s. Number 6, number 8, number 9, all very, very impressive. Let's call it what it is. And then, of course, Royale Masters, I think, was that moment. You know, we're all big fans of Royale Masters. They have cool formats there also. And Royale Masters Season 3, he got number 1 near the end of 2023. And that was like, okay, 2023... He's been ramping up all year long. We saw him for the first time in 2022. It felt like 2024 was going to be the year. And this was just kind of a little lackluster. You know, we did points and golden tickets last year, and he just missed by a bit. So don't worry, guys. If you want, in the chat right now is a great time for you guys to tell us to stop talking and to play the games. But don't worry, the game is coming soon. There it is, right on cue. Here we go. Game number 3, Clown versus Tourist, and Tourist bringing out the Lava Hound and a smile. First play of the day of the Lava Hound as Clown goes straight opposite lane looking for a tower trade. And the curse!
Wow. Goblin Curse Zap. Keep the ghost alive. The goblins are getting damage. Tourist knows the defense is impossible. He's going in for the tower trade Lava Loon, right hand side.
And Clown looking like, yeah, he's looking like he is in trouble. Inferno comes out, and now he's going to have to figure out, how do I stop everything that is on the board? I have 9 elixir to do it, and probably not a lot of air options. A bomber to kite the Inferno. Okay, that's a start. I mean, that was a threading of a needle if I've ever seen it.
And I don't know if he has any air defense right now. He's deciding to go all in attack. Gob Curse and Zap here will come down and spawn in some goblins to distract Inferno. But if Clown, if Clown can't finish this game out quick, he's in a lot of trouble.
That was one of the wildest starts to a game I have seen in a while. The kiting with the bomber on the Inferno Dragon was chef's kiss.
GG?
The curse plus the zap to defend, and you can see Tourist just, he's like, this guy's got nothing. He literally has nothing to defend. Tourist goes to the skies. He is now undefeated on the day in terms of sets. He's going to be showing up on day number 2, and he is having the time of his life here at the CRL Warmup.
And I think Clown went from playing Clash Royale to scrolling TikTok immediately because he wants to forget that ever happened. GG's Tourists going to be taking game number 3 here with the Lava Hound. Poor Clown playing the car. Maybe misclicked one of his cards with the car bump. Didn't have any air defense. I mean, I don't really blame him. That's the first time we've seen Lava Hound or really any balloon deck played today. So maybe he thought he could get away with it. But man, I mean, that's a brutal way to lose a game of Clash.
I mean, we're going to get the deck graphics here in just a second, but look at that. Look at that game 3 matchup.
Brutal.
Zap plus Goblin Curse. That is your air defense.
Yeah.
That's it. That's not going to get it done anywhere. And then you got your monk to reflect stuff, I guess. But great deck choice there from Tourist. As you said, Juice, you know, first time we go to the skies, totally catches Clown looking. And I mean, yeah, what are RG decks, what do they normally have to defend against air? Hunter, I guess, is usually the card that you go to. Yeah.
Usually a Hunter, sometimes a Phoenix, maybe a Mega Minion, and also Witch, not a bad option. I think if you had any of those, this game would have been a bit different for sure.
Yeah. Wow. What a crazy game number 3 there. Starts off with the tower trade out the gates. Then we see the curse zap come in on the left-hand side, which, you know, it's a little interesting. It's interesting to see curse at CRL. And then on the right-hand side, you see Tourist just go, okay, I can't defend. Let me go all in. And then he recognizes pretty quickly that Clown has 0 air defense, naked balloon in the, not even in the pocket, but to go for the 3 crown. And that's going to do it. So we are 2/3 of the way through our day. We have got everything set up for the beginning of tomorrow, the end of today. We have, of course, our 4 players that are still on the line to be eliminated. And of course, we have the other guys that just get to sit back and watch, which are Yoru, Ruben, Light, and Tourist. Those guys will be not starting off our day tomorrow, but very quickly after we go through match 13 and 14, which have yet to be decided, as you guys can see down there. Still needs to be populated, but what is populated is our lower bracket run. That is how we're going to close out the day. 4 more matches, 4 more best of 3s, and 4 players eliminated. Starting with Sosa versus Samuel Bassoto. Going to go Pedro versus Grico, Adriel versus Asaf, Ryley versus Clown. And honestly, Juicy, when you look at those 4 matchups, it does feel like we have a pretty strong favorite in each of those 4. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would say that Ryley's definitely favored here in the lower bracket. Although he did lose quite quickly versus Yoru in round 1. And I just wanted to quickly bring up some information I just got. Shout out to Darian. He messaged me. Yoru is actually Akaza/Nexus, if you have heard that name before. Yeah, he used to be really good at like Expo Rocket and then also Electro Giant, but it seems like he's really expanded his deck versatility, and he's doing a great job so far.
Yeah, shout out to the chat once again. I remember Akaza and Akaza Heart Dominic. Yeah. Wasn't this the guy that got number 1 out of?
I believe so.
Was that was like that last second number 1 or something crazy like that? And then it got pushed to number 2 or something. I think that might have been them.
Yeah.
But either way, thank you so much, chat, for throwing that out. I do recognize that name, the Frenchman. We have seen him before. But anyway, that is where we're at with those next 4 matches. Yeah, Sosa, I think, is going to be really interesting to see if he can kind of reset after that that start to his day. It's tough because, you know, when we talk about that World Finals back in 2022, it's really hard to reset after you have a rough start, right? It's really hard. In 2023, it's really hard to reset when you have that rough start. And also, you know, in this format, same as at Worlds, it's like when you start off and you have a dominant or an emphatic loss, you go 0-2, and then there's all this time that passes in between where you just sit there and you think about what went wrong, what you could have done differently. Hopefully Sosa will be able to take that time and bounce back. And then Samuel on the other side of it, this is what we were kind of mentioning earlier about, you know, is it better to go early on and play that round 1, or is it better to get that round 1 bye? Samuel had a pretty interesting game, a pretty interesting set there against Yoru. It was that game number 3 going up against Royal Hogs. Juicy, you talked about that Executioner being cycled in the back.
Right.
Maybe that's just a bit of a mental mistake, right? Maybe that's just something that slipped his mind. Maybe now he's in gear, ready to go. But either way, we're about to see a pretty great matchup here between these 2 guys, 2 obvious, you know, previous world finalists and a previous world number 3.
Interesting. Yeah, I wonder. I don't know. It's just such an interesting meta that we're seeing today. I mean, we talk about all the time, but it really is wild to see kind of like a little mini meta created whenever there is a tournament hosted like this. It's also wild just to see a lot of Royal Giant double small spell. You know, I think that's very odd to not see Royal Giant paired more with the Lightning, more with the Fireball. But it seemed like Mohamed Light is kind of just changing the meta, and a lot of people are kind of following there.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen him do that a lot, as you know, over the years. What's been interesting in the last handful of matches is it's like shifted a little bit. While we have still seen a lot of that Royal Giant, we've been seeing just a little bit less mortar in the second half of the day, which is kind of interesting. And then also, as we just saw in that last matchup, going to Lava Hound.
Yeah.
Is that something that we should expect to see more, Juicy, or is that something that you would do more if you were competing in this tournament, or you think that was just a really good, I mean, obviously it was a really, really good matchup. Do you think that's a good idea?
Lava Hound, you know, it's a good question. I think that, you know, obviously worked out for him the first time. I think that, I don't know. I wouldn't go more towards Lava, mainly just because of like the Evo Executioner, the Evo Hunter. I think that Lava Hound is another thing, kind of similar to the Monk, where Lava Hound might get weaker over time the more evolutions we see for range units. I think that is just a really risky play most of the time.
Yeah, and then of course the last thing that we mentioned, which I'm actually not too upset about it, is just that we haven't seen really any beatdown at all throughout the day, and we're getting word that we're getting a little bit of a drama from our players right now. You know, I'm not sure which players it is. I'm not sure what exactly the drama is, but we do know that that is why we're getting a slight delay. So there it is. Enough yapping. Start the F match. Well, I don't know what that even means, but we are trying to start the match.
You just probably just had typo or something.
Yeah, probably. Stop grabbing commentators. We don't care. Tell us when is the next match. And these guys don't even read the chat. Well, I think I just proved you guys wrong. That we do read the chat. We are trying to get to the next match. And for 9 years, we don't have any control over when the matches start. So
if you guys want, you know, maybe type 1 in the chat if you think Sosa's going to win, and type 2 in the chat if you think Samuel's going to win. Let's see what the chat is up to, and let's see what your guys' predictions are.
1 for Sosa, 2 for Samuel. Let's see it in the chat. I want to see what it's going to be. And here we go. We're in the match. Clown, unfortunately, I don't know where he is now, traveling throughout the world, but he's not on camera, unfortunately. I think you guys, at least luckily, were able to see him in his first match of the day, and now you recognize it's not because he doesn't want to be on camera, it's because he is in a car.
Interesting. I can't believe that Sosa is playing immediately after just losing. Or, sorry, not Sosa, a Clown.
Well, yeah, we had the numbers backwards on the board there. Yeah. I mean, it's yeah. I don't know how I feel about that, but luckily for me, I'm not playing. So
yeah. Okay, so
here we go. Our first bait of the day, Juicy, and it's from, you know, arguably the best bait player in the world. So that's at least exciting.
Yep, log baits, high pressure. He does have the cannon, and I don't think this deck does have a big spell.
No,
so
usually not.
It'll be interesting to see if he's able to break through with that spam. Clown gonna need some really good defense to make this work.
Yeah, these decks can be really, really frustrating to play against. Just relentless pressure. And while defensively you might feel that it doesn't stack up, that Dart Goblin is everywhere. And the cycle on this deck, even without a champion, is relentless. So, and you're going to see one of the best players to ever do it with this deck run it. So exciting to see here, especially because, you know, bait was one of the other archetypes we mentioned at the top of the show that we have not seen yet.
Hog inbound, cannon back in cycle. Prince is going to help support as well. I'm assuming Clown's last card is an Earthquake. We'll see if he ever will use that on the offense. Gang going to try and keep the Princess alive. A boss man ability, try and get his Princess Tower involved in the defense as well. Evo Valk played on offense. Usually you rather see that play on defense, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think it worked out well, because now the Boss Bandit is providing even more pressure, taking out almost the entire Gob Gang while the Hog gets a hit. And there you go. Clown going to be taking the damage lead to start this match off. Solid defense here. Once again, though, Ryley does need to find a way to break through. And looks like Clown is even ready for the Princess of the Bridge. Lost it down it as well. I think this is a wild version of Hog Earthquake. I think I kind of like it. I mean, he doesn't have the Firecracker, which is a little weird. But the Evil Witch seems to be able to provide a decent amount of value in this matchup. Mainly just because Ryley doesn't have the big spell. There you go. Witch going to drop on defense right here. Log onto the Goblin Barrel. And he's using his skeletons to try and keep the Evil Witch alive for as long as possible. But I really like the Princess from Ryley. You know, Ryley knows how to play the Princess. He knows how to keep it alive. Playing it very low on his side of the map, or really high from our perspective. Makes the Log can't take that out. And Evil Barrel, you know, mitigated quite well. He needs to play something on the right side, though. He has to drop a cannon. Boss made it, costing a lot of elixir here. This might be Ryley's turn to maybe make something happen. Here comes the Dark Gob. It doesn't lock on. Witch is tanking. Goblin Barrel inbound. Log. Gonna get some nice damage, but here comes the Evil Valve plus Wallbreaker to the right-hand side. Skelly gonna try and kite back. Cannon drop it down, but the double Wallbreaker connection. We'll still have 13 seconds until triple elixir. And Clown desperately needs that right now. Princess does not lock onto tower. Log comes through, but now what about for the barrel? He has skeletons and a cannon, but the Gombro's getting damage, and Ryley's very happy with his damage lead. Clown has only 60 seconds of triple elixir to somehow, some way, make a comeback here. With the boss man, with the Evil Witch, maybe, just maybe it's possible. But look, Ryley is already setting up his Valkyrie, trying to get the Evo in cycle, and then applying pressure when the Log is not ready to rumble. Wow, and the Goblins are doing so much damage. Clown trying to make an offensive push and take some damage to deal some damage, but it ain't working.
Log out to catch that Princess. Earthquake in. Try to break through. Hog will get a hit. Does. And Witch on tower, but...
Wait a second. Oh, but the Evil Falcon cycle.
Yeah. Oh, the freeze!
Wait, the Hog? 15 seconds left, but the Hog doesn't get the second hit. And there's another barrel.
Yep. And that's going to do it. No Log and cycle. There's the Log late. Gets the front two. Hog goes in. And Ryley able to do it against... I'll say a medium matchup, right? Just having the one Log to deal with stuff. Not having Swarm units to cover the barrels in any other way. Maybe not the best situation for Clown to be in, but still, well played there by Ryley.
Really interesting that we saw the Evil Witch instead of the Evil Firecracker in that matchup. I think the Firecracker is very important in role, or sorry, just Hog Rider decks like this, because going against a good player a lot of the time, the Hog Rider is not going to be able to break through, and that's where the Firecracker comes in as kind of a secondary win condition to get chip damage throughout the match.
And also just like the board control, right? When you have those firecrackers out going up against someone that doesn't have a spell that can take them off the board. You get a few firecrackers on the board and they can be so frustrating to deal with. While the Witch, I guess at the end of the day, more powerful of a card, doesn't quite have the same effect, obviously, because it can't shoot across the map. Like the same way that their Magic Archer, like you were talking about the Firecracker. At the end of that game, really you need is kind of a win condition, especially if they have a fast cycle deck with a building in it like we saw. So... yeah, I don't know. It's really interesting. I think a lot of people, because the meta is still evolving, we're still seeing Witch kind of forced into holes that she doesn't belong in yet. And it makes sense because you want to try her out there because she is so strong, or can be so strong. Similar to like that Mortar deck I was talking about. The Mortar Skeleton King Witch deck. It makes sense, and I think it should work. But, you know, in this situation, Firecracker is just better to go. And it's just faster for your cycle.
Right. Yeah, I think you're completely right. I think that... You know, in theory, the Witch could get value there, but ended up just being Valkyrie value most of the time. And it doesn't really do a great job of defending against the Goblin Barrel either. Even the Firecracker can be helpful versus Barrel in certain situations. Yeah. And, I mean, you're going against Ryley. I feel like you always have to be ready for log bait at any given moment.
So kind of a rough day for Clown so far, Juicy. You know, we had him pick up game number 2, doing a really good job against Tourist, but that was, you know, kind of matchup wise, it was just like Tourist didn't have any really good ways to deal with those piggies. The Lightning made that deck really, really expensive. Clown, his deck selection has kind of been all over the place, right? Like the Curse and the Evo Zap, the Firecracker not being in that last deck and having the Evo Witch in there instead. And then even running the Minor Rocket deck, that was kind of like one of those moments that I was talking about before, where it feels like you're not playing the current version of the game. While Minor Rocket is something that Clown is very, very good with, that deck just didn't stack up as the game went on. So I am wondering if this is another situation that's come up many times throughout the years where, you know, this is why analysts get paid. They get paid. Yeah. You know, sometimes pros, especially in crunch time, and especially on a bad day in crunch time, they might need just that little oomph that, you know, the best players in the world always have.
Interesting stuff. We are hopping to game 2, Ryley versus Clown. Ryley talking away here, trying to figure out, or, you know, probably just discussing maybe even with his coach about the strategy here. Looks like Clown does have the Bowler. Bowler is going to be a really good card to deal with the Gob Drill in this situation.
Bowler plus Snowball plus Giant. So looking like GY, huh?
Yep. Giant Graveyard and the
What do you think
Miner.
about Giant Graveyard? It was pretty popular for a minute there, maybe like what, a few weeks ago, or maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, but seems pretty quiet now. Viability, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely viable, but it is one of those decks where it's very matchup dependent, and I don't know. I don't mind it from Clown. I think that, you know, he's gonna have to make something happen here, and you know, if you gotta, you know, let luck be the deciding factor of whether you get a good matchup or not bad. The bad thing for him might be that I'm not in love with this matchup for him, mainly because the Mighty Miner, great counter to the Giant. The only way to counter it would be the Evo Snowball whenever it's in cycle, and the other problem is that Ryley's Evo Snowball can be used to knock back his push to allow his tower to lock on to the Graveyard Skeletons.
Yeah, that's the point I was waiting for you to get to, is, you know, we've seen that a lot over the years of body blocking at the bridge, where, well, the Evo Snowball has changed that conversation by allowing your opponent to actually get across the bridge and then get it all soaked up in that snowball, and then it makes that graveyard not only easier to clean up, but it also almost makes it wasted elixir for your opponent, and then you deal with the push. Everything's out of sorts. We always talk about timing and sequencing with graveyard decks, and that is a great way to kind of deal with it. So we'll see how that plays as this game goes on. Arrows to catch the Bomber plus Fire Spirit. Goblin does get a stab on the tower. Night Witch has been out of position this entire game, so we'll see when Clown can actually get that Night Witch behind a Giant, but as of right now, she's been having to use to clean up drills and soak up Fire Spirits.
Evo Snowball on offense here is going to allow the Goblins to connect, but Clown has kind of been waiting for this moment. Now he's going to go with the Graveyard, and he's going to drop his Evo Snowball on top of the Mighty Miner to allow his Giant to tank for a little bit longer. But it seems like Ryley's ready for this. He has the poison for the Graveyard.
Wow.
Maybe Clown can stack him enough units to make this work.
This is a pretty scary push. The bomb does some decent work, but that is a very, very healthy bowler behind. It is on tower. It does not activate King Tower. Ryley misses the spot there. Guards behind getting tanked for. Arrows to come in to help clean it up. While this isn't going to be game over, this is a great offensive send for Clown. 15-52 against 22-26. Ryley right back on offense. Drill goes into the left-hand side.
Bowler is here. It does pick up the Goblin hit. Ryley with the energy drink mid-game, trying to
I was just gonna say,
get a little extra, you know, oomph to finish out this match.
And honestly, still one of my favorite evolutions in the game, even though I don't use her a lot. The idea behind it is pretty brilliant, and when you see a great player use it to snipe those units off the middle of the board, really, really impactful as well. So Evo Muskie getting her laurels right now as that Evo Snowball comes in. Bowler up high to clean up, as you talked about throughout this entire matchup, Juicy. Now we get a Miner to switch lanes. Guards right behind. Night Witch going to do a pretty good job with the Snowball there, so nice defense here from Clown. 1760 to 1498. Bomber comes out to meet the Giant plus Night Witch at the bridge.
Fire Spirit cleans up pretty well, and the Graveyard is down. Poison on the Graveyard. Guards in the Giant. Night Witch bats are a little bit of a threat, but Ryley doing a great job of hiding them away to give the tower time to lock on and take them out.
That's right. No bat hits in 1162. Fire Spirit almost sneaks through to tower. 1680 to 1162. Mighty Miner cycled in the back for Ryley towards his weaker tower as another drill comes down. And a pre-poison. That's a great pre-poison. Ryley recognizes that the Night Witch is out of play. The Giant's down the left-hand side. No Graveyard's going to come in. Doesn't have to worry about the Graveyard poison, so he just uses it offensively, and now he should be back to it defensively if he needs it.
Free Evo Snowball hits the Night Witch, allowing the Goblin to lock on the tower. Musketeer to try and prevent. Giant is the threat left-hand side, ignoring the Tesla. Mighty Miner dropping. There's only 10 seconds left. Evo Snowball
that Giant
clears the way for the Giant to get even more damage. And with 5 seconds left, Ryley's shaking his head because he knows his tower's dropping. Clown taking game number 2.
And that's just Ryley kind of losing track of the game. He gets distracted. I mean, this is a great play here by Clown. You've got a bowler plus guards plus Giant working down the left-hand lane. The bowler is, the Giant's getting tanked for by the guards. The Evo Snowball from Ryley comes out to clean up the defense from Clown, not the push at the bridge. And that bowler takes that tower from 2293 all the way down to nothing in the final 30 seconds of gameplay. I had something similar happen to me the other day where you're just so distracted by you trying to get offense in, you're trying to defend your weaker tower, and then just one unit can sneak through sometimes in that one spot you're not looking at and just steal the entire game there. Juicy Ryley just getting caught off guard. Yeah,
and props to Clown as well for really not being tunnel visioned. You know, I think a lot of players in situations like this, they get tunnel visioned, like, I need to win this game, my tower is getting low, I need as much damage as possible, and they just keep attacking the right hand lane. But he sees his Giant break through and bypass that Tesla, and he uses his most important card of the matchup, the Evo Snowball, to make sure that Giant does as much damage as humanly possible. And he makes it happen with even switching lanes with his Graveyard as well.
Yeah, you'll see players, even at the highest level sometimes, where you get into that final minute of gameplay and they are refusing to change lanes because it's like, look, I'm losing. I need to catch up. I need to get damage in. This tower already has a 1500 damage on it. There's no way I have time to switch lanes. And you know what? Most of the time, that's usually the case, especially in crunch time. But as you said, Juicy, sometimes you see one unit sneak on through, one interaction kind of go your way. And we've seen Mo do this time and time again. We've seen Morton do it, honestly, over the years, too. You know, he's one of the guys that I remember saying, like, with Hog Rider, you can never just fully commit to one lane. I don't care how long into the game it is, because one errant Hog Rider can do so much damage. We saw right there, one Giant sneaks through, then the Graveyard comes in. GG, well played. Now, matchup wise, I will say, you know, not a bad matchup at all for Clown. You know, Ryley did have the poison, he did have options there, but you know, and the snowball there to push everything back, but Clown did a really good job of just kind of playing through it, even with the small responses that Ryley did have to kind of maybe give him the edge, but not give him the edge, but make it so it wasn't just a horrible matchup.
Yeah, great stuff. And here we are hopping into our I believe this is our third game, despite the graphic on the right hand side, and we got Ryley with the Hog Earthquake, or maybe Roll Hog's Earthquake. Clown using the drill this time.
A lot more E-Spirit being used right now, Juicy. Is that just because of kind of how popular Witch is and Bats?
Yeah, I mean, I think you nailed it on the head there. I think that it makes a lot of sense to use Electro Spirit more often, especially if you aren't going to be using the Evo Ice Spirit. All the time, the E-Spirit can also pair well with the Log and even Barbarian Barrel to take stuff out like Firecracker. You know, even help out more versus like Musketeers and other glass cannons.
So the first time we're seeing, oh my gosh, what is her name?
Berserker.
The Berserker.
Yeah.
I was like, where it's escaped me. I actually really liked the idea of the Berserker when she came into the game, and I think that she's still trying to figure out her place in Clash Royale, but definitely a really, really fun, high DPS card that I would love to see used just a little bit more, but I think she's still, like I said, there's still something that needs to be tweaked there. I don't know what it is. But just good job against the Evo Skellies and the E-Spirit, and gets on towers. So, you know what? Maybe I spoke too soon. Great stuff there from the Berserker.
Yeah, even Ryley is a little bit confused how these Evo Skeletons cannot clutch up the 1v1 versus her. You know, Clown up a lot of damage here, but Ryley is up a lot of elixir here, so I'm able to make a counter push for sure. There it is. Big hits, big 2 hog hits here. And now Ryley converting that elixir advantage to a damage lead.
So Clown, Ryley both resetting back to 10. Hog's going to come in right now. There's the Tesla up high to not give any EQ value. Plays the Berserker on top of it just to keep the Evo Tesla alive a little bit longer. I don't hate that play, but there we go. I was going to say you have to do something to protect it now, and now that Boss Bandit is just pulling out so much elixir.
Yep. Berserker does a decent job, though.
Yeah.
And even takes to the hog. But the big annoying thing here, as you guys have probably already realized watching, I mean, this firecracker has been staying alive for a long time. That's another reason why Log is so much more consistent as a card compared to the Barbarian Barrel. It has a lot further range. Barbarrel has a hard time dealing with these firecrackers when they're deep onto Ryley's side of the map.
Ryley getting a nice King Tower activation there with the Evo Bomber. E-Spirit to soak up that first Boss Bandit dash. Now we see that Tesla coming out late. Exactly kind of what you had talked about before. Use the drill first to get the Tesla down second. Doesn't really matter, though, as Ryley still gets a hit on through the tower. Berserker's been doing a really good job doing a lot of defensive cleanup here, but, you know, now we're getting into spot that's just not quite enough. Now we're getting out-cycled, has to let the Hog get on through because he can't play anything to get shot by that firecracker. 903, 2265, Ryley pulling away.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to defend. The Boss Bandit, the Hog Rider, especially without the Log. The Earthquake drops from the Tesla. Berserker comes down, but it's not enough to stop this Hog hit. And then the firecracker immediately. This is what I'm talking about, what I mean, where sometimes the firecracker does more damage than a Hog Rider in these Hog EQ decks because a lot of the time the firecracker just is so difficult to stop compared to the Hog.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, you see it so many times where you do get out-cycled against the Hog deck, and you're like, okay, as we saw Clown there in that moment do, he's like, okay, I have to figure out a different way to defend against this Hog because I don't have my Tesla in cycle, but I can't play anything on top of the Hog because you know the firecracker is going to be right behind it. So Ryley playing a tried and true deck with a little bit of a facelift very, very well. He is able to stay alive. He will be back for day number 2, so we do have both our world number 1 and world number 2 still alive to get into our second day of the CRL Warmup. And even though I forgot her name, which is hilarious, and even though she did a decent job during that matchup, I did talk about, okay, wow, and also Clown had the Phoenix in that deck. Did we even see we didn't even see the Phoenix come out.
That's pretty interesting. Yeah, Phoenix.
Yeah, there you go. There's the full deck right there.
I mean, I guess it makes sense. He never played it because it doesn't get value versus any of Ryley's cards. Yeah, going back to what you were saying about the Berserker, I think that, you know, she is a card that might, honestly, in my opinion, just be categorized, if that makes sense. I think that I would rather use Berserker instead of skeletons or goblins, instead of using it as your main kind of quote-unquote tank, because, I mean, Clown just really struggled to defend against the Boss Bandit this entire time, just because the Berserker, I mean, I don't know, it's a glass tank almost. Like it's not a tank at all. Like you really can't use it as a distraction unit versus this Boss Bandit.
Yeah, and that's the second time today where we've seen a deck that doesn't really have a true tank, or at least the second time I should say, that doesn't have a true tank, that just cannot stack up as the time goes on. Yeah, I mean, really, the Berserker is what you're talking about. It's like skellies or goblins that can't be easily light spelled off the board. But yeah, not a tank by any means. So here we go. First player has been eliminated. You know, it's one of those things that's nice for Clown because he could just say, I was in the car.
Yeah.
You know? he can chalk it up as that. And even mentally, you can tell yourself, look, I'm playing in the car. I'm playing on the road. Wi-Fi is not perfect. Obviously, a lot more variables. It looked like on that second or third game that he was like going off-roading. Yeah. So Clown will be eliminated. He will walk away with $500. And obviously, he's someone that we expect to see a lot more as CRL does unfold throughout the rest of 2025. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe those numbers are swapped. So Clown versus Ryley was match number 9. I think we're going to go Asaf, Adriel, Grico, Pedro, Samuel, Bassoto, and then Sosa. But we don't know. That's a surprise that we're going to find out over the next 3 matches of the day. Ryley looked better in this set. Obviously, he won this set as opposed to the first one, but he also just looked a little bit more... yeah, maybe just a little bit more calm, right? That first one was the very first matchup of CRL in the entire 2025. Maybe it was pressure, maybe it was cobwebs, who knows what it was, but it seems like Ryley's back in fighting form.
Yeah, and he's playing decks he's comfortable with too. You know, I mean, we always talk about, do you use your best deck in game number 1, or is it too predictable? In this situation, Ryley just said, you know what? I had a tough first set. It's time to go with what I'm used to. It's time to go with what I'm best at. Use log bait. He took a nice win, and you know, after that he was smooth sailings from there.
Yeah, sometimes it's just getting back to the basics. You know, they talk about it in basketball all the time. Like, sometimes a shooter just needs one ball to drop. He just needs one shot to go in, and it kind of gets you in rhythm. And that's maybe how it felt for Ryley in this. It's like, all right, let me, like you said, let me get back to the basics. Not a lot of people have been playing bait. No one has really played bait today. He's one of the best in the world to do it. Didn't go very well in his first set trying out the current meta, so let's just get back to what I know. Let's build some confidence, let's build some momentum, and then he has a really nice set against a great competitor. So as we say goodbye to Clown, we say hello to Ryley on day number 2, which, like I said, same time, same place tomorrow, but still 3 more matches to go. Like I said, I'm still pretty sure that we're just going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 like we saw on that list.
Right.
But we'll have to wait and see. And I believe that next match was Asaf and... Was it Asaf and Grico? Is that right?
It sounds right. Interesting. I feel like both of those
Asaf and Adriel.
Okay, Asaf and Adriel. I definitely think that's... I don't know. I think Adriel played all right. I think that Asaf... I don't know. It's tough to say because he's playing against Mo, but I feel like there was, you know, 1 or 2 mistakes that I saw. It'll be interesting to see if both of these players are able to bounce back. I mean, that's the thing about Clash Royale and also events like this in general. We talk about it every year, but it's such a mental game, right? You know,
yes.
A lot of the time, I mean, you can see in the face cams, a lot of the time these players are trying to remove all the motions because you never know when you're going to get a bad matchup or when, you know, something's not going to go your way. You need to be able to lose, completely mentally reset, and do your very best in the next match immediately.
And when you look at all of our world champions, LCOP and Nova, you look at Queso and Ruben, you look at Mugi, you look at Mo, you know, you look at all of these guys that are completely, I mean, I'll say Morton too, even though he's not a world champion, he's world class. They're very emotionless, or as emotionless as they can be during in an individual game. They'll celebrate before or after. Here we go. Asaf looking like he's going Lumber Loon, question mark, with I mean, could also be some form of lava, but look at, all right, I don't even know what I'm talking about now. So it does look like Lumber Loon, right? With recruits?
Yeah, I mean, if I were to guess what deck it was, I would say that for sure. But maybe, just maybe there's a Ram Rider in here too. I think Lumberjack synergizes with a Balloon and Ram Rider the most. Those are the 2 highest synergy cards that go with it. So we'll see which one he decides to be using here.
And then Adriel using this Mortar deck that's just been a little bit more popular the last few days. Mortar in this meta still trying to figure out exactly what the best makeup is.
Both players deciding to leak Elixir and wait for the next play.
I'm kind of surprised, honestly, from Adriel. I feel like as a Mortar player, you want to try to get, just especially a Mortar and kind of spammy player, you want to try to get a little bit more damage in single. But maybe he doesn't want to get punished by EVA recruits in single, so I guess we're just kind of waiting. How's your Saturday? Got any other plans today?
Not much. Just streaming, man. Just on the streaming grind.
All right, love to hear it. Make sure you guys go follow Juicy on Twitch. He streams 6 days a week.
Yes, sir.
Believe, right?
Thanks for the shout out, Andrew. You're the best.
It's good. You shouting yourself out doesn't work. Me shouting you out every broadcast does work, and I will continue to do it because I love watching your stream. So it is going to be Royal Recruits with Loon. We've got Evo Lumberjack there behind. Evo Lumberjack, really interesting. Super, super strong when it first came out. And honestly, I think he's found a pretty good place at this point. Not used a ton, but doesn't feel broken, doesn't feel underpowered.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that it's pretty strong. It's going to take out the Mortar Evo right now. It's also going to help the Balloon take out the other Mortar. But here comes the counter push. Miner, Goblin, and a lot of bats in here. I don't think there's a Snowball or arrows in cycle, but he decides to go for the Mother Witch. Wow, that is a game-changing card. I mean,
yeah.
You play this Mortar deck all the time, Andrew. Talk to me. Like, how struggle is the Mother Witch here?
Well, it's really struggle, especially because Asaf has the option to snowball plus Mother Witch against the Evo Bats. Right. And he doesn't have to use the arrows specifically on the Evo Bats. A lot of times when you're playing against Evo Bats with a deck that only has arrows or only has like a arrows plus log, is those Evo Bats end up being something you always have to think about. So that's something that's really, really nice here. And of course, you know, that Mother Witch can turn in what you just saw there, a defense on the left-hand side with a couple of goblins. It can all of a sudden turn it into a huge push in the opposite lane that you weren't expecting. Right. So I definitely don't love this for Asaf, or excuse me, for Adriel, but we'll see if he can kind of outsmart Asaf's Mother Witch. As you saw there, Miner goes right to it to try to take her off the board. Asaf still behind by a bit, 1932 to 2251. And also lightninging that Mother Witch in this matchup is really tough. Yeah,
it's not what you want to do. Maybe you will see it more often now that we are in triple elixir. Maybe he'll be able to make some lightning plays and try and get this. Well, I was gonna say try and get his damage lead back, but I mean, I just realized Adriel is in the damage lead and his defense is absolutely perfect so far. Maybe that's all he needs to do to win this. Maybe he just needs perfect defense, a couple lightnings on the tower, and that might just be enough.
Yeah, you know, it does seem like he's just kind of happy with sitting back and doing exactly what you're saying. Defend, 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 stack mortars, make sure balloons can't break through. When I have extra elixir or a spot, I'll send in a miner. But since I have the lead and I have the lightning damage, I'm happy with that. And so we'll see if that patience will pay off or if he'll end up needing to kind of fight for the end of the game.
Bat Miner gets a couple extra hits. Adriel tries to predict the balloon other lane. Asaf is patient. He goes into the left where the mortar's already ready for defense, as well as a miner. And Adriel is celebrating a little bit here, and it is over. Adriel taking game number 1 versus Asaf. And I just want to quickly note the crazy play that I've seen him win this game here is that 3-card cycle usage with the Golden Knight. He had the goal line the board, and he doesn't have a good counter to Mother Witch like we've talked about so much, but he played 3 logs in a matter of like 22 seconds, taking out a Mother Witch on the right side and on the left side with the help of his miner. Really great usage of the log with the 3-card cycle there.
Yeah, I actually really loved watching that matchup because, you know, he did all the things that Adriel did all the things that you needed to do to win that matchup. You know, you asked me, I play that deck a lot. I play versions of that deck a lot, and going up against Mother Witch, since I am not a pro, and since I have a lot to be left to learn out in the game, even though I've played forever, I have a really hard time with going, I have the damage lead.
Right.
I have the way to win this game at the end as long as I am consistent with my defense throughout. So I'm going to sit back and let the game come to me. Right. And that's exactly what Adriel did. What I end up doing in that matchup is I try to find a moment to sneak in a killing blow.
Yeah.
So I try to send in miner plus bats or miner plus gang, or I try to sneak a gang through, or I defend without thinking well enough with swarm units, and then all of a sudden that Mother Witch becomes a big problem. Adriel just didn't give Asaf a moment to do that. And if that Mother Witch was on the board, like you said, Juicy, he just kind of sat back and then triple logged it or whatever, or minored it off the board. So really, really great patience and poise though from Adriel there, recognizing, okay, this Mother Witch is now the X factor in this matchup, but if I play this smart, I can just defend and chip away and win the game. What I cannot do is give him a ton of Mother Witch value that then swings the elixir advantage so heavily in his favor. So really impressive stuff, and also really great for me to kind of learn this is what you have to do. You know what you have to do, but only the best players have the patience to do it.
Yeah. Another one last call out to Adriel. He just played really well with his mortar. I mean, I think that he did a great job of just stacking them on the board, making it so that the balloon wasn't going to be able to break through no matter which lane you played it. And the other thing is Asaf doesn't have a big spell in the deck. So he's able to just stack one mortar next to each other, pull the balloons around, get the mortars kind of just playing siege on his side of the map, taking out the recruits before they even are crossing the bridge. It was just really solid stuff. And I don't even know when he got that damage lead. Like, he just did a great job of chipping a little bit with the miner and the bats and then holding on to that throughout the entire match.
Yeah, that's a really great point that you make about like mortar defensively against the balloons in this situation. Is if you recognize your opponent doesn't have a big spell, you don't really have to worry about holding that mortar to see which lane your opponent attacks. You get that 3-card cycle out, you have the mortar down already, you can get the second and even the third one out eventually if necessary. So yeah, really, really great recognition of the matchup there by Adriel as well, and a good breakdown from you, because again, I play in matchups like that a lot of the time, and sometimes the best thing is to do the least. Just defend, just chip away, use that lightning as the coup de grace if you need it. So, Asaf, man, just kind of like Clown, and this is something that I've been this guy for years now, which is these decks that we're seeing them lose with are not decks that we're seeing anyone else play with.
Yeah, you're so right.
And I think that's a problem.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that, you know, maybe we're just getting a little bit too creative on some of these decks. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that... I mean, I think Lumberloon can be something that's decent, but once again, this is a very matchup-dependent deck. So it's just pretty risky. And a lot of the time in CRL, we see people use the least risky decks possible.
So something happened with the exposure in Adriel's camera, and it looks like he's playing from the clouds, or maybe he's on a plane now. And
yeah, my number one comment in my chat right now is, why is Adriel playing from heaven? So yeah, I thought you might like that one.
The celestial being Adriel does break on through to the tower here as that hog gets a hit, and I'm going to just keep doing it, Juicy. I'm going to be the broken record. Here's another card and another matchup that looks like it is from 3 metas ago. The Demolisher Valkyrie Inferno Tower drill deck. I remember losing to this deck when it was dominant. I have not played against this deck in months for what I believe is a good reason. The Goblin Demolisher, not a bad card, just not the best card. I think that there's a lot other cards that synergize better and are cheaper in this deck. So I don't know. Wow. I guess we'll see. Ooh, man.
Yeah, this is, I don't know. Like, I mean, to be fair, this is the CRL warm-up. Adriel big smiles with this crazy amount of damage coming through. But if I'm going to be completely brutally honest here, I am very unimpressed with some of the gameplay today. I don't want to be rude, but I mean, this is not the highest level of Clash Royale.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? It's definitely a tough spot to be in, because, Juicy, you've been a pro and you are a streamer. You are someone that plays so much. But our job as commentators is to call it how we see it.
Right.
You know, you watch any pro sport out there, and if one of the star players or one of the players you expect to do well performs badly, they don't sit there and be like, oh, well, you know, you got to think about... No, it's just like, this is just not the gameplay that you need to bring. And I think the positive to this for Asaf is that he is in a spot where it's clear in 2025 he still is one of the best in the world. He still is here at the warm-up. There are players that were at World Finals last year that got invited to the group stage and aren't here. That being said, I think he's also maybe getting a quick and harsh realization or reminder that he is at the highest level of CRL, and you need to bring the absolute best. That comes with gameplay, that comes with analysis, and that comes with adapting during the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, Adriel, big victory here, making it look pretty easy. And I think, just once again, I think you're right. I think that this deck from Asaf it's just not the meta. I mean, this meta is very strange. There's a very limited deck supply of really good decks. But I mean, the Inferno Tower, it's always the negative trade versus the Hog. The Valkyrie, you know, maybe a little bit too expensive as a tank in this situation. The Goblin Demolisher, I mean, it has some synergy with the drill, but You know, Adriel has the cannon for it. He has the ice speeder for the freeze. He has the barbell for the drill. And he's just going to take a clean victory here.
Yeah, I mean, I would have just liked to see what the most popular versions of drill are right now instead. I mean, even if that's just with Evo Bomber instead and Cannon instead, or, you know, Golden Knight or whatever it might be instead of the Evo Valk, it's just a little bit off. But you know what? That's okay. It's his deck. He is a guy that loves drill and continues to go back to it. Just maybe not the best version of drill out there. And then Adriel on the other side of it just went right down the middle, right? Yeah, I look here at the most popular decks with drill in it, and yeah, this is not one of them.
This is not one of them. So looking at the bracket here,
yeah,
I mean, we have
talk to me about these matchups.
Yeah, I mean, we now know Ryley's matchup for tomorrow. We have Ryley versus Adriel. Next up, guys, we're going to be having Grico versus Pedro. That's definitely going to be a big one. 2 CRL finalists from last year. I don't think either of them did as well as they wanted to, so I think that both of them kind of have something to prove here, especially in the lower bracket. This is an elimination match. And then our final matchup of today is going to be Samuel Bassoto versus Sosa. Similar thing to what we've seen from Asaf here. I think that Sosa didn't really play how he wanted to in that first round. So, well, it'll be interesting to see if he can bounce back mentally.
Yeah, and to kind of go back to the next matchup between Grico and Pedro, I'm really curious to see, you know, how Pedro's going to come out, because he obviously went up against Mohamed Light in that first round. It was a quick 2-0. But when you go up against Mo and you get 2-0, and I think it's a lot easier to maybe in your mind reset. I don't actually know, though, because you still get that feeling of being eliminated, and you still get that feeling of coming out for something you're excited for and then going 0-2. Pedro ran that version of Graveyard that is popular right now without NATO, with Evo Witch, and he was going up against Mo's RG, you know, Log, E-Spirit, Rage. And then his game number 2, Mo, like you said, he copied the deck, ran it back, and that time it was against the Mortar, Golden Knight, Goblins, Spear Goblins situation. So a couple things to note is that Pedro is playing firmly in the meta. He is playing, you know, against the best player in the world. We saw a little bit of that fun BM afterwards. So he at least seems like he's in the right place, whereas other players seem like maybe they're just still adapting to what the current meta is. Grico might be running back what he has been practicing with, or what he most recently practiced with while he's been waiting, which is this Mortar deck with Golden Knight, Bats, Lightning, Gang, Spears, and Log.
Interesting. Miner going to come through, get some chip damage. Seems pretty aggressive to me, but he does clean up the counter push well with the Bats. That's the interesting thing in Clash Royale. Like, sometimes being more aggressive is actually good, because if you can clean up the counter push, there's a fine line between being too aggressive and not aggressive enough for those counter pushes.
Yeah, sometimes you'll see people spend, you know, 5 or 6 elixir right out the gate and go hyper aggressive, and then they'll have all the answers they need, and then they just got a nice advantage at the very beginning of the game. Obviously not what you want to run into. Sometimes it works the other way. This is a lot of elixir spent from Guriko, and this is kind of what we were just talking about, right? He goes hyper aggressive, gets that lightning in, is a -1 trade. There is the Skeleton King on the board, but a perfect set of bats to clean everything up for very cheap.
Yeah, we saw a similar matchup to this matchup earlier, but this time Grico has a Golden Knight, which is going to be much better versus Swarms than the Boss Bandit. He also has the Log instead of Arrows. So I think that's going to give him a little bit more possibilities, or a little bit more advantage when it comes to defense. But despite that, it's still going to be difficult to deal with the Witch, the Skelly King, and even the Tombstone when you are running the Cannoneer.
So Spears get a little bit of damage in as the Golden Knight cycled in the back. Log comes down to clean up the Skellies and misses the Tombstone.
Wow.
Unfortunately. I was going to say that Log looked really low, but I'm like, all right, you're the pro, not me.
Interesting.
Oh,
wow. Golden Knight does not go to the Witch, but Lightning gets value. And does clean up a lot of the Skellies. And this is the strength of Evo Bats. This is one of the reasons why this deck specifically can do well versus Royal Giant. Once you get those Evo Bats and cycle, the E-Spirit is pretty much useless in that situation.
Yeah, Evo Bat's still one of my favorite Evos in the game. I really do love that the ability for them to survive through a small spell is basically what their evolution is. I mean, obviously there's the vampire effect and a little bit of HP, but the biggest value always comes when your opponent doesn't have a spell to take them off the board.
I love this Goblin Gang placement from Grico on the left side, knowing the log's going to come through, or at least preparing for that possibility, and that allows for a very solid defense, and he's just up so much damage here.
And this is exactly the situation that you want to get in against these Royal Giant matchups, right? You've got good damage in single, you've been doing and chipping away in double, you're not getting too aggressive. You know, we just saw that Miner play defensively. You're not trying to make big things happen when you've already got a big damage lead. And we'll see if Grico can just kind of ride that wave as this goes on. You know, if I'm Grico right now, I'm doing exactly what he's doing, setting up defense in the back, making sure I have a response for that Skeleton King ability. I have the lightning ready to go to catch the witch as she works down the left-hand side of the board, doing all the things right at this moment. Yeah,
and Pedro's trying to mix things up on how he plays by spamming tombstones in witch and Skeleton King on both lanes to try to overwhelm the Cannoneer. But somehow Grico's able to really kind of just pick apart each and every skeleton by using his log, his 3-card cycle, his Golden Knight, and those Spear Gobs especially are doing a great job.
A little bit of damage through on the right-hand side. Let's not forget that. 40 seconds remaining. 1884 versus 1255. Golden Knight on that left-hand tower. Lightning at the bridge on the right-hand side. So now Grico in a spot to where he can go either lane, but going to stick to the right here as he's got a nice counter push coming in.
Which up high to prevent lightning value. Seems like Pedro's trying to lightning cycle, but he knows it's not enough. So he goes for the Royal Giant, the bridge, and an E-Spirit for the bats. A log on the Spear Gobs, but there's 2 mortars on the defense. Lightning coming through, and the Spear Gob's getting nice chip in the left lane. Mortar gets a hit, and now it's all Grico here on the offense.
Yep, Mortar gets a hit on the right. Miner plus Spears on the left to pull out Elixir. Grico knows game 1 is in the bag. Mortar shot doesn't come in to take the tower out. And the tiebreaker obviously goes to Guriko here in game number 1. Very, very well played there. And honestly, that's really kind of how you play that matchup.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to figure out if your opponent doesn't have, you know, the big spell like the Fireball or, I mean, Poison is usually never run with RG. When you know you're going up against Lightning and you have the type of deck that Grico's running, you have the only thing that you can't do is exactly what you pointed out, Juicy, which is you have to make sure you have great Goblins placement. Whether that's your gang or your Spears, you need to make sure that that unit, whatever that card is, plus your Mortar is going to be enough to clean up. The second that you get the Mortar down, it gets Lightning, and then you put your Goblins in a loggable spot, that's when you lose that game.
Right.
And Guriko was not going to let that happen.
Yeah, the placements were great. I think the other thing that Grico made sure to really lock in there was his lightning. I think that we have seen the witch get a lot of value whenever you don't choose the lightning. So a lot of the time he's literally just like, if I see the evil witch, I'm not even thinking about it. Drop the lightning immediately and make sure there's no chance of the witch being able to take out the evil bats or make any sort of crazy comeback plays.
So Juicy, just as a question for me then, so you're playing, let's say you're playing this exact matchup and you're Guriko and that witch is coming down the left-hand side of the board. Do you always want to lightning it either on their princess tower or before like the big push gets dropped at the bridge? Because if the big push gets dropped at the bridge and there's like a fisherman and a monk and an RG there, you might miss the witch. But then sometimes if you just go princess tower plus witch with the lightning, you know, do you sacrifice too much spell value at the bridge? Is there actually a tried and true equation for this, or is it kind of like you have to feel it out?
It's a good question. I think in general, what I like to do is if it's a regular witch, I might look for more value or try to counter with the Golden Knight. If it's an Evo witch and they drop it in the back, I'm insta lightning it every time, just because, I mean, that is one of the trump cards of the deck, right? I think that if you just lightning every time, I think in most situations you're going to be good to go.
Good to know, especially because lightning and witch is in about, I don't know, 60% of the matchups you see on ladder right now. Pedro going to Piggies. Piggies have had a lot of success throughout the day. Grico, with his win in his pocket, is going to go to RG. Earthquake cycle in here from Pedro as Grico just going to kind of sit back. Makes sense, right? Grico's going to sit here, and he wants to get to double elixir as soon as possible. He knows that Pedro has the advantage in single, and so does Pedro. So here we go, split Skellies plus split Hogs, hoping that those Skellies can get a little bit of value. Hunter on the right-hand side plus E-Spirit on the left cleans up the Skellies, but not after a good amount of damage is done. Now we see a Ram Rider sneak in front of that Hunter. Delivery going to come down, do some nice cleanup. Delivery plus cannon going to be just enough. And Guriko, recognizing it's going to be a little bit tougher to break through than he thought it was going to be RG, ends up being Ram Rider. Grico is Japanese, as I see someone in the chat asking. Guriko, really nice guy. AQ down, meet this boss bandit. Curious to see how the boss bandits dealt with here. A lot of those small cards to be able to soak up that dash, but also not a lot of damage to come in to deal with it other than with the AQ. No big spell, though, to deal with the Archer Queen. MK cycled in the back. That MK is going to be interesting to see. I like that he plays it early on, not to have to worry about the Royal Hogs, because Grico had like a bit of map control. And now we'll see if that MK is just held through the rest of this matchup to find those piggies, as that Ram Rider does find the second cannon that comes down there.
See, this is one of those matchups where it's like, okay, surely Grico has the matchup, right? Because he has Mega Knight and goes for Roll Hogs, and he has a good offense. But the thing is, when you are playing this matchup from a pro player, like a pro player is playing this matchup, like they're somehow going to find a way to have perfect defense and just Earthquake cycle and sneak into Roll Hogs when they can.
Yep. Yeah, because what happens, I think, Juicy, is you as that Mega Knight player, you're kind of holding that card to meet those piggies.
Yep.
And then, like you're talking about, as that EQ, AQ, Hoggies player, you just sit there and defend perfectly. You hold on to your lead, and then you make your opponent play desperately. Now that MK's out of cycle because they're trying to break through. And as you said, defend, defend, defend. MK's out of cycle, find a moment to sneak the Hoggies in if it's there. And I mean, that's literally it right there. That was, I think, everything that Grico could put in the tank and throw at Pedro. No damage in.
Yeah, I mean, I thought for sure that you were caster cursing them again and that the Ram Rider was going to connect. But then I saw the Earthquake perfectly drop down, slowing everything, making it so the tower had just enough time. And Grico just doing his best to make something happen. He's going to try and make a dual lane pressure with the boss bandit and the Mega Knight, but here we go. Earthquake cycle once again. The Queen getting good value. The cannons are stacking on the board. Will Grico break through in this push?
Feels pretty tough, man. Feels pretty tough. Second cannon going to come down there. Second MK down in the opposite lane, which means the second Ram Rider should be coming through soon. Boss bandit comes down. Not enough elixir for anything else to come on the board, and now this is just becoming a bit of a bridge spam situation without your win condition coming through. Does get the second cannon out on the opposite side, but delivery plus Ice Spirit plus is all going to be enough.
I mean, almost a perfect game from Pedro. I mean, barely any scratches on his tower whatsoever. There's 15 seconds left. He has time for one big push. Evil Mega Knight, Boss Bandit, but the Evil Ice Spirit. Probably the most underrated evolution in Clash Royale right now. Even after the nerf where it's 2 stuns instead of 3, it still does a great job of stalling everything, allowing for the towers, the cannons to get the DPS down. Pedro taking game number 2. Perfect game from this man.
This is one of those few moments where I'd actually love to see how many times a card was played. Remember that graphic that was always showing like how many times a card was played, and you're like, I really don't care how many times that card was played. But this time, I actually would love to see how many times those piggies came down. It had to have been less than 3 because, as we talked about, like, just didn't need it. Got the damage to come through, came through enough. Perfect defense over and over and over. And we've all run into that matchup before. It's just so frustrating. How on earth can you ever break through? And I actually don't think there is a way to break through in that moment, in that matchup against Pedro.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why that Mega Knight is paired with Lightning so often, is that, you know, the Mega Knight, yes, he's good on defense, especially the Evo, but on offense against a good player, it really is just jumping around, making it so that, you know, you activate King, you distract it long enough, the cannon takes it out. It doesn't have as much HP that you need from a big tank there. So a lot of the time the lightning is used as that big breakthrough card, that instant damage.
Right.
But I mean, arrows and zap, that's not going to be enough to clean a cannon, let alone an Archer Queen off the board in that situation.
Yeah, not having anything to deal with the Archer Queen was definitely brutal throughout. And then obviously, as we talked about throughout that game, like the MK with the Hoggies, that's the only situation where you all of a sudden give your opponent an elixir advantage. Is if you want to play, if you just can't be patient enough to not hold on your Royal Hogs and you give them that MK value, that's the only time that's going to be a problem. Obviously, Pedro not going to do that. So here we go. Moving on, game number 3. And I don't know. I really like this best of 3 so far. I feel like it's been actually pretty evenly matched throughout.
Yeah,
I mean, that last game was totally one-sided, but I think that was really more about the situation.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that, you know, I didn't really see a big mistake come out. Yes, he couldn't break through. I think he did a great job of applying pressure, and it just wasn't working out versus one of the best players in the world, especially Pedro. He's known for hyper defensive decks and having really good micro. In game 3, you know, I think anything can happen, right? We might see some Royal Giant. We might see maybe a control mirror matchup. I think both of these players are very high caliber and are capable of very similar effective tactics used on either offense or defense.
So when you look at like the decks that have been played by Guriko, and you look at, you know, Ram Rider and Mortar and Miner and all that, we've talked about how RG and Piggies have been the most dominant kind of win conditions. It feels like throughout the day. It does feel like now it was firmly RG, and now it feels like Piggies is also kind of sneaking in there. What building do you run as Pedro if that's the situation, right? If you're trying to look for RG and for Piggies, he's already used Cannon and he's used Tombstone. We've talked about how Bomb Tower is not super effective. Do you go to Goblin Hut? Do you run Bomb Tower? Do you stick with Inferno, but then it's not good against Piggies? Like, what's the thought process?
I mean, I think you nailed it there. Like, the thing is it's kind of a rock, paper, scissors thing, right? Like, if you play the Cannon and you run into a Monk, you're in trouble. If you play the Inferno, run to Roll Hogs, you're in trouble. If you play Bomb Tower for Roll Hogs and you're up against, you know, like a Lightning or a Monk to deflect, you know, the Bomb Tower it isn't what it used to be. I think that Tesla is kind of the solid medium, but I don't know. It still does really just get wiped out by the Lightning, which is the most used spell. But thankfully, or thankfully for Pedro anyways, the Lightning is actually out on both players. So I do think the Tesla is a solid option here for building from both players, actually.
And there you go. Tesla out on both sides as the Little Prince comes into play. We've seen Little Prince a couple times throughout the day, and it's been kind of in this minor control thing a couple times. Monk Xe Drill, so kind of a heavier version of Drill than we've seen.
Interesting. Yeah, I wonder what Guriko's last card is here. I would actually love to see a Tornado. Even though Tornado is nerfed, I think it does still synergize with the Executioner, with the Boulder and splash cards like that. I think it's pretty necessary, actually. There it is.
And I was just going to say, you want it for moments like that, where you want to be able to get a Valkyrie or something away, because otherwise you have nothing there to kind of make way for your Drill.
Right.
2488 to 28. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what the end of this hit. Miner goes in. 2471.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, okay. Gobadrill inbound, guards cleaning up, and this is an interesting matchup here. I think it's really going to come down to if Grico can break through with his Executioner, because that poison does give a little bit of an advantage to Pedro for the direct damage, at least.
Yeah, and also, like, if you're Guriko, Juicy, how do you get that Drill on tower effectively? Because you can't really NATO the guards super effectively away.
Yeah.
It feels like it's going to be kind of tough for him to actually break through, other than with what you're talking about of getting some good Xe splash damage in.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I think that he does need to get a monk exit drill just to force out responses and then try and get a tornado. The thing is that Pedro knows that's what he needs to do, so he's going opposite lane, he's applying pressure, and he's trying to force out Elixir a lot of the time. Wow, that Tesla got melted.
Little Prince working its way across the left-hand side of the board. NATO to pull the Valkyrie back, but guards there to catch. 2287 as Grico gets guards down to defend. And decent monk damage in on the right-hand side. 2248, 2287. A very, very close game number 3 here.
Valkyrie gets some hits. Miner's trying to get chip damage. We're to about 10 seconds till triple Elixir and a high Tesla from Pedro. I like these high Teslas. They're just kind of blocking the bridge, making so the monk can't do what it wants. Because, yeah, I mean, once again, it's every damage matters in a mirror matchup like this.
Yeah, it's a great call. I mean, that Tesla up high, and then you see the Teslas kind of battling over the bridge now and just kind of showing a recognition like you're talking about, where there's just not a great way to get on top of that Tesla for Guriko, so he has to use his own Tesla up high to do so. A little bit more monk reflectability coming in here. Guard's going to be there to catch the drill. Guard's going to be there to catch the miner.
Little Flames walks away, though.
Oh,
okay.
So now we see a Tesla having to come out. Yep. Valkyrie can now maybe get NATO'd away. Yes, he does. 2184, 1888. Grico starting to create a little bit of a gap here. Only 20 seconds remaining. Naked Poison in. Excuse me, 2165, I guess, was the lower tower on the right-hand side. As that Poison comes in. 1888 still to 1927. Poison comes back down. Miner goes back in. Who's going to win the race?
Miner does get hit with the snowball. The drill's trying to get damage. The tornado drops down, but the goblin is not able to connect Pedro, winning by only 60 damage in the game number 3.
60 HP. The quadruple drop around the Princess Tower to make sure that nothing can get NATO'd away. Pedro with a last-second tower change. Honestly, I mean, he'd been kind of going both lanes for a while, but been focusing on the left-hand side. Gets that last little bit of damage in on the right. 1640, 1700, and a great win there from Pedro, who stays alive after having a rough start to the day. Goes 0-2 against the world's best. Is able to take down another world finalist here to stay alive and stay on for day number 2.
Wow. I mean, great gameplay there from Pedro. I was a little bit skeptical about the lane switch, going same lane as Executioner, but he just used the Little Prince. That is the one good thing about Little Prince, is it only costs 3 elixir and you can get your 3-card cycle going. So he made that happen. He got a bunch of minor poisons on the tower, and he was able to take that damage lead just barely on the final seconds of the match.
Yeah, we love seeing Pedro run quick cycle minor poison. He's just so deadly with it, and he's never out of it. I mean, somehow his miners always get on tower. The cycle is absolutely insane, like you said, and also just his recognition of how to play those matchups is always done really well. So as you can see here, a really great best of 3, maybe the most even best of 3 we've had in our entire day 1 here. 2 guys that are both, pretty even in skill cap. You got to give the edge to Pedro by just a bit, but that game number 2, I think, was one of the biggest problems for this whole entire set. The first and the third game were pretty even, but this game number 2 was just not the wave for Grico. That was just not the deck that you wanted, and it was also just a rough matchup. We talk about not having a big spell against the AQ. You only have one, you have a couple good responses against the Royal Hogs, but it didn't matter because there's no way for your Ram Rider to break through. Juicy, we are at the final match of the day. Talk us through what that is and what we got to look forward to tomorrow.
We got Samuel versus Sosa as our final match today. Tomorrow, guys, we are starting at the same time, same place, 9 a.m. Central Time. We're going to be starting in the lower round, Ryley versus Adriel, and Pedro versus the winner of Samuel and Sosa. We will then head to the semifinals on the upper bracket, and we're going to be going all the way through to the grand finals. I know we talked about at the beginning of the event here today, but I am so excited to see the duels, not best of 3s, but duels best of 5s in the upper finals and the grand finals tomorrow. You were able to cast that tournament last year for it, but I've never seen I don't think, a dual format with that many decks.
Yeah, you know, it was definitely one of those things where we didn't think that it was going to be as competitive as it was as it got into those 4th and 5th games. But I'm pretty sure it was Ryley who came out and showed us you can do it. You can build 5 great decks. Now, obviously, the meta was different then, as this was several months ago. But I imagine in those 3 matches that we will get some pretty great matchups. I would love to see a couple game 5s, not just because of just seeing, you know, 2 great competitors go the distance, but I really want to see what that's going to look like. And also the really interesting thing, Juicy, is this is the CRL warm-up, which means that CRL is coming, right? Clash Royale League is here. Is best of 5 going to be a thing?
That would be exciting.
I don't know.
Yeah,
it would be pretty cool, right? If we were able to see best of 5s at World Finals or even just throughout our monthly finals, but it's all about, like, is it viable competitively? Is it actually something that we want to see at the highest level? And that's a question that's going to get answered over the next 24 hours. I'm really, really excited to see that. As we said, last matchup of the day, very exciting one. It does feel a little bit lopsided in the sense if you have someone that had a first round bye going up against someone that kind of struggled in Sosa earlier today. But that being said, Samuel was kind of the inciting incident for that conversation that we were having about, is it better to start right out the gates, or is it better to have that first round bye and maybe be a little bit rustier as you get into your first matchup of the day? And also, of course, being in that lower bracket means that you kind of gave up your life to give, even though you skipped a first round of play, if that all makes sense. So that being said, one more match to go, same time, same place tomorrow, and I'm excited to see this. I do really believe that Samuel needs to take this. I think Samuel, for Sam's sake, he needs to win, period. For Sosa's sake, he needs to make sure he doesn't get 2-0'd.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I think that if Sosa can, you know, get a win here, just to kind of get that mental ready for the rest of the league starting this year, you know, I think that would be a fairly successful warm-up. Obviously, he wants to win. He's going to try to make it happen. But, I mean, Samuel, I think we have a little bit higher expectations, if you will.
Definitely.
I mean, he's a great player with a lot of talent. You know, he has a top 3 finish in a World Finals. We'll see. We'll see if he's going to be able to make this happen.
And that boss bandit just pulling Elixir out of Sam. You can see that Sosa is up 1, but has the Golden Knight on the board to deal with.
Tries to get the dash off. It's not going to go. Bar Barrel did enough damage to prevent. And yeah, we have seen this matchup before, I believe. I think that, well, I mean, I guess with the boss bandit it's a little strange, but boss bandit Roll Giant versus the Mortar. I mean, it's really interesting to see all like these decks be reused so often. But once again, I think this meta is fairly limited to what is good. You know, you have Roll Giant at the helm, very strong. You have this Mortar deck to try to counter Roll Giant. And then you have the Roll Hogs, which kind of countered the Mortar. Once again, a bit of a rock, paper, scissors situation in the current meta.
Icewiz going to come in, do some good work against this RG. Icewiz still just insanely powerful. I'm always just so happy to have an Ice Wizard in my deck. When a push comes across the bridge that looks absolutely unstoppable, the Icewiz is the great equalizer. So nice for Sam to have that defensively. You could even see Sosa kind of tip his head, waiting to see if it was going to be Icewiz or maybe Spears. And that boss bandit is going to pull out more Elixir. There you go.
And here comes the Evo Mortar. Roll Giant is going to be forced to play defense here. And this is a lot of the time where you would like to see the Evo Bats, but he actually already used it in cycle. But wow, the Golden Knight actually preventing the Fisherman from pulling the Icewiz. So the Icewiz is going to be the one to get the job done.
Yeah, really nice high Golden Knight there, as you called out, distracting that Fish Boy. Icewiz putting in the work, letting that Cannoneer do all the damage. Icewiz going to come out left-hand side to clean up as that mortar shot does come in. So Sam in the lead, and then obviously with Cannoneer versus Princess Tower, he's done a lot more damage than Sosa has as well.
Roll Giant the bridge, boss band on the left side, Rage will drop. That's a scary boss band, and Miner's going to drop down pretty quick while he's trying to defend against the RG in the right. The Cannoneer isn't enough. RG gets a hit, and the boss band is still alive.
Yeah.
Dashes to the tower. This thing is unstoppable.
Sam's been just a little bit off with his Golden Knight timing. If he would have got that Golden Knight dash out, he would have actually been able to mitigate that first dash from the Boss Bandit and probably been able to take a lot less damage there. We saw him miss it earlier too with that bar barrel coming out and cleaning it off the board. So Sam maybe needed to just pull the trigger on that Golden Knight ability just a half step sooner.
Another Boss Bandit in the left-hand lane. I like this dual lane pressure. But the Golden Knight does get some damage as well. But it's not enough. I mean, there's a lot of damage that must be done here for Sam.
You know, it's crazy because it feels like Sosa is literally just hitting the ability button every single time it's available.
Right.
And while that might be the case, he is doing it very surgically. He is making it really frustrating for Samuel to keep a decent elixir, not even advantage, but just being on the same page elixir-wise so that he can get back on offense. Between the Boss Bandit opposite lane and the RG Fishboy right-hand lane, Samuel is just caught defending for this entire game.
Yeah, speaking of that, here comes another Royal Giant he's going to have to defend. Log knockback with Ice Wiz Splash and Slow is going to make pretty good work here. But once again, a good offense is a great defense right now because he's applying so much pressure and also cycling back to his Evo Hunter, making the offense fairly useless. Lightning does drop though. Can this Golden Knight make it to the tower? No. E-Spirit blocks.
Yeah, that was tough. It's like you want to kind of wait to see if he's going to play something like a cheap card, but the Golden Knight didn't have enough HP to wait that long. Great late E-Spirit there to keep Sam at bay. Sam goes in. Miner trying to get through to the tower. Bats are on the tower.
Wait.
Lightning's going to come in. Oh my gosh. You see Sosa kind of laugh to himself, and that's the game.
What?
Juice.
Can we... I don't know if it's too much to ask from production, but I needed to see a replay. I was like low-key checked out. Like I thought this game was over, but then I don't know. Well, once again, I just don't think that Sosa is playing the way he wants. There's too much emotions in the mix here. I think that I don't know. I think that maybe he even gave up too early. Maybe like I think that I don't know what I just seen. I don't know what I just seen. I don't know how he threw that.
I'm trying to watch it back, and I can't really figure it out. It was like he kind of like chuckled to himself, and then he at the same moment, like less than a second later, like recognizes that he sold the game. And I don't actually understand what all happened in those final moments for him to either A, think it was sewn up, or B, to then stop. I don't know. That was wild, dude. Even the chat. You guys say that I don't read the chat. I read everything. And even the chat is losing their mind right now because it just doesn't make sense. RG's coming across the lane on the left-hand side. RG gets stopped. Then Sam goes for a high Evo Mortar. There's a Hunter there to catch. He goes barrel on top of the Evo Mortar. The two bats, that's it. It's just two bats snuck through, plus the lightning.
I just think that, I mean, I know that he could have defended that. I mean, you have...
Yes.
You have Rage, you have E-Spear in your deck. There's no reason two bats should be on your tower with a Miner tanking with literally 10 seconds left in the game. Once again, I don't think this is going to be the last that we see from Sosa. I think that he's going to have to, I don't know, figure out a way to regulate some emotions. Once again, Clash Royale is a game where you have to like do your best to turn yourself into a robot. You have to make the very best plays to the final end and not let any sort of tilt affect you. Obviously, some tilt from that first round must be affecting him here.
Oh my gosh, yeah, and you talk about tilt now, Juicy. I mean, I think if he were able to turn this around and win the set, it would be the greatest untilt in the history of Clash Royale. Unfortunately for him, he's got to do it against Samuel Bassoto, who is now probably feeling great after that game. And now we have Sosa starting things off with Suspicious Bush and a Goblin Gang right behind. And I'll be honest, Juicy, anytime, and I'm not going to say a player's name right now, but anytime over the history of casting CR, the emotional players that are tilted and then they start the next game hyper aggressive, it never goes well.
Right.
I hope that's not the case for Sosa here.
Yeah, I mean, he looks calm, so that's a good sign. I like the constant pressure here. I like the snowball to get the Little Prince as much damage as possible. And he's making good plays here. He just needs to lock in the final second, not get too comfortable in a match versus a player of this caliber.
Nice rage there. Guard's going to sneak on through. Knight comes out up high. RG will get one shot. 2. Wow.
Yeah, and you can see Sosa's upset that the Knight retargeted from the RG to the guard. But once again, I mean, any other player here, they don't even flinch when something like that happens. And I think that is a little bit better of a mindset.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we talked about that emotionless gameplay, and especially after a tilt, you really got to lock it down. It's impossible. We're all human, and you even know the best players in the world, they still feel that tilt. It's just about controlling it. And 1944 to 2438, about a 500 HP difference here. Sosa technically is in the lead with this very interesting Suspicious Bush Little Prince Knight deck that doesn't really have a... I mean, the Suspicious Bush is the win condition, right, Juice?
Yeah, I mean...
That's it?
I think this is once again another situation that you have been talking about. It's just... What is this deck? You know, like...
Yeah, like, what's the goal here?
There's no miner, there's no Goblin Barrel. It seems like he made a bait deck and forgot to put a Goblin Barrel in. And to boot, he doesn't even have a big spell. He doesn't have a big spell to get damage. It's going to be tough here once we're in trouble, and especially in triple elixir, for him to keep up in this damage lead.
And I'm also curious if Sam is running the super heavy version. Oh, well, no, he already... Oh, no, that's... Yeah, Sam already ran Lightning and Logs, so curious what this final card is.
Monk here.
And I'm getting a bit of lag here.
Snowball in. Little Prince does get deflected. Witch is just staying alive, and I think that's going to be something we see a lot in this matchup. No big spell, no Fisherman, no Valkyrie. This Witch is going to be a menace to deal with.
Yeah, the splash to take out all those spears. Now another Suspicious Bush comes in, but that rage every single time is going to be enough. And then we see a Goblin Gang follow.
Pre-snowball?
He does pre-snowball the guards this time, so Sam may be getting a little too comfortable.
Wow, a lot of shit damage from the Spear Gobs. And the Force Monk
he's
ability.
in the lead by 700 plus, and he's got a lead in both lanes.
If he wins this game with Suspicious Bush Cycle, I'm going to lose it. This is going to be nuts.
Especially after that devastating loss that we just saw. Like, I would be hyped for Sosa to at least pick that up.
Fisherman over to the river, going to try and snipe this Knight. Snowball to push the Witch forward, allowing the Little Prince to lock on. Really nice play. And the continuous pressure from the Suspicious Bush. Witch dropping in defense. Does he have another Snowball? He does. Snowball is in cycle. No hit from the Bush,
Spears
though.
get there.
Spears?
We get damage on the right-hand side.
I can even see the Spears. Spears massive damage.
Little Prince gets damage in as well. 2276 to 1072 and 1224. We've only seen, I think, one Royal Giant come out. Here's another Royal Giant coming down. We still don't know what that last card is here for Samwell. He is now getting a great monk ability up front. Guards to catch the Suspicious Bush on the opposite side.
Wow.
Nothing really here for that Royal Giant.
Great defense there. Evo Cannon dropping on defense. Royal Giant inbound. Spear Gobs breaking through. Snowball pushes the Ghost away. And the Goblins are getting damaged somehow. I don't know how, but they are.
This is somehow working. Here's the final last-ditch effort. Monk is actually in front of the Witch, which is trouble here for Samwell. Does get the RG in.
Oh my gosh, that was the best Snowball I've ever seen. It pushed back the Monk before the ability could drop. It slowed down and took out the Witch, and there's no damage through. Sosa winning with by far the weirdest deck I've ever seen in Clash Royale League.
And you can see Sosa, look at him. He's talking his trash. He's feeling hyped up. I'm excited to see this game number 3, man. He's mad. He's ready to go. He can't even take a drink. He's chugged all of his drink. He's got to go refill that purple drink. He's coming back for game number 3.
I mean, wow. I mean, we went from Sosa making like really tough mistakes in like 3 games in a row to playing maybe the best game we've seen today with a Suspicious Bush, no win condition cycle deck. And the Snowball was the MVP. The Snowball was knocking the Witch forward onto his side of the map. It knocked the Monk back before it could get the ability. It knocked the guards away, allowing Gob Gang Spear Gobs to be the win condition, and even knocking away different units, allowing the Suspicious Bush to lock in the tower. Crazy.
I've been in that position many times. I don't know how many times I've seen pros be in that position where it looked like for 4 minutes, Sambo was trying to figure out what was going on. He was like, how do I break through? what is this deck? How do I defend the suspicious bush? How do I take the cannon off the board? Like, there were so many things that it felt like Sam was trying to figure out. And then all of a sudden there's a minute left and he's like, I just need to get RGs down. And there's just no way for him to break through. The whole time the suspicious bush is just pulling out a little bit of elixir. Then the goblin gang behind was somehow just effective enough. That coupled with the snowball, what a wild and great way for, you know, for us to come to almost the end of our day. It looked like Sosa was just going to be, you know, 4 in, 4 out, really bad showing, odd deck choices, tilt obviously after that first game. But I love that bounce back from him, and what a fun deck to do it with. That's also one of the situations where I see a deck be played and I'm like, man, what a cool win. I never want to play that deck. I like have no interest in playing that suspicious bush deck, but I thought it was a great win.
Yeah, I mean, now I don't even know what to think of what kind of deck we're going to see in game 3 here. I mean, I don't know. Suspicious bush, cycle. Maybe we'll see some drill, but I don't know. I mean, do you even know like what deck Sosa is known for in Clash Royale? I mean, I feel
not
like
anymore.
I feel like not anymore.
No, I just mean like the game has changed, and you know, he's started to kind of stick around for long enough now at the highest level that I don't really know like what his you know, it's like Asaf still is a drill guy. It's very clear he's a drill guy. But I really don't know. Maybe the chat knows.
I thought
Chat's always talking.
I thought you meant like after that last deck, I don't know nothing about his decks no more. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think he's pretty good with cycle decks. We'll see. A lot of spam decks. Miner, chat saying that he's good at miner. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I feel like that last deck could have had a miner in it. But once again, I genuinely think that he was. My theory is he was so tilted he forgot to put a win condition in his deck and then somehow won anyways. Like, that's my theory.
I know, it really felt like that deck should have had a miner in it. It, you know, maybe even instead of the knight, or I don't know, but whatever. I'm into it. We're back. We're in game number 3. Bassoto or Sosa. One of them will play tomorrow. One of them will be sent home with $500 at the CRL Warmup. This is the final match, the final game, the final bit of action we're going to see of CRL just today. We'll be back tomorrow.
Hog Rider inbound in front of the Firecracker. Bassoto dropping E-Wiz and a Snowball to try to counter the Hog while also activating King Tower to the Firecracker. But he does get hit, and Sosa, he's getting pretty excited. He's taking an early damage lead. He's liking this.
Yes, dude, Sosa's hyped.
Yeah.
He's hyped on himself right now, and I love to see that because he looked completely beaten down after his first 3 games of the day. And that one win, that's what I was saying, right? Shooter just needs one shot to drop, and right now Sosa is feeling himself. Can he ride this out? Already getting the Earthquake cycle in, up by 600 damage against the Hog MK Bandit Skelly Drag matchup here from Samwell.
Band to the back. Samuel is playing same lane. That is the correct option here. Samuel, he does have some good stuff in this matchup. He has the E-Wiz for the Mighty Miner. He's got the Evil Mega Knight, which is great versus Hog. And he even has Bandit, which can be difficult to defend with this version of Hog EQ, just because Mighty Miner is a tank that can only have one on the board. You know, you're not going to cycle multiple Mighty Miners because it's a champ.
And I was just going to say, you know, Sosa's going to have an interesting time dealing with that Boss Bandit when the Boss Bandit's coupled with the E-Wiz. The Mighty Miner becomes a non-factor. Yeah. So you saw there, he had to get down 2 sets of skeletons, the Fire Spirit, the Firecracker, all that to deal with that one Boss Bandit. So that's something, if I'm Samwell, I'm going to take note of and see how I can punish him throughout the rest of this game.
I like the lane switch here, but Skelly Drag does get a hit. Firecracker Evo set up on defense, and Mega Knight dropping left lane. And now we have a big hoss on both sides with the Boss Bandit ability. Mighty Miner is finally back in cycle, but he has to let the Tesla take the brunt of the attack first. But looks like he's fine. Looks like he's defending, but here comes the Hog Skelly Drags.
I was going to say, it seems like he just spent a lot defensively, but he does have enough in the tank to deal with all of this. Fire Spirit to slow it down. You see Sosa shaking his head like, nah, man, you're not going to break through here. Bomb plus Fire Spirit plus the Princess Tower are going to clean that up. Sosa in the lead by 600 HP. And you saw Samuel there with a little tilt of his head. He knows that he's got to get down to crunch time. He's got 2 minutes to do it, but he hasn't found a good way to break through.
Tesla up high, anti-earthquake placement. And I love how Sosa is abusing the firecard to the maximum degree. You know, Samuel has a pretty much a counter to every card except for the firecracker, and that's why firecracker can be so strong. It can be the difference maker, and the hog even getting another hit here. Oof.
Yeah, that's interesting. Ewa's staying alive. Hog does get a hit, though, but that allows that boss bandit to create a little bit of space. Nice cleanup there once again from Sosa, and now he goes opposite lane to keep up the pressure. Baits out the MK, keeps the elixir focus from Samuel on the healthier of his two towers, so really not a bad play here either to switch lanes.
Evo Firecard down, and we see a pre-snowball, but it's not in time. King Tower activation successful. Hog immediately continuing the pressure on the right side. Bossman didn't dash to the Hog. He's going to get one, almost 2 hits. Here's one.
Juice.
What's up?
This just feels like it's slipping for Sam right now, man. It just feels like it's slipping. We'll see. Oh, Earthquake might be enough. No, Boss Bandit is going to be soaked up by that Mighty Miner. Hog does come in. There's the second Tesla up high. Sosa looking dialed in. 1279, 24-12. 45 seconds remain. Sosa might pull off what I just talked about, which would be one of the best comebacks in CR history after a rough start. There's the the snowball in.
But the Evo Snowball doesn't hit the Mighty Miner, making this defense easy. He even blocks the Electro Wizard with the Tesla, and there's only 25 seconds left, and Samuel's not getting back to that Evo Snowball. That was his last-ditch effort trump card. He just needs to defend one more time.
That's it, dude.
Wait.
No elixir for the Tesla.
Oh,
no elixir for the Tesla. He's late. The Hog is through.
The log comes down to prevent. He might have been able to stop it in time.
The double earthquake.
He's nodding his head. He's shaking his fist. He's won the game.
You see him talk a little bit of trash. I think he said easy something. I don't even know.
What?
But Sosa pulls off the reverse sweep after a horrible start to his day one. He will be alive in day number 2. And I'm happy for the guy, Juice. I love Samuel. I know we'll see more of Samuel this year.
Wow.
But what a great comeback and what an awesome mental battle there for Sosa.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I love watching this man play. I mean, yes, he's an emotional player. Everyone can see it. When he's in a negative mindset, he doesn't play very well. But apparently, when he's in a positive mindset, that it's just like a buff. He just got a buff mid-set, and he wins with Suspicious Bush Cycle. Then he just switches to a solid deck. You know, he doesn't go for a crazy deck that we've been seeing. He just plays a solid Mighty Miner, Hog EQ, Quick Cycle, and he plays well, abusing the Firecracker, abusing the Evo Tesla as much as possible, preventing the Electroviz from locking on the Mighty Miners when he could, and even getting the King activation with a perfect Skelly's Fire Spirit placement. That is the perfect Clash Royale gameplay that we all came here to see.
Yeah, what an incredible way to end our day one of the CRL warm-up as we say goodbye to Samuel, our former world number 3 Sosa. I mean, we've talked about it for years. You see it in those individual sports like tennis, like golf. I mean, even sometimes in baseball, because a lot of times it is just one-on-one matchups, pitcher versus batter. That mental game that you have to have when you are all by yourself on an island. Juicy, I'm sure you felt this at the World Cyber Games on stage playing for that 50K. It's all on you, and it's all about that mental fortitude. It's all about that positive mindset. And crazy to see, as soon as Sosa won that game 2 with that wild deck, he was like a man reborn. Love to see it. And that is the end of day number 1. We say goodbye to Clown, Asaf, Guriko, and shockingly, with Samuel Bassoto with the big upset at the end of the day. We will start right where we left off with Sosa going up against Pedro. Then Adriel and Ryley to flush out that second round of the lower bracket. Again, 2 more players will be eliminated after match 13 and 14. Then we head back up to the upper bracket where the undefeated players sit and wait to see who they'll face off against. Yoru and Ruben, Light and Tourist. Whoever wins those 2 matches will be in our upper bracket finals. And of course, our upper bracket, lower bracket, and grand finals will all be best of 5s. What an awesome day, Juicy. Obviously, you and I are going to get out of here very soon. But first, we did give away $2,000. We got a lot more money to give away, Juice.
Yes, sir. The $500 is going to go to the 4 players eliminated today. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. UTC, guys, we will be playing.
Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry. I keep saying the 4 players eliminated today. It's 5th through 8th. So the players eliminated today got nothing. That is totally my bad. It is just the 8 players that are alive now that are competing for the money. Totally my mistake. So, Juicy, actually, we've given away no money today.
Wow, that is actually brutal. So no prize winnings for the first 4 players eliminated, and 5th or 8th tomorrow are going to get 500 each. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. UTC, guys, we will be back to see who is going to win this grand prize as well. We're going all through the entire bracket tomorrow. We're finishing it out to see who gets that $7,500 grand prize.
That's right. 7 a.m. Pacific, 9 Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. UTC, same time, same place. Make sure you guys are following along on Twitch. You guys are subscribed on YouTube. Make sure, of course, you are following along on Twitter or X or Esports Royale EN. That is where it is the absolute, and Clash Royale, the absolute best place to find all the information about the competitive scene. It's crazy. For so many years, we have given away money to the players eliminated on day 1, but this is the warm-up, and this is 2025. Everyone walking away today just got to, they didn't even get a t-shirt for participation. Tomorrow, we'll be giving away all that $15,000. For Jackson, Juicy J. Wall, I'm Andrew Guy. For our incredible production team, this is the CRL Warmup. We will see you same time, same place tomorrow. You take care of yourself.